Ilhan Omar is up to something.
Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar is facing the heat again for her latest reported filings on her income. And this time, it's a lot lower than previous listings, revealing that her family was worth millions.
Omar's husband, Tim Minette, once listed his net worth to be up to $30 million in 2024, and that caused a push for an investigation into the business holdings of the couple, but that ended up being a clerical mistake, according to the Congresswoman. Instead, a new filing has listed her assets between $20,000 and $125,000.
How stupid does she think America is?
He's a very smart guy. Did a great job. You know, when I look at the Democrats, I call them the Democrats. They're dumb. The Democrats. When I watch that, where one of them thought it was World War XI. She said World War XI. She read World War II. You know about that, right? This is one of their potential leaders. Ilhan Omar, who married her brother to get into the country, by the way, illegally. But when I watch AOC, have no idea on a simple question, what happened when she was over in Switzerland, which she probably never went there before, but she was. And then I watch somebody like JD or Marco. I said, what a difference. What a difference. What a difference a brain makes.
Mr. President.
Well, Ilhan Omar is hoping you and the people investigating her don't have one and can't do basic math. Watch this.
So let's go back to May 2025. The original financial disclosure claimed assets up to $30 million, a $5 million winery, a venture capital firm worth $25 million, earnings $15,000 from the winery, zero from the venture capital firm. Then there was an amended financial disclosure filed in March of this year. The assets were wiped out, basically, from the winery and the venture capital firm. But suddenly, look at this, there's $1 million income from the venture capital firm. And then this newly amended financial disclosure filed back in May the 13th of 2026, the winery and the venture capital firm continue to be zeroed out in terms of assets. The venture capital income suddenly went from $1 million to zero, and the winery became reduced to...
Look at the timeline here. In May last year, lots of money. Then in March, when the investigations and all the scrutiny started, no more money, $5,000 in income, and $1 million from the venture capital. But then the investigations kept going, and now we're down to nothing, $1,000, and no money. So a firm that a year ago was making $25 million, or had a $25 million valuation, and then was making $1 million, now has $0 valuation and makes no money. That's fascinating. How does that work? And the fact that there's two disclosures here, March and then again in May, means that people didn't just make one clerical error. I thought I made $25 million and it was actually only $1 million. It was actually nothing. Pretty soon it'll be negative money. She'll make negative money. Then she'll really be poor.
It was $200 for the year. Wait, I pointed out at the top, all of this was blamed on a accounting error.
Yes.
So they've either given the accountant bad information, or they hired the most incompetent accountant ever.
But,
QuickBooks would get that.
I give my 5-year-old an allowance, and it seems to me like she actually made more money in the past year than Ilhan Omar's husband. No, I do think...
They probably accounted for it better.
and actually accounted for it better. Yeah, she spent it mostly on Legos.
Jokes aside, how much trouble is she really in? Is anything going to happen, or is this just another one of those crime is legal scenarios in America?
We're going to jump right in with Omar's shady finances. So, Alex, just to recap, her finances have gone like this. Like a sinusoidal curve you see in high school trigonometry. How much trouble is she in, legally?
I mean,
Because you can't lie on these documents.
where there is smoke, and there's definitely a lot of smoke, there's fire.
It's like the Palisades of LA level fire.
I don't know how you go from being valued at 30 million or so to then saying that you made 200, possibly, maybe 1,000 in a year.
Right.
Lots of red flags. If I was Ilhan Omar, I would be wanting to get a new CPA. And probably a new husband, because I'm not sure.
Well, she's on like her 12th.
A new husband.
You know,
Oh, come on. Poor Tim.
Who could survive on that figure, 200 to 1,000? That just does,
They're
that does
obviously
not
rich.
pass the smell test, right? And I think that there's a lot going on here. I'm not surprised with, in the past, when we talked about how she kind of snubbed the Minnesota lawmakers, trying to subpoena her, get her to talk about what happened with all the fraud investigation, that she doesn't want to talk. Or I'm sure her lawyers are like, stay quiet.
So, Daniel, I believe that this current husband, her husband's and her finance.
Okay, the smoking piece of evidence here is the fact that the first revision happened right when the investigations started. And then another one happened 2 months later when they got worse. That's weird. Now, of course, it's not evidence of wrongdoing, but it's evidence of something, and people just want to know what it is.
This is her political consultant husband, right?
I think so.
Tim Minett. Okay.
And
so
always marry your political consultant.
Well, maybe she's going to end up marrying her CPA.
Then they leak on you.
Right,
Especially if they don't charge you.
Well, so here's the thing. What I'm wondering is, do you think that there is anything that Ilhan Omar could do that would make Democrats say, all right, we're going to pump the brakes? Every 2 years, about 40% of the Democrats in her district vote for someone else. But nationally, obviously, she is one of their top figures. Do you think she could do anything that would make them say, we're going to second guess this massive embrace we've done of her?
No.
Well, I wouldn't call it a massive embrace. This is a person who, in these times, if you go viral on social media, then you become a famous figure in politics. But that doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to be some huge surrogate for Democrats this year in battleground midterm elections, or even for president. I just highly doubt that John Ossoff is going to I'm going to use her all the time on the campaign trail. He's going to use people who don't have these types of scandals, obviously.
Interesting.
Do you think that?
But it's not a scandal to the people who defend her and agree with her viewpoints on America being the biggest problem in the world and Trump being the biggest problem ever to set foot in the White House. I mean, these are people that hear of someone whose net worth went from $30 million to $0, and they say, well, they're not lying, it's Trump. Trump's the problem, and she stands up to Trump, just like Gavin Newsom, just like Mayor Mamdani, just like AOC. And you know what? That absolves these individuals of any wrongdoing. They can do no wrong. They can do whatever they want. They can have 25 million, 30 million. Trump's the problem.
Democrats will shy away from the Omar. I mean, remember, Republicans wanted her kicked off committees. She is a hot button issue. Do you think that there will ever be a bridge that she crosses that Democrats are saying, all right, that's enough?
Matthew, I'm waiting for Democrats to come out and say that alcohol and liquor and wine sales are down. And that's what they're blaming it on. You go from millions of dollars to $200, and they're like, well, there's your reason.
Right.
And no. And then, basically the point is you have Graham Plattner coming in with the tattoo. You would have thought he would have been sacked a long time ago. I don't think there's any.
There's really no bridge too far for Democrats on almost any of these things. And just to remind our audience.
I think it's the Trump phenomenon. If Trump can survive all of these scandals, then Democrats, even a lot of Republicans,
different than
a lot of them are thinking,
but Democrats are trying.
Donald Trump.
Right. He's actually got a really good point. They're putting him down. But look, Trump was the victim of a whole bunch of fake scandals and fake news and fake court cases and fake lawsuits. All this stuff happened to him, and he survived. And now the people that are actually engaged in crime can say, well, if the biggest criminal of them all is still a free man, how guilty can I be? I mean, we know Trump has done worse, right? Even though he hasn't.
Trying to have
And we can't take a bad photo. Ilhan Omar, she can take plenty of bad photos.
She can take a lot.
And we also know where the money comes from with Trump. It's hotels. He had a real business. Ilhan Omar.
Well, here there is no money, though. They have no real business, so at least they
He's
have
a
no
businessman.
Money. I do want to remind our viewers, look up Gavin Newsom's winery. He got into it with the Getty Oil family. Very funny to go from that to champagne socialist.
The thing that I think is disturbing about this is, again, we do not have enough financial transparency about all of these things.
Right.
The amount of insider trading that's gone on in Congress, the amount of ways that people have hidden money, hidden assets, that they have, financial ability. Frankly, from my perspective, it's a security risk because they can be compromised by other nations that are fueling money to them, that are paying for the things that they enjoy in life.
Right, totally.
We need more transparency in government, period. And I think that includes particularly Ilhan Omar.
Absolutely. The fact that people are allowed to hide their wealth and make up numbers or put wildly inaccurate numbers, 25 million here, 0 million here. Oh, let's change the numbers around every single year. There's like no clear path. I wonder what her tax return shows. If her tax return shows that she paid taxes on $25 million of net worth, and then the next year, what, $1 million of income coming in? Did she pay taxes on that? If she did, she should be asking for a refund. We have no idea. Oh, but it's Trump that needs to release his tax returns. Oh, we need to see what's going on with Trump. Biggest criminal in the White House. See what he's up to. But just before we continue, quick question. How much control do you have over your money right now? Technology has changed everything, and now it's changing how money works. Crypto started as a niche, but now it's going mainstream. Faster payments, more control, fewer middlemen. This isn't hype. It's where things are going. And getting started today is easier than you think with Rumble Wallet. You can buy Bitcoin, hold dollar-backed stablecoins, even own digital gold backed by real gold, all in one place. It's a non-custodial crypto wallet, which means you, not a bank, not some exchange somewhere, are the only one controlling access to your funds. Setup is simple. Rumble Wallet connects to MoonPay, so you can use your debit card, credit card, or bank account and be up and running in minutes. And for a limited time, you can start your wallet off with $10 in stablecoin USDT by downloading Rumble Wallet and entering promo code CashJordan10 when you sign up right now. And you can even use Rumble Wallet to tip your favorite Rumble creators like me directly. Here's what you do. See this QR code? Scan this with your phone or click the link in the description of this video, which will take you right here. Wallet.rumble.com/CashJordan. You can download the Rumble Wallet app from there. Enter my promo code CashJordan10 to get your $10 in US stablecoin. This is a limited time offer, so you gotta act now. Take control of your money. Get started with Rumble Wallet today. Terms and conditions apply. See the description below or visit rumble.com/promo official rules for details.
Well, the walls may be closing in on Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She faces allegations of steering taxpayer money toward fraudulent schemes in her state.
Oh, yeah, that happened too.
Great people, though. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer detailing the next steps of the investigation.
Oh, the next steps.
I do think Ilhan Omar is in a lot of trouble. She's got that big question mark on how her net worth jumped up to, at least $6 million and then went back down to zero.
Right.
Over a 1 year period.
So are you saying that Ilhan Omar, the congresswoman from Minnesota, that she was getting federal money and feeding it into these corrupt networks, her cronies?
I think one of the projects she requested was proved to be a fraudulent scheme.
Wow.
Now, we have reached out to Congresswoman Omar's team for comment. We've yet to hear back. We'll let you know if that changes. Meanwhile, a former state employee who was placed on administrative leave is now accusing the Walz administration of ignoring fraud and intimidating whistleblowers. Watch
this is why you have to understand Ilhan Omar has been so brazen about her net worth and was not ashamed to hide it if it was truly $25 million. She put that out there and she put it in disclosures because somebody was supposed to be the vice president of the entire country. And you know how J.D. Vance is out there leading the charge against fraud in America? Are we supposed to think that Tim Walz was going to do the same thing? Or was he going to lead the charge for America to just head into even more fraudulent activity and just saturate the country with schemes everywhere? That was the game plan. Don't think for a second people weren't banking on Tim pulling the levers of all these investigations, and that's what they hoped would happen. They were hoping that would protect them. It didn't, and now all the numbers are coming down. Makes you wonder what their actual net worth would have been if Tim was in. Then they would have put out the real numbers.
The smear campaign starts where you are told that you are racist, and then your job duties are lessened and lessened until you basically have no job duties.
It's terrible.
There is just a continuous effort to stifle you, to shut you up. And it is impossible to overcome. So to say that leadership was not aware or the governor was not aware,
right, they knew.
I can tell you that is absolutely false.
Right, they knew, man.
It's legally deadly, Kaylee. Yeah. I mentioned the good people of Minnesota. People deserve better representation than those who will defraud them.
Yes.
You'd think
and
so.
For anyone to say, oh, that's a Republican activist. No, Faye Bernstein, a whistleblower, is a Democrat. And she saw this, and she had a problem with it, because anyone should have a problem with taxpayer money going to fraudsters.
Unless you're a fraudster, then you don't have a problem with it at all. Then you're going to get your candidates out there and have them scream from the rooftops of all the good we're doing and of how we're the most generous state in the country. And that's why we have so much fraud, because we're so generous. Remember, that was Tim Walz's excuse for fraud.
And she has been bold and stood up and has repeatedly said the governor knew about this. How could he not? We have reports. I believe they're Inspector General reports, or at least government documents going back to before he came to office. I'm looking at data from one. 2015, 35 child care facilities flagged. 2016, 41. 2017, 42 flagged.
Wow.
He comes into office at the beginning of 2019. Governor Walz, there's been ample warning at this point from whistleblowers, from government agencies. And what does he do? He shuts down the government agency that Jay Swanson is working at, and doesn't take this seriously until a young 24, 25-year-old Nick Shirley comes in with the camera.
Right. So then Tim Walz was like, oh, no, I better do something because now all these investigations that I didn't do happened and went viral, and now I look absolutely red-handed. He's no longer governor. He was going to run for re-election, and he resigned. He went from almost being vice president of the most powerful country in the world to resigning because of fraud. Think about that for a second. Had he been in power, he was the guy all the scammers in America were betting on was going to protect them. And you know who that also includes?
The DOJ is allegedly investigating California Governor Gavin Newsom and his wife, with sources saying the probe started in 2025 and is based on whistleblower complaints related to their personal finances.
Wow.
Jennifer Siebel Newsom's nonprofit reportedly took cash from a Native American tribe that operates a casino in the state and was backed by her husband, while her other charity reportedly paid her own private film company directly. But the Newsoms, well, they're pushing back.
Oh, yeah, good.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president.
Considering.
Because he hates that I consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit.
That's exactly what Representative Omar says. Trump is obsessed with me. I'm calling him out. I'm resisting him. Therefore, he's investigating me. He's the real criminal.
But just last month, Newsom's former chief of staff, Dana Williamson, pled guilty to federal fraud charges. Joining us now for tonight's Big Close-Up is California Post opinion editor Joel Pollak.
Well, first of all, who knows? It could be politically motivated. John Bolton made that argument, and then he ended up pleading guilty. It doesn't change the facts. And it's been known for a long time that Gavin Newsom and his wife have been tied up in this very shady practice of what we call behested payments. Now, they're legal under California campaign finance law. Basically, politicians ask big money donors to give contributions to nonprofits of their choice. But in Newsom's case, he asked donors to give money to his wife's nonprofit organization. And sometimes these donors were, as you mentioned, the Native American tribe before, they were interests with business before the state. So it raises questions of conflict of interest.
Think about that for a second. In California, you can ask a corporation to make a donation to a charity of your choice, and then that corporation is getting government contracts from the state which you control. Can you imagine if Trump did this? Can you imagine if Trump told some multinational, massive corporation to donate to a charity run by his kids if he came along and he said, hey, Ford Motor Company, why don't you make a donation to the Trump charity over here? And then all of a sudden, Department of Homeland Security, after this donation is made, they switch out all their Dodge Durangos for Ford Explorers. What about that? Wouldn't that look corrupt? Of course it would. Would people have questions about that? Absolutely. And Governor Gavin Newsom has got a pretty high net worth himself.
That was already out in the open. That's in the public domain.
That's what we know
It's very
about.
shady. What else might be going on in her tax returns, we've yet to find out. But we do
they
know
won't
that
release them.
Gavin Newsom's former chief of staff has pleaded guilty for fraud and corruption, and the rot is pretty thick in Sacramento.
Ouch.
Joel, there's this other organization called the California Protocol Foundation. They pay for basically, Newsom's advertised it as, hey, this is taking some burden away from taxpayers. It pays for stuff like when he goes overseas, his travel overseas for conferences and stuff. We know that he's tried to position himself, I guess, as president in waiting. Is there any impropriety looks there? Like some of the people that are on the board of this or people that have donated to it also doing business with the state of California?
This is so corrupt.
Well, it's hard to know because there's this outside nonprofit that pays for Gavin Newsom's international travel, and if it didn't exist, he might be dipping into state funds to pay for all this travel. You might say Gavin Newsom's very wealthy. He's got a personal fortune in the several dozens of millions of dollars. Certainly he can pay for his own travel,
but he doesn't.
And the state pays for his security. But they've set up this nonprofit organization. We don't know a lot about it. So the question really is, why is he spending so much time and so much money overseas when California has so many pressing issues at home?
That goes back to the question that the investigators, or the commenters rather, when they said we need more transparency because foreign governments or foreign influences could be affecting the decision-making of U.S. politicians. And here Gavin Newsom is in another part of the world when he should be at home fixing California. I think the longer this gets investigated, the more we're going to find out and the more we're going to see other people playing these same types of games, revising statements of financial value that they thought wouldn't raise any eyebrows when the right people were running America. Oh, but they're not. They're not running it now. Now people that want to crack down on fraud are running America. That's bad news for folks that might have done something wrong. What do you think about this? I'll see you in the next video.
All right, so we did want to share this with you, as it does look like this update from DOJ officials are talking about healthcare fraud. Let's listen in.
Today, we are here to announce the results of the 2026 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown. This announcement marks the greatest combined federal and state effort in combating healthcare fraud in history. Thanks to the leadership of President Trump and the Vice President, and all those folks standing behind me and next to me, we are more united than ever before. This team is working tirelessly to take down fraudsters who steal from taxpayer-funded programs and prey on vulnerable Americans. When we talk about the team that's working on these cases, I want to give some context around that. There are 9 healthcare fraud strike forces that have been part of this effort, 57 U.S. attorneys' offices, 41 state attorney general's offices, not red states, not blue states, but both working together with the federal government. Multiple law enforcement agencies, including inspector generals, some of the agencies that are here with me on this stage. That's what we talk about when we say this is an all-government approach to combating fraud. It's not just the Department of Justice, it's not just HHS, it's all government, including working with our state and local partners. Today, we are announcing federal charges, all of which were charged or unsealed at some point over the past 2 weeks, the past 14 days, coordinated nationwide action. Since June 8th, we've charged 455 defendants across 56, like I said a minute ago, U.S. attorneys' offices, and 45 U.S. states and territories. As alleged in the various indictments, these individuals participated in healthcare fraud schemes involving over $6.5 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. The team around me will get into more specifics, but here are a few points that stand out. In one indictment, we're bringing charges against a corporate executive in Arizona in connection to over a $1 billion fraud involving unnecessary wound grafts. This alleged scheme cost Medicare over $1 million per patient. In total, our indictment charges 11 defendants for over $2 billion in fraudulent claims in connection to alleged wound care schemes. The indictment also alleges that these individuals then used the taxpayer money to bankroll multi-million-dollar homes, luxury vehicles like a $135,000 Maserati, jewelry like an $865,000 Bulgari necklace, and to top it all off, to fund the construction of a $4.6 million hotel at a beach resort in the Philippines. We're taking back the money, the luxury cars, the jewelry, and these alleged fraudsters will face justice. The coordinated actions of the past 2 weeks have resulted in over $182 million in cash and other assets seized, making clear our healthcare fraud enforcement efforts generate a significant return on investment for our taxpayers. In terms of Medicaid fraud, we're able to announce today the creation of the West Coast Strike Force and the deployment of additional prosecutors, allowing us to bring charges against a record-setting 295 defendants. Our indictments allege over $518 million in Medicaid fraud between these individual defendants. You're going to hear from Director Patel in a moment, but apprehending alleged fraudsters remains a top priority of the Department of Justice and the FBI and our other law enforcement partners, including the DEA, who's here as well. At last year's takedown, a year ago, we charged multiple individuals for allegedly running a $10.6 billion medical equipment scheme using stolen identities to make false Medicare claims. Today, I can announce that earlier this month, we apprehended 2 of those defendants extradited from Estonia. Separately, over the weekend, we conducted the foreign transfer to custody of a defendant who was allegedly connected to another $3.7 billion in intended loss. I want to thank our tireless federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies who work hard every day and participated in these whole-of-government operations. This is just the beginning. Fraudsters can no longer rip off American taxpayers. If you seek to harm or cheat Americans, we will find you, seize any assets, and prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over now to Secretary Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General Blanche, and thank you to the White House Fraud Task Force, to Colin McDonald of the Justice Department, to Director Kash Patel of the FBI, to the HHS Office of Inspector General, Dr. Oz and the CMS team, and the investigators and law enforcement officers who brought these cases forward. President Trump directed this administration to confront healthcare fraud aggressively, and we are doing that. The 2026 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown uncovered $6.5 billion in alleged fraud, the second largest amount ever charged in a single healthcare fraud operation. The Department of Justice charged a record number of Medicaid fraud defendants. More than 440 defendants now face charges. This effort brought together federal agencies, state partners, and U.S. territories across the United States. 18 of the participating states, as Attorney General Blanche pointed out, were blue states with Democratic governors. Fraud does not recognize party lines, and neither does accountability. Today's cases include the largest Medicaid fraud enforcement action in the Department of History, 165 defendants charged with allegedly submitting more than $200 million in false claims to Medicaid. These schemes did not target government programs, they targeted the American taxpayer. They stole money from workers who pay taxes, from families who depend on Medicare and Medicaid, and from patients who trusted their healthcare professionals to be serving their health interests when it turns out they were just chasing money from our agencies. The allegations in these cases are particularly disturbing. Some defendants allegedly ordered medically unnecessary tests. Others prescribed products that patients did not need. Some allegedly fueled opioid addiction to increase their own revenue. In certain cases, patients allegedly died while believing they were receiving legitimate medical care from providers who only viewed them as billing opportunities. These defendants did not simply break the law, they violated the trust that patients place in medical professionals. One of today's indictments charged a hospice owner in Los Angeles area and two marketers in a $27.7 million Medicare fraud scheme. According to the indictment, the owner paid illegal kickbacks to obtain personal information of deceased Medicare beneficiaries. One of the ways that Colin and Dr. Oz have been chasing down hospice fraud, we've closed now 800 hospices in LA. And one of the ways that we've been able to detect that fraud is that in many of them, the patients never die. They live forever. That's not supposed to happen in hospices. And this particular owner was actually going out and purchasing names from coroners of dead patients and then billing us for those, to make it appear that some of his patients were actually finally dying. And while taxpayers funded these false claims, the owner purchased a Rolls-Royce Phantom. That case illustrates exactly what is at stake. Every fraudulent dollar diverted into a criminal scheme is a dollar unavailable for patient care, for medical innovation, or for services for vulnerable Americans. During the Biden administration, my predecessor implemented two reforms at HHS. One of those was the so-called pay and chase system. We know when invoices come into my agency, we can tell that some of them are fraudulent or probably fraudulent. And the new system said we're not going to stop those payments. We want everybody paid, and then we'll claw them back at the end. It was called pay and chase. And when I asked people, the careers at HHS, how could you do this? This is crazy, because of course we never claw back anything. They said that they were told to focus on enrollment and not fraud. The other thing that they did is to liquidate our Program Integrity Office. So when my predecessor came into office, there were 80 people in Program Integrity, which is not enough. It's 50 states and 5 territories. And when I got in, there was only 6 left. So all of those people were transferred or let go, and we were literally doing no program integrity. And that opened up the floodgates for all of this fraud. $100 billion in fraud a year that are being stolen now from my agency. The federal government paid claims first and chased fraud after the money was out the door. And that approach, of course, failed taxpayers. We are ending it. HHS is replacing the old pay and chase system with a detect and prevent strategy that identifies suspicious claims before the taxpayer dollars ever leave the Treasury. We are deploying advanced artificial intelligence and data analytics to identify fraudulent billing patterns in real time, stop improper payments before they occur, and strengthen oversight across federal health programs. Our objective is straightforward: to stop the fraud before it happens. The people charged today should understand that we will continue expanding these capabilities, strengthening enforcement, and pursuing every credible allegation of fraud. If you exploit patients for profit, if you steal Medicaid or Medicare dollars, if you treat taxpayer dollars as your personal bank account, we will investigate you, we will build the case, and we will bring you to justice. We will find fraud, we will stop it, we will recover taxpayer dollars whenever the law permits, and we will restore integrity to the programs that millions of Americans rely on for their care. Thank you, and I now want to introduce Colin McDonald from the Justice Department.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy. Today's record healthcare fraud charges and arrests makes clear that there is no case too big, no scheme too complex, and no hiding place too remote for our fraud-fighting team. In just 14 days, 455 defendants have been charged across the country for schemes involving over $6.5 billion in fraud. Under the leadership of President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Attorney General Blanche, the Department of Justice is aggressively scaling our offensive against anyone using health care as a front to steal from the American people. But today's cases allege more than the theft of taxpayer dollars. Many allege the theft of human dignity. Our sick, needy, and elderly, placing their faith in the gift of medicine, were neglected, ignored, and used for personal profit. For example, one defendant is charged with conspiring to submit approximately $89 million in false and fraudulent claims for cardiovascular tests. This defendant allegedly used marketing tactics designed to prey on fears that student athletes could die from sudden cardiac arrest. He then allegedly rubber-stamped test results as normal without reviewing them. Despite one patient's test results showing an enlarged heart, the defendant allegedly signed off on the test results within approximately 11 seconds of accessing the 63 test result images. As a result, the student was cleared to play, and he suffered sudden cardiac arrest and died on the basketball court just weeks later. That is why we cannot and will not tolerate fraud in healthcare. How are we going about targeting fraud in healthcare? We are following the data. Data talks, and data doesn't lie. It identifies where fraud is happening and unmasks the perpetrators driving it. For example, our data analytics team observed a dramatic spike in payments for allografts, from less than $1 billion in 2021 to over $14 billion just 4 years later. Our resulting investigations have led to criminal charges against 11 defendants across 6 districts for allograft fraud, including a company executive and 8 medical professionals. What happened here, to be clear, was not medicine. The defendants in these schemes purchased allografts for $30 to $75, inflated the price up to nearly 50 times that cost with the tab picked up by the taxpayers, and then secretly gave lucrative kickbacks for allografts applied. Marketers and nurses who took kickbacks targeted vulnerable hospice patients, making in many instances over $1 million per patient. These allograft fraud charges are the result of just one of our many data-driven initiatives. We are announcing today the first prosecution arising out of our Financial Intelligence Review Team, a cutting-edge effort to combine traditional data analytics with financial information. In less than 7 months, after identifying a suspicious behavioral health provider in Illinois, we brought charges against a defendant for a $67 million Medicaid fraud scheme. The defendant allegedly billed Medicaid for providing behavioral health services to patients who received no services and were actually even hospitalized at entirely separate health facilities at the time of the billings. Today is just the beginning of a new era of healthcare fraud enforcement. The Fraud Division's Healthcare Fraud Unit, which led today's nationwide takedown, is one of the best investments across the government, saving $106 for every dollar spent. And with the whole of government laser focused on rooting out fraud, under the leadership of the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud, we are rapidly enhancing our fraud fighting capabilities. Today, we are announcing an agreement with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to obtain dedicated cloud computing space in the CMS's cloud environment to run real-time advanced analytical models to detect fraud. We are also announcing agreements with the Federal Trade Commission and Customs and Border Protection to eliminate data silos and enrich our algorithms. And we're coordinating with prosecutors, agents, and analysts from across state and federal government at a scale and scope that has never before existed until today. The era of getting rich off America's healthcare system is over. If you defraud the American people and put profit over patients, we will do everything we can to put you in prison. I'll now turn the podium over to a critical partner in our fight against fraud, Director Kash Patel.
Thank you. America, you should take a look. You should take a look at what leadership from the White House and the President Trump's prioritization to go after and combat fraud looks like. America should take a look at the Vice President's task force and the initiative by the Justice Department here under AG Todd Blanche and AAG Colin McDonald. Fraud is no longer being tolerated, it is not being put up with, and you've seen the staggering numbers that in just the last 2 weeks, that's all we're here to talk about today, is just the last 2 weeks of fraud, of perpetrators and criminals who have been arrested and apprehended from around the world, totaling over $6 and $7 billion in fraud, in money stolen from the American people, our precious taxpayer dollars that are supposed to service our seniors and our kids, were being stolen outright by individuals who thought they could get away with it. But thanks to the Trump administration and the Vice President's task force and the White House task force and the Department of Justice's courageous prosecutors, we have now been able to charge a record number of individuals. I just want to go over a couple of things. One such individual, the FBI is responsible for what we call foreign transfer of custodies, FTOCs. Last week, the FBI executed 4 FTOCs on 4 separate continents in 24 hours. We did this because we had the backing of the White House and the U.S. government and the Department of Justice to go out and apprehend criminals wherever they are. One such individual related to fraud was apprehended in Turkey thanks to the relationships and partnerships between Ambassador Tom Barrack and the Turkish government. Mr. Hilmi was arrested after perpetrating a multi-billion-dollar fraud in Turkey, apprehended and transferred back to the United States of America while he faced prosecution. I also want to highlight the Vice President's brilliant idea to put together a most wanted fraudsters list. The FBI has always had our top 10 most wanted fugitive list. But in 2 weeks ago, I think we were all in Ohio, where we announced our most wanted fraudsters list. And in just the last 2 weeks, thanks to the help of the American people and the world, we have apprehended 2 of the most wanted fraudsters already. One of those individuals, Herbert Leon Kimball, was apprehended in the Philippines. He's an American citizen. He had been bilking, allegedly, the system against Medicaid for billions of dollars since 2014, $1.2 billion in telemedicine specifically alone. That individual was apprehended in the Philippines and transported back to the United States of America, where he will now face justice. This is the reach of the United States government. This is the reach of this team, the interagency and state and local partners focused on one mission and one mission alone, to combat fraud and make sure the American public's precious taxpayer dollars go where they're supposed to go, to the American people that need them the most, and not to these criminals who are stealing from us day in and day out. Those days are over, and this should showcase to the world the length that we will go as an interagency and as a task force to apprehend and arrest and bring to justice anyone who steals our dollars that are meant for our most vulnerable citizens. We're also going to ask what we did in Ohio a couple of weeks ago, and we'll circulate it on social media later. We're adding 2 more individuals to the most wanted fraudster list. I said then, and I've said it before, the American people in the world are our best sources of information. There is no such thing as bad information. So if you have any information on Khalid Sittari, who is wanted for a $547 million genetic testing scheme and we believe to be hiding in the United Arab Emirates, call 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Let us know. You saw what we did in just 2 weeks by apprehending 2 of the most wanted fraudsters. With your help, we will apprehend the rest of them. The last one is Emily Tai, who's previously on an ankle monitor and fled, we believe, to Vietnam. So if the American public or anyone in the world has information on Emily Tai, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI. We need your information, we need your help, and you have now seen what we can collectively do as an interagency under the Attorney General's brilliant leadership and the prioritization at the White House, that fraud will not be tolerated, that fraud perpetrators will be apprehended not just across the United States of America, but from the 4 corners of the world. So we plead with you to give us any and all information that you have. And again, the only type of bad information is the one that we don't receive from you. So please call 1-800-CALL-FBI with any information on any of the fraudsters on our most wanted list. And this should be a clear message to the world that the FBI, along with our interagency partners, are not tolerating fraud anymore. And we will chase them down just like we chase down terrorists, narco-traffickers, gangbangers, and those that wish to do harm to our communities, because this type of harm is equally as harmful to our most vulnerable. Thank you. And I now turn it over to our brilliant partner, Dr. Oz.
I'm going to put my doctor's hat on here. There's two issues that we have not gone into in detail, but they've been mentioned by many. The first is affordability. The $100 billion that Secretary Kennedy mentioned is stolen from Medicare and Medicaid. If we were able to just take that out of what's being stolen from Medicare, would double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund. It massively changes what people pay when we tolerate this kind of fraud. The second big message, again, is that costs matter. They matter a lot. And they're measured oftentimes in ways that we can put on signs. But the actual cost is that of human health and the lives of humans hurt by these fraudsters because they don't care about you. If they're willing to steal your money when you're down and out and struggling and you're vulnerable, they will definitely take your health and take your life if that's required. Today's actions are the results of months of painstaking collaboration by law enforcement agencies represented on this stage. The U.S. Attorney, of course, the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force, the FBI, HHS, OIG, CMS colleagues, all of us worked tirelessly towards one goal, making sure that people who steal from Medicare and Medicaid face real consequences because it scares away future perpetrators. As Secretary Kennedy mentioned, the general approach has been slow, meandering, and non-consequential for fraudsters, which is why after COVID, they rushed into this space. CMS's role in this partnership has fundamentally changed because of the nature of the fraudsters. We now use techniques that historically were never thought of. Instead of just flagging problems, we build cases. Under the leadership of Secretary Kennedy, we've created a stellar team at CMS, fraud fighters, including Kim Brandt and Janine Ugo and others who brilliantly reinvent how we catch these criminals. And by the time our law enforcement partners are ready to move, we aim to hand them a file that is already complete, already ready, supported by payment suspensions and provider revocations, funding deferrals, real-time fraud detection that never existed before. Now, the numbers tell the story. I'm going to give you two really important ones. The first is, in the first quarter of last year, we revoked billing privileges for fraudsters of 1,006 providers. Pretty good result, we thought, at the time. This same period this year, the first quarter, we made 1,400 revocations. That's a 40% increase over last year. So 40% more revocations. We also have payment suspensions where we just don't pay the bill because we don't think it's legitimate. And this is impressive. The first half of this year, we made 1,000 Medicare payment suspensions. 1,000. That's a lot of people. Nearly 800, by the way, from one state, California. For a similar period last year, we made 219 suspensions. So a 500% increase in payment suspensions because we're using tools now that historically had been used marginally. Now, these efforts brand all kinds of new tools for Medicare and Medicaid. The Fraud War Room that has been put together is a purpose-built tool to identify, track, and neutralize bad actors, often from foreign countries, much more effectively than the old system. The formula is straightforward. The DOJ brings prosecutorial firepower. Law enforcement brings investigative tools. CMS brings data, the analytics. We use administrative muscle to push things through, and we are closing loopholes that fraudsters have avoided and been exploiting for years. Those days are over. Fraudsters, your time is up. Now, speaking of fraudsters, I want to highlight an important case that drives home what everyone on the stage really feels deeply in our heart. Kim, if you can be, this is Kim Brandt that I mentioned earlier. Just bring that poster of the young man up. This young man has been referred to already. His name is Caden Francis. I spoke to his mother last night. Kim, just bring it up if you don't mind. Looks like a pretty good athlete. This young man was involved in a scheme run by fraudsters, including doctors, a cardiovascular testing company whose medical director approved EKGs and echocardiograms, as was mentioned earlier by Colin, in as little as 11 seconds. That was this kid's case. The EKG was taken. His parents were told he was fine. The doctor, we believe, from the moment he got the image said it was fine was 11 seconds. The parents who had been marketed to, claiming that their kid might be at risk, were therefore told the kid was fine, when in fact nothing had been done. The October EKG was read as normal. The kid was dead a month later. Now, I talked to the mom, of course, still in pain. The family was told the tests were normal. Unfortunately, and despite all these internal communications that we revealed, which acknowledged by the company that they knew these were not normal tests and they had done something terribly wrong, they kept doing it. So that kid was hurt irreparably, passed away because nothing was done about these fraudsters, and they went right after it. Their company billed over $90 million while a child was buried by their family. No remorse whatsoever. Caden's mother wanted me to give you a quote. I'm going to read it exactly as she gave it to me. The doctor is as bad as any greedy criminal who is killing people in the streets. I hope he rots in jail so no one else is hurt. But my son will never come back to me. That's the real human costs that we were speaking of on the stage. Julian, the mother, shared the autopsy and revealed that her son's heart was 2.5 times normal. Instead of being this big, I'm a heart surgeon, that's a normal-sized heart, the size of your fist, 2.5 times larger than that. There is no way you could miss that, except they didn't care. That's why mom runs them to rot in hell. This is not a diagnostic company. It's a predatory scheme dressed up in medical clothing, and we're going to treat it as such. We've got a couple big breakthroughs. I mean, put them in some of these numbers to at least give you some confidence that the pay and chase model that CMS had relied on, that Secretary Kennedy spoke to, has been abandoned. And instead, we don't want the money going out the back door. We want the fraud detected as soon as it happens, and we can stop it that way. In original Medicare so far, in the year of 2025, we've done a remarkable job. In 2024, before he came in, we saved about 60% less money than this. So total amount of money saved last year, $42 billion. That's a return on investment of $22 for every dollar that we pulled back for the American taxpayer. 2/3 of those savings, $28 billion, came from simply locking the front door, never letting the money go out the door. That's provider revocations, automated claim denials, all the things that should have been done years ago. No longer will that money be taken out of your pocketbooks. We've achieved this with only a 5% increase in Medicare program integrity spending. This is the best way for us to spend your tax dollars wisely. The Medicaid side is more difficult because states run Medicaid, but we've been on that as well. Savings reached $4 billion last year. That's a 165 increase over the prior year. And that we did that actually by spending 7% less money. So we spent less money, brought in more fraudsters, saved you a lot more money. These results don't happen by accident. They reflect a deliberate strategic shift in how CMS operates, and they show what's possible when agencies stop working in silos and start working as partners, like the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force has been able to achieve. Jetson Leader Lewis, Jake Foster, OIG Leader March Bell, Rebecca Yuan. There's lots of other people in the room right now who deserve a lot of credit. All of us agree with the president and the vice president that the best prescription for a fraudster is prosecution. The era of champagne on private jets is over. No longer will champagne and private jets be paid for by the American taxpayer. Andrew Ferguson leads that White House Anti-Fraud Task Force together with Colin McDonald and the vice president. I asked him to come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. The president said he wanted a whole-of-government approach to combating healthcare fraud and fraud across all our benefits programs, and this is the result. Every major leader in this space from the federal government is standing up here, and all have contributed in critically important ways to this effort. Investigators, prosecutors, healthcare specialists, the leadership at HHS and at CMS have made today possible. I also want to thank Jake Foster and his team, Justin Woodward and Rebecca Uya at DOJ at the healthcare fraud unit that has broken records with today's effort, not just in their own prosecutions, but in harnessing the power of the U.S. attorneys and state attorneys general to make today possible. The vice president has always said we have to take a two-pronged approach to this. We have to stop the money from getting out of the agencies. Administrator Oz and Secretary Kennedy have talked about that. And then we have to impose consequences on people that have defrauded the American government. And we've been saying that we're doing this to save these programs from the fraud that is bleeding them dry, that will make them unavailable in the future for future generations, to protect the investment, the trillions of dollars of investment that every American taxpayer makes every single year to help their friends, their neighbors, and strangers in times of need. But I also, like Dr. Oz, I want to talk about the real human toll of this for a minute. I want to talk about skin substitutes or allografts. 5 years ago, Medicare was paying out less than $1 billion every year in allografts and skin substitutes. By 2025, almost $15 billion. These programs were riddled with fraud. And yes, that's a problem because it takes money out of all of our pockets and puts it into the hands of the worst people on the planet. But this doesn't just affect all of us. These frauds affect individual American citizens in horrifying ways. We saw this, for example, in Minnesota, where a program designed to protect veterans from homelessness was so attacked by fraudsters, they had to shut the thing down because they couldn't afford it anymore. I want to talk about a particular case that the department has indicted today out of the District of Nevada, where a nurse practitioner is accused of having bilked Medicaid for almost $1 billion in skin substitute allografts. But this isn't just filing fake claims and trying to take money out of our pockets. She was performing these skin substitute procedures on vulnerable elderly Americans in hospices and in nursing homes, and then submitting those claims. She was using human beings, American citizens, as living piggy banks, and that she took the money she got from those living piggy banks and she bought $865,000 necklaces that the department seized. She bought a almost $500,000 Ferrari that the department also seized. We've heard a lot about the numbers today. We've heard how many records have been broken by the Department of Justice's and HHS's incredible efforts today. But the numbers shouldn't be treated as an abstraction. This doesn't just affect the whole country as taxpayers. Real human beings, American citizens, are physically maimed because of this fraud. So shutting down this fraud, killing these incentives for people to commit fraud, putting people in jail to commit these frauds, aren't just about protecting the fisc. They're not just about protecting the program. They are about protecting our fellow American citizens from the worst of us. That is why this is so important. That's why the vice president assembled this task force at the president's direction. And this is the result. The entire federal government deploying all of its resources at home and abroad to end the fraud and to protect American citizens. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to DEA Administrator Terry Cole.
Thank you, and Mr. Attorney General, good morning, sir. We stand here today united to share the commitment to protect Americans and save American lives. It's been said, but bears repeating, healthcare fraud is not just a financial crime. It's a public safety threat, a public health threat, and a direct threat to the trust the Americans place in our healthcare system. Let me be clear. Medical providers who fuel addiction, endanger lives, and profit from pain they cause are no different than any other drug trafficker. DEA occupies a unique place in this fight. We sit at the intersection of healthcare, regulation, and law enforcement. Our job is to protect the controlled substance supply chain and stop those who seek to exploit it. The CSA created a closed system of distribution, one designed to keep medications available for legitimate care while preventing diversion and abuse. Every link in that chain has a responsibility to protect patients and to preserve trust in the system. Being a DEA registrant is not just a privilege. It is a responsibility. It is a promise to patients that medical decisions will be based on clinical judgment, not financial gain. While the vast majority of healthcare professionals honor that promise, criminals have found ways to exploit the system for personal gain. As both a law enforcement and regulatory agency, DEA sees things others don't. We connect the dots between drug diversion, fraud, and criminal activity. And when we find those abusing positions of trust, we act. We use every authority available, criminal, civil, and administrative, to protect patients and preserve trust in our nation's healthcare system. In this takedown alone, DEA developed 18 criminal and civil cases in coordination with U.S. attorneys' offices and issued a record 928 administrative actions to prevent future harm. This includes 205 orders to show cause, 53 immediate suspensions, and 642 surrenders for cause. In one case we work with our partners, we uncovered $36 million in Medicaid fraud, resulting in the seizure of $15 million in U.S. currency, 6 aircrafts from a single physician. In another case, we identified a pillar of a pill mill, clinics operating, that were issuing more than 2 million oxycodone prescriptions and over 900,000 hydrocodone prescriptions. Each scheme chips away at the safeguards put into place to ensure every patient gets the medication they need safely and lawfully. Americans should never have to wonder whether a prescription was written because it was needed or because someone saw an opportunity to profit. Our message to any medical provider who abuses that trust is simple. If you choose personal greed over professional responsibility, DEA will hold you accountable. DEA has been entrusted to save American lives. We will not stand idle while criminals exploit patients, abuse positions of trust, and put profit over people. Thank you. And now I'd like to welcome HSI Matt Mulholland. Thanks, sir.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Mulholland. I'm the Acting Deputy Executive Associate Director of Homeland Security Investigations, the principal investigative arm of the Department of Homeland Security. Today's announcement marks a pivotal moment in our nation's ongoing fight against healthcare fraud. A crime that steals from American taxpayers, it puts vulnerable patients at risk. As part of the Department of Homeland Security, HSI is proud to stand alongside our partners in this historic effort. HSI's mission is clear: to safeguard the American public and economy from criminal organizations and individuals who seek to exploit our benefits system for personal gain. Healthcare fraud undermines trust in our healthcare system and diverts resources from those who need them most. This year's National Healthcare Fraud Takedown is the largest in history, with 455 defendants charged across 45 states and territories, and more than $6.5 billion in alleged fraud uncovered. HSI plays a critical role in investigating the transnational criminal networks behind this fraud, identifying and apprehending fugitives overseas, and disrupting schemes that span across borders. Our special agents, working closely with the Department of Justice, HHS, the FBI, the DEA, our local and state and international partners, demonstrated extraordinary dedication and expertise. Using advanced data analytics and financial intelligence to follow money, seize assets, and ensure accountability at every level. Their commitment, collaboration, and innovation have made today's results possible. Together, we've shown that no criminal, no matter how sophisticated or well hidden, can evade the reach of the U.S. government. HSI remains steadfast in its commitment to protecting the American people, defending the integrity of our nation's financial infrastructure, and ensuring that those who abuse it are held accountable. Today's actions send a powerful message. If you target our healthcare programs, you will be found, you will be prosecuted, and you will be brought to justice. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. We'll take a couple questions on what we're here for today. If you want to hear from somebody in particular on stage, just feel free to lead with that. Any questions? Alex.
Yeah, last year's announcement, it was $14.6 billion of intended fraud loss. This year, you said $6.5 billion. I'm wondering, can you explain the discrepancy there? Is this as a result of fewer prosecutions, less money, or is, as Dr. Oz mentioned, the idea that you guys are catching this before the money goes out the door? Is that having an impact?
Yeah, look, I think it's a combination of everything you just said. It's a combination. There were a couple of cases last year that made that number that high, and so we said this year we have been doing an extraordinary amount of work. And when I say we, I'm not saying the Department of Justice. I'm saying everybody on the stage and the folks in the back. And part of that work includes turning off the spigot. That's right. And so it includes more detection early on that stops the claims from even going anywhere near a payment being issued, and that's part of the reason. And so yeah, we had a great year last year too when it comes to combating fraud. If you are an American taxpayer, you should be extraordinarily happy with what you see on the stage right now. Not only because of what we're talking about today, but because of what we were talking about a year ago when we had a similar day. And I expect that you're going to hear more from us over the next several months, because this, for the first time, at least in modern history, everybody is working together. When we talked about state AGs, we're talking about Republicans, Democrats, we're talking about New York, we're talking about Florida. This is a chronic problem that was actually hurting so many people, not only financially, but thievery, but also hurting, like you heard today, the stories. So look, I think we had a great year last year, right? A phenomenal year this year, and I expect there'll be more happening over the next year, the rest of the year.
And then just an off topic, if I could.
No off topics. Next question. And we've got a lot of people here for this reason. So we got a lot of people here for this reason. And they give up their time. So next question. Yes.
He gets to ask his question on the topic that he chooses. We're not here as spectators. So.
Are states, with both Democratic and Republican leaders, working with federal authorities to identify these cases or investigate and provide facts?
I think, Colin, you want to handle that?
Yes, thank you for the question. And just to clarify, last year, which was a great result by our department, there were 324 defendants that were charged in last year's takedown. Today, 455 in the last 14 days have been charged with fraud offenses. And to your question about the state participation, we have last year, I believe there were 13 states that participated with us in our takedown. And this year we are in the high 40s of those who have come to the table to add their resources to come work with us, because this truly is a national problem that demands a national response. And that's really driven by the White House Fraud Task Force, which is bringing everybody together to say, hey, if we don't solve it, no one will. And folks are coming to the table to ensure that we do this work against the fraudsters better than we've ever done it before.
In the case involving the basketball player who died, and I know Dr. Oz, you were highlighting that, was that resolved and solved through sort of old-fashioned law enforcement work, or were there techniques and tools that the Justice Department or other agencies employed that resulted in that $89 million fraud being detected?
There was boots on the ground. Individuals went, they got the records, they could tell how many seconds transpired between when the actual EKG was sent to the doctor in question and when the readout was delivered, so saying that it was normal. And again, I'll speak as a heart physician. There's no way you could miss this diagnosis. This child's heart on autopsy was massive. And if it's 2.5 times bigger than your fist, it looks like that. And the child had echocardiogram and EKG, also had Dopplers of his carotids and groins. And this doctor was practicing in multiple states, which is one of the things doctors do to hide their path. They can sneak around. And the mom is in Florida. And it's really tragic. And I just want to highlight this is a dead child's a dead child. Red state, blue state, it doesn't matter. And that's why I think so many states are participating, because Medicaid is a program that is run by the states. And having them all on board, I think, is a reinforcing element to the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force.
Are you getting cooperation from the healthcare corporations in terms of detecting this fraud? What's your relationship with the healthcare corporations? Are these one-offs that are just individuals that are kind of, sneaking through the getting around the controls, or are the companies helping to detect this fraud?
That's a good question. Who's the best to answer that? You want Colin?
Yes, we have great working relationships with healthcare corporations who are required to be alert to instances of fraud across their programs, and we collaborate with them to make sure that we can illuminate fraudsters across the healthcare portfolio, and we encourage every healthcare corporation to come work with us to root out those who are seeking to defraud the American people by exploiting our healthcare programs.
Hey, Mr. Attorney General, will you take one off-topic question?
No. You got to take an off-topic.
Any other questions?
Sir?
All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, there you have it. We were hearing from federal officials as they were giving an update on healthcare fraud, stating that billions of dollars are being lost, affecting not just taxpayers, but real human beings. And they were talking about the human aspect to these crimes right there. Not answering any questions that were off topic, but we did want to share all of that in its entirety.
And let me go and pull this up, because Hassan did talk about the rape gangs. I'm surprised. Here we go.
Hello, Muslim rape gang apologist. You good, bro?
By the way, watch his face. Watch what he does.
Apologist.
You see, he looked over.
You good, bro?
He looked over to make sure that his hand was on the correct amount, on the correct button. And I also want to say that, really, I think he self-reports every single time that he uses his soundboard, because the behavior and the movement that he makes is identical to the movement that he made whenever Kaya appeared to be shocked on his stream. It is the exact one-for-one. Does the exact same thing. It's just interesting, isn't it?
I swear to God, these guys are they're bots, right? They get their new talking points, and then immediately they're off to the fucking races. A very normal thing to type on a Twitch chat on a Sunday evening, yeah.
As opposed to supporting terrorists, which is totally, very normal, right?
Go ahead, speak out against rape gangs. I have, and will continue to do so.
When? Yeah, when?
The Epstein pedophilia rape gang for a...
Of course. You don't actually care about it. You don't actually give a shit. You just use this as political capital. This is a political vehicle to you. You don't care if the girls are getting raped or not. You don't give a shit. You care about who's doing the raping. Is it people that it's politically advantageous for me to say are rapists? Oh, it is? Oh, well, then they did it. For sure. Definitely. It's a huge problem. Everybody should be talking about this. How convenient.
Example is one of the primary rape gangs I speak out against. Or...
By the way, the Epstein rape gang was very bad. Thousands of victims. And actually, they said, so according to the, whatever Department of Defense or, FBI or whatever, they said there were approximately 1,500 to 2,000 victims of Epstein. And this is also not compare that to the, 250,000 that were the victims in just the UK, right? I mean, it's literally like 1 versus 1,000. And probably more, right? 1,000 versus 250K. Oh, gee, yeah, exactly. So there's really no comparison between these two things. And also, the fact is that Epstein is a bad actor that we got rid of, and that's it. The worst thing is a systematic allowance of this behavior. That's what makes it even worse.
Outside of that, I consistently have criticized the nation state of Israel for having a pro-rape January 6th.
One of the things that you guys need to remember is that Hamas never rapes anybody. Nobody ever gets raped in places like Pakistan or in Gaza or in Palestine. It's only Israel that rapes people. This is something that nobody knows except for Hassan. That's why he has to talk about it all the time, is so people remember.
I bet he's from Naperville. No, I think this guy is. I think this guy might be a Euroid. Dude, that's crazy. I can't believe this is a real person.
A Euroid. Oh my God, that's a new one.
We were just talking about this last night, if you remember. Go ahead, do a reading of the UK rape gangs. Buddy, I've covered the supposed Muslim rape gangs controversies.
You see, he immediately poisons the well. instantly poisons the well. I've covered the supposed, and then he goes on to create extra qualifying terms to make it seem more ridiculous. You're immediately trying to poison the well. It's obvious what you're doing, and everybody knows it.
Since like 2013, okay?
You were talking about it since 2013. Why? Whenever you were saying, what was it? Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Does that count as you talking about it? Because that was the only time that I heard you saying anything about this prior to this. Never heard him talking about this at all.
Not a new phenomena.
Not good. It's gross. Yeah, I wouldn't
Just
say
because
that.
Rupert Lowe recently rehashed the old school.
Rehash the old school. This is more minimizing, right? This is more dishonest language that's being applied in order to avoid having anybody criticize, your ethnic group that you believe that you're a part of.
You're denying it again? No, I'm not. Are there Pakistani people who have committed rape on British soil? Yes.
Okay.
The primary perpetrators are still white men, but you won't talk about.
Well, they said, according to the thing, it actually said that 87%, 84% had Islamic names and they were from Pakistan. It was somewhere around there. So actually, that's not true. And even if the majority were white, what happens if, like, let's say 30% of them were Pakistani? Well, if Pakistani Muslims are only 6% of the population and they're represented at 30% of this behavior, that's 5 times more likely than what their counterparts would be. So I think that even if you use this reasoning and you look at not only are you wrong on like just a numerical basis, you're wrong on that basis, number one, but on top of that, you would even be wrong on a per capita basis, even if you were technically right.
That shit, because you don't give a fuck about rape. You only want to turn it into some sort of racialized, some sort of like race-based crime.
Yeah, it is a race-based crime in some cases. Whenever they're saying that they're raping these girls because of their skin color and because of their religion, that makes it a race-based crime. That's correct. Yes. I think that we all know that we have rapists in every country. I just think that the idea is you shouldn't import more of them. It's pretty simple.
What am I denying? Am I denying that, Pakistani men or other migrants have done rapes on British soil? I'm not denying that. I'm denying the idea that it's just Muslims that are raping.
I think there are white people that do it too. But there is a massive overrepresentation of certain demographic groups that are doing bad things, and it's true here in America too. And the idea of, well, we have to be equal and we can't be racist and we can never look at demographic trends at all. Like, I'm sorry, but like whenever you have Asian Americans and Black Americans are 20 times more likely to commit a murder than an Asian person is, you have to ask yourself what's going on there. You do. And this is the same thing with the rape gangs in the UK. Do you think it's Japanese people doing this? How many Japanese people are doing this versus how many people from Pakistan are doing this? And until you want to confront these uncomfortable truths and look at the reasons why they're happening, you just really are trying to lie to people because you don't want to look at reality. You don't want to look at what's actually happening. And that's the problem. Like, obviously, like, and this is more, well, this isn't really true, and it's minimizes, disqualifies it. Yeah. And it's also very obviously, like, he's deliberately misusing and misunderstanding statistics and probability. Yes, exactly. And there's also the other huge component to this, too, is that everybody agrees that, like, whenever a white person is a rapist, that they should be obviously, like, they should be hung on a tree. Like, that's what I think. You rape an 11-year-old girl, you're on the tree, you're under the guillotine tomorrow morning, right? That's it. It's over. And so, like, it's really simple to me. But the problem is that whenever you have somebody like Henry Novak, right, or Novak, and he was killed by a Sikh, right, not a Muslim, but a Sikh, and then you have his mother and his family that are crying and screaming racism when this person, like his Vikram Digwa, I think that was the name of the murderer, killed him with a knife, right? That person, that's the problem, is it's not just the fact that people are committing the crimes. We all would be accepting and understanding that people commit crimes. This is normal. The problem is that you have an entire community and a, sub-community apparatus that protects them and insulates them from accountability. That's the big problem. And this even extends into the government. So the issue isn't even necessarily, like, it obviously is, profoundly the rapes, but beyond that, the ones that really, the reason why it is so upsetting and so, angering for people is the fact that it was ignored by the government because of accusations of racism. And number two, that it was concealed and insulated by the community that knew it was happening and let it happen. Those are the reasons why people are really mad. That's the actual reason.
white British women in the way that that was presented, and that this has something to do with Islam. Yeah, I will. We speak out against this. The Muslim community's covered it up, and the cops covered it up too. Yes, woke cops that are pro-Islam. You're right.
It's not that they're pro-Islam. It's that they don't want to have. They don't want to get accused of racism. They don't want to do, and they were even trained to do this. They're trained to do this in order to treat minority groups differently than they would treat a native British person. So that's really it. And so Hassan was right. Keir Starmer wouldn't have resigned. Yes, exactly. You probably noticed this, but Hassan is saying commit rapes in Britain, not commit British women. Yeah, I guess, right?
Rupert Lowe's report has no factual, like has some real instances and then a whole deal of inaccuracies.
How do you know that?
Okay.
How do you know that?
But you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about the 87% of the perps in the inquiry were Muslim. Does that, okay. Great question for you. Okay. Do you think those are all the rapes?
No, I think it's even worse. Yeah, I think it's even worse, actually. Because you have to think about the girls that killed themselves, too. I bet it's probably even... What if, you know what, Hassan's right, what if it's only 80%? Then we'd look pretty stupid, wouldn't we? I mean, look, only 80% of them are from Pakistan. It's only 80%, not 87%, you idiot. It's only 80.
Do you think that, or do you think that this inquiry specifically wanted to make it seem like only Muslims are doing rapes on British soil?
Well,
also,
I mean, if it's 87%, only would imply that there was other people besides the 87%, because there's a 100% number and 87 isn't all of them. So you would logically assume that there would be more than that.
Oh,
Duh.
You say Foyd slop.
It is. It was. No,
you say shit like Foyd slop. You don't give a...
Do you really think that saying Foyd slop is the same as defending rape gangs? Do you think that saying Foyd slop or something about Foyds, this is the same as raping women on an industrial scale across an entire country when you have an entire community that's like basically insulating it and a government that's refusing to prosecute it? This is the same thing? Using that word? Like, this is insane.
Fuck, you want to be the guy who's doing the rapes, it seems.
You know,
like,
he's the rapist? Wait, what? Do you know who else did this? The guys in Bricks and Minifigs, remember that? They went and they said the same exact thing. They said, oh no, you stole the Legos. You stole the Legos. No. And by the way, him saying that my laugh was fake, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this? Oh my God.
You say shit like Foyd slop. You don't give a fuck. You want to be the guy who's doing the rapes, it seems.
He wants to be a rapist? Oh my God.
Like, what do you mean?
What?
Am I supposed to sit here and act like a guy who says, oh, these women are whores, they're doing... This is classic Foyd slop, sincerely cares about sexual assaults? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do. I think we absolutely do. I think that it's totally okay to say some women are hoes and they act like hoes and they're annoying and they have dumb opinions, but we don't want to have them get raped. That's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, duh, of course. I mean, everybody knows that. Anyway, I think that he made one more thing about me, and then we'll
Hello, Muslim rape gang apologist.
Well, that's about right. You're trying to downplay it. And do you remember what I said before about how Hassan will always downplay and always try to muddy the waters whenever it is bad behavior that's being done by that group? And then this is another one. Okay, this is me on Israel. Here we go. Let's watch this, and then we're going to move on. We got some other stuff to look at, too. Those aren't exclusive. Yes, exactly. Every single time. It's so weird. He's downplaying it. He's 100% trying to downplay it. And this is the thing that I feel like a lot of the women, because there's a lot of women that watch Hassan, right? And, you know, he takes, I don't know how a hairy Turkish man has the biggest feminine energy on the entire website. I don't know how this has happened, but somehow it has. And so there's a lot of women that watch him. I think, you know, he's a good looking guy. And on top of that, like he thinks like a woman a lot of times. He does. Thinks like a chick. And so I think that they watch him and they're like, yeah, that's so true. You're so right. You know, and that's it. And so that's it. I feel very disappointed. And this is the problem, is that he will make excuses for you getting raped as long as it's being done by somebody who he can use politically to his advantage. And I think that's really disgusting. It's very disgusting to do that. Who would do that?
Speaking of as a goy, I want to show you another one.
Many of these.
I want to show you another take. Asmongold begs his chat to stop criticizing Israel and claims the distraction from Trump's amazing presidency.
By the way, this is, again, him signal boosting another account that basically engages in harassment, misunderstanding, and borderline defamation about me all of the time in an attempt to create negative sentiment about me online and to potentially get me banned. Hassan, I think, probably works with this account. I have no idea. I would never accuse him of this, but I think it's very likely he works with this account to coordinate other forms of misrepresentation of myself in order to push this narrative. They literally, it's in his name. So remember when he said, like, oh, nobody does this, like my community doesn't do this? You're doing it right now. These people are actual goyim, and you've been convinced that Israel is your biggest enemy while you side with other people that want to ethnically and demographically replace you in a different way, and you think that they're on their side. That's right. That's what's happening to you, and you're being played for a fucking fool. You've been poison pilled. And do you know why? It's because you're winning. It's because you're winning astronomically. You're completely destroying every one of their designs. You have totally removed the idea of, genital mutilation for children because they've been psyoped by their parents to think that they're the opposite gender.
Yeah, this was a real thing that was happening all the time. I'm glad that it's been destroyed.
If it wasn't a real thing that wasn't happening all the time, then why wouldn't it just be easy for you to condemn it and say that it's bad and then say nobody should do it? Why not? You can't make an argument to triviality and not have it immediately reversed on yourself. You're right that a lot of people were not, and there's a spectrum of this. Very few kids were given gender transition surgery, but more of them were given gender transition hormones or hormone blockers. And even more of them beyond that were allowed to socially transition with help of a school, a medical professional, and also the parents. I view all three of these as problematic, but the third one obviously is the worst. So if you actually don't think this is happening and it's not a big deal, then why wouldn't you just immediately say, yeah, it's really bad and I don't support it? It's because you want people to basically assume that your takes on these these social issues are accurate, and then you hold all the class issues behind that. You can't say that the social issues don't matter if you will never compromise on the social issues. Jijian just got arrested. I'll look at that after this.
Yeah.
Remind me.
Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white supremacy now? Yes.
Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white supremacy? I don't know. Has Twitch changed its policy to allow rape apology? To promote raping white women? Did they change their policy for that? Uh-huh.
Okay, sure.
How about terrorism promotion?
It costs a fucking arm and a leg to keep up with your groceries and keep up with your bills, but you're winning.
Yeah.
Why are you winning? Because we're owning the libtards. Okay? Also, it's perfectly cool and normal and valid to have to sign a document that says you will never disavow the beautiful nation state of Israel if you want to keep your job. It's good. I love signing loyalty pledges to Israel so I can be a school teacher in the state of Texas. Why would you ever say that that's strange?
That's totally fine. I don't agree with that either. This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. All I recognize is that just because you don't like Israel, that doesn't put you on my side. There are a lot of different groups of people that don't like Jews and don't like Israel. The Houthis don't like Israel. Does that mean the Houthis are on my side? Of course not. That's my point.
Excuse me? What are you, an anti-Semite? Why would you talk about that? Just stop talking about Israel, please.
Stay focused, because
there's never been a moment in my life where I have maintained this position that like TV shows are woke now, so that means it's good, and that means we're fucking winning. As a matter of fact, during peak woke, many people might.
I would say that you enable the people that do it, and you represent the people that do it. You absolutely do. You are absolutely an enabler of the woke bullying squads, the forced bullshit in these shows, and also, like, if you are not saying anything even against them, and you are finding yourself on the same side as them, and you're voting for them and advocating for them, you're basically supporting it.
Not have known this about me. I routinely railed against the quote-unquote SJW messaging campaigns that hyper-focused on television shows. And I said that this was a byproduct of, being powerless and recognizing your powerlessness, which is why you were choosing to have some semblance of control and you know, some way of feeling as though you have you know, as though there is an avenue where people are responsive, an institution is being responsive to your needs. And it was usually during it was just Hollywood, right? And I kept explaining to people that this was silly, and a lot of people would get mad at me for that. And I was like, no, the real power comes from actual political organizing, labor militancy, being able to claw back some of your...
Social messaging absolutely matters, and you know that. That's the reason why you try to involve yourself and involve other people. So this is the reason and the way that you know that this isn't accurate, is that Hasan has he said on multiple times, that he wants to collaborate with other people and other streamers in order to normalize his language and his ideology in the eyes of other people. So this is what he's openly just simply stated this. And so because of that, I think that that's an indicator that you clearly understand the power of media and the idea of soft and subliminal messaging and basically creating a narrative and a hyper reality where people believe certain things and how that hyper reality will manifest into actual reality. And that's the reason why you do it.
Your own productive output that you are responsible for, having some autonomy in the workplace, or getting your wishes across to politicians. That
every single thing that he just said isn't possible in China and Cuba, and he gasses them up all the time. That's the reason why Hasan doesn't actually care about these issues, is that he's willing to compromise these issues all of the time whenever it's with his favorite communist dictatorship. So the one issue that he will never compromise, though, is the support of Islamic terrorism. China supports Iran, and I think also Cuba does, too, to an extent. I think didn't Cuba attack Israel, for example? That is the one core of his ideology. That is the one main thing that he cares about more than anything else. And the reason and the way that you can tell that is the fact that that is the one thing that he will never compromise. He will never compromise any level of negative criticism or negativity around Islamic terrorists. That is the core of his ideology, and all of the class politics and everything else is simply a vehicle to advance that core ideology.
Is real political power. All this other stuff is bullshit, meant as a distraction to make you feel like you are, you know, actually accomplishing something. Asmongold is now doing the other side of that. It's the reverse SJW. It's the anti-woke SJWs, the injustice, the social injustice warriors. Okay, from the social justice warriors to the social injustice warriors.
We got it the first time.
That's precisely what Asmongold's goals are here.
So Hasan's a bad person. He's always defending rapists and terrorists, pushing for it to happen. I don't know how much of this he really even believes, honestly. It's hard to say.
Focus on television shows that are now anti-woke. That's idiotic.
Wine. That's not how.
Okay, well, if it's idiotic, then just let it go. If you actually think that it's not a big deal and you actually think that it doesn't matter, then just let it go. But you don't want to let it go because you act like these culture war issues are a distraction, but you will never compromise on them.
Hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife.
What do you say?
You're going to go out and virtue signal about how bad this is, but then also run defense for the rapist gangs that are doing it to girls that are 11 or want a 9-year-old wife. In Iran, they have 9-year-old wives, but you're going to go out there and talk about how Nick's saying this is bad. This is a double standard. Obviously, wanting to marry underage girls is bad categorically. If you can't draw a distinction between that, then that's your problem.
Well, Asmon Dad watched me.
Hey, listen, is that all you're going to show from Hasan?
No, I just haven't gotten around to it. Okay.
I move over to Hasan and see him trash you every day.
Okay.
And it's still off the fucking wall.
All right, okay.
I wouldn't say anything, but he shits on you all the time.
Yeah, I know.
I know you're non-confrontational.
I am.
I make up for it on the other end.
You sure do.
For confrontational. If they would only allow me to shoot everybody on the fucking...
All right, so guys, he really appreciates all of the kind words. Everybody, yep, all right.
Well, Asmon Dad watched me. But, yeah, these are the guys who are... Like, Asmongold is not a particularly clever orator or a decent propagandist.
That's because I don't lie
he's
to
just
people.
like watery.
So the reason why I'm not good at that is because I choose not to be. I never lie to people ever. I always state what my intentions are in plain English, and I make what I believe immediately and profoundly clear. Hassan lies. So I don't like lying to people. I view it as kind of cheating. Because if you're lying to people, well, then you can just make people believe whatever they want. But the more difficult thing, in my opinion, is to tell people the truth and then get them to accept it anyway. Hassan just lies to people. Yeah, obviously it's going to be easier for you to convince people whenever you tell them one thing and then do something else. Like, yeah, duh, of course. I never do that. I never lie.
Bring down shit that he sees on his Twitter timeline, right? He's just like basically rehashing tweets that
you're reading a tweet right now. You're literally on Twitter.
That he reads off of his timeline. He doesn't actually have.
You're on Twitter. You're also
right-wing opinions. Obviously,
you're on
that
Twitter.
Much is clear.
Like,
but he doesn't have the capacity to push for these values on his own. All he can do is just like respond to stimuli. And that's the reason why he keeps going back and forth on the Israel stuff. Like one day he'll lean into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
It's very simple, actually. I don't want Israel involved in our politics, but I also don't blame everything on Israel. And I view that the focus around Israel is created by left-wing people in order to divide the right. So they're united against, or they're divided with the issue of Israel, and they're fighting over Israel rather than fighting over demographic replacement, for example. I think that if Israel disappeared tomorrow and every Jew on the earth went to the moon, we would still have the same people pushing for the same ideologies and the same stuff. Hassan obviously isn't a Jew. I don't think he's from Israel. I'd be surprised if he was. That'd be quite a plot twist. But his ideology would remain. And so my argument is simply that, yes, Israel is a problem in America, and their influence is a problem, but at the same time, it's not the only problem. And there are larger problems that exist that can be solved simultaneously, and anybody who positions themselves as against Israel does not mean that they are pro-America. That's my position. It's more nuanced than just one or the other.
And then the next day he'll be like, while I do genuinely appreciate people like Nick Fuentes for all the bold advocacy that they're doing that I agree with.
Yes.
At the same time, we got to stop talking about this Israel stuff.
Yes,
right?
that's correct. This is something that's called having a different opinion. So Nick aligns with me on a lot of issues. He doesn't align with me on every issue. And even with some of the Israel things I agree with him on, I just think that they are less crucial than he does. Why would I make an enemy out of Nick, who I think is trying to help and save Western civilization, over a disagreement about a country that's on the other side of the world, whenever he agrees with me on all these other topics? It's stupid. Why would I do that? Like, duh. This is, they want you to take the bait because they want you to fight with each other rather than against them. That's it.
It's inconsistent. And as long as he keeps hitting the, fuck Hassan line, as long as he keeps saying, like, no, these wokes are actually ruining your life. Think about the culture war. Think about the culture war.
If the culture war didn't matter, then stop talking about it. Stop advocating for it and stop promoting people that advocate for it. But you won't do that because you know that it matters.
As long as he hits those lines, then it's fine.
The culture war and the people that are doing it provide insulation for his ideology. And that's the reason why he will never go against it. That's the reason why. And it's actually I support you. Isn't it wild that Nick says less racist stuff than Hassan? When has Nick ever advocated for SA for Arab girls? As far as I know, he hasn't. I have no idea. But yeah, anyway, I know I talk about Hassan. Like, in my opinion, I think these topics are, oh, this is destiny. Look at this. Oh, wow.
Like a fight between Asmongold and Hassan, especially in this format, Asmongold will always win because Asmongold can engage with the facts more honestly than Hassan can. Hassan is like having to fight Asmongold on like 2 or 3 different levels here, where one, Hassan might legitimately be intellectually outpaced. I don't know. I don't actually know where this guy's mind is anymore in terms of like learning facts or anything.
Yep, because he's lying.
Hassan is fighting on Twitch, which in terms of just the demographics of the audience, are probably going to be more favorable towards Asmongold, we might guess. Like, tend to be more white, tend to be more first world, tend to be more, non-Muslim, Christian, whatever else. And then 3, Hassan is trying to do propaganda for everything. Hassan is no longer ever communicating on any factual basis. It's always through this cringy, like, Marxist analysis. So Hassan is, like, on so many different levels trying to do this fight. Hassan is going to be supportive of, and he will downplay, Muslim extremist violence in Europe. He will do that.
How about that?
Or Asmongold is going to have a view of like Western culture in some regards is superior to the culture from some of these places, which to some extent is a true statement. People. people don't like to acknowledge that. But I mean, like, generally speaking, democratic regimes where the women have the right to go outside and not be, you know, getting 72 lashes because they sing a song without their fucking burqas on or whatever. Like,
see, he saw that story. I know exactly. That was in Iran.
This is generally a better thing. But Assad can never, ever, 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 ever.
Atención, les habla la DEA y el Departamento de Policía de Los Ángeles.
Kind of funny, last time the feds came into MacArthur Park, Karen Bass came running to be against it, but now suddenly, now she has a close race with, I still think it's Pratt, not Rahman. Now she's not there. Drug enforcement, because there's massive...
In the area, you may be subject to
The DEA's there because all of the problems that are in Los Angeles with the homeless are drug related. Like it or not, these bums aren't there. They're homeless because they're, like, you know, on hard times. It's because they're addicted to what Spencer Pratt calls super meth.
Search and possible arrest. This is an active law enforcement operation.
We're getting full on Bearcats. Oh, you said, okay, so you're saying they screw Pratt out of his spot. I think all this law enforcement, especially in places like MacArthur Park, has to do with what happened to Spencer Pratt. Because now they found the FBI to search and investigate voter fraud in LA, spotted on Skid Row after allegations homeless people were paid to vote. There's a lot of people telling street journalists that they were paid to vote. Maybe that's why the California and Gavin News scam rushed out there to say Californians could be sued and charged $66 per hour for asking questions of the state government under crazy new bill. They are really trying to make this communist China.
The shaft, and he did, Spencer Pratt, he did really pretty damn well. And they threw him out, and it was happening.
I'm saying if Spencer Pratt won the in-person voting, not the early voting, and Rahman won the late mail-in ballots, but not all the mail-in ballots, just the ones that came in later. If the in-person voting was like far in favor of Pratt, I think actual voters, not harvested ballots, not homeless people not knowing what they're voting for, being paid to vote, I think Spencer has won by a far margin.
To Steve Hilton, and I went on a tear, and they said it was going to be 2 weeks, and they'll know about Hilton whether or not he's going to make it. I went on such a tear that they approved it immediately. They approved Steve. It's such a rigged deal. It's so crazy. And
it's like he says rigged, not as in fraud, as in rigged, where they created a system that no matter what happens, they can find the votes they need, and it'll be legal for them to find the votes they need, which is a scary part.
Approved him so fast because everybody was watching, and he was leading, and it was leading by a lot, and you saw his lead was dissipating rapidly. They were taking it away from him just like they took it away from the kid, and
they took it away from Trump during 2020, but then also how they took it away from the 2 Senate runoff elections in Georgia. They didn't need to win. What was it, Ossoff and Warnock? The same thing that happened in all the swing states that Biden needed to win. Piperst, stop counting, whatever it may be, count ballots and it all went one way, and then just resume voting or counting ballots later on. Every election they absolutely need to win, they do it to implement this. Runoff elections they need because they need to have the majority in Senate. Presidential elections because they're fighting Trump, and Spencer Pratt not going against Karen Bass because she can't survive 6 more months of campaigning from Spencer. They always implement the same thing. And the sad part is they've made it legal.
I went on a tear, and by the way, we have the U.S. attorneys looking at it, and the 2 weeks said all of a sudden, we have a surprise, Steve Hilton won. And he did win, but they were going to take it away shortly. They were going to take it away over a 2-week period. You know, they announced that they wouldn't have the results for a week to 2 weeks. All of a sudden, they approved Steve Hilton.
Yeah, and notice, when Spencer was ahead, they already said, well, first they said Becerra beat Hilton when he was number 2. So he's moving on. Spencer was ahead, Spencer was ahead. The second Rahman got ahead of Spencer, they called the election for him. They're still counting ballots to today. They don't know who won, but that's how the system works.
But Iran.
It's a rigged election.
Yeah.
Okay, but
just look, I shouldn't have brought that up. But how do you feel about Iran?
But let's get back. Get back. I just want to say to them.
They're looking into it right now because it's awfully suspicious, and they're already moving on from like the homeless scams and like the ballot harvesting. LA City Council just voted 10-5 to advance a proposal that would allow non-citizens to vote in the city in school board elections. I don't have the video pulled up right now, but the Democrats over there are just trying to say it's about fairness. They live here, they pay taxes. No mention on if they're a net negative. They collect more in welfare than they pay in taxes, and they give a lot of that welfare to other countries through remittances. They don't mention that, but they say it's about fairness. They live here, they should be able to vote. And it's not about fairness to them. It's about breaking the chain of validity. If all you need to vote in California is a gym membership or an insurance card that my tax dollars give insurance to illegal immigrants anyway, there's no way to verify this person's real or not. There's no way to verify they didn't register 20 times. It's not about fairness. It's not about max democracy. It's about how much fraud can we legalize so it's not fraud anymore. This should come to no surprise because California, we're starting to think that it's rotten to the core.
What made you look into?
Because we saw in the other video how New Scam is like really okay with us investigating all the fraud, all the things that are happening, but he said, leave my family alone. Don't look into my wife. Maybe that's what we need to start looking.
What made you look into Newsom's wife in the first place, and what did you find?
Well, there are just always a lot of questions that seem to be swirling around the Newsoms and their finances, have been for years.
Well, all the Democrats getting a $100,000 salary and buying a $10 million mansion doesn't make sense. You don't got to be a math agent to say they have too much money. They're spending too much money for the position they have as civil servants.
And so I thought, this is a man who clearly is going to be running for president. This is worth looking at, what their finances are, what the
and the idea that he doesn't think that they're going to start looking into them when he gets into the next step is kind of like Fauci, where it's like, you've done wrong. The smart move would be kind of slither back into your hole and pray nobody gets in the power to connect you to the gain-of-function research. His ego won't stop him from saying he may have gotten away with some crimes, but let me put myself in the limelight where I'm going to be under the most scrutiny, because I'm telling you right now, he doesn't really got to worry about Trump and Republicans for going after his shady history of women and having sleeping with his best friend's wife and apologizing on television about it. Or he doesn't have to worry about the fraud, all that stuff. It's going to come from other Democrats. Democrats that also want to be president are going to shove that in his face as well. It's not going to be nice.
And so when I had a look at Jennifer Newsom's charity, I found that she was paying herself since 2012 $3.7 million.
I need to make a charity, guys. I need to make a charity. It's going to be an MPO. It's going to be called the Get Decoy Maserati Charity Fund. And I'm going to give myself a salary twice the amount of however much money it brings in. And just hopefully I'm running for governor and nobody will discover what's happening.
This is a lot of money when you look at the amount that the charity brings in. It's sort of 1 to 1.7 million a year, and she's paying up to a third of that to herself and her own company, $300,000 a year. Now that is, I did a bit of data analysis looking at what charities that size usually pay their executives, and she was in the top 5% of all charities in the nation for pay.
And if she's the head of this charity, I think she has the option to pay it. And it's like, she should know she's in the top 5% if she wants to push all these like socialist values and giving everybody their fair share and boosting minimum wage, or her husband's trying to boost minimum wage, $22 an hour, whatever it may be. Maybe you should be the first to volunteer to say, hey, the CEO of this NPO, they're getting too much money. I think the kids need it more than I do, and because I have a rich and powerful husband, I'm gonna go ahead and take a salary of $1 and donate the rest back in the company. They have the option to do that as a leader. And if they don't volunteer to do that, then this is part of the game. This is part of the grift.
So DOJ, of course, doesn't comment on the specifics of this. We've really only heard from Gavin Newsom claiming this investigation is targeting them, even though, as we mentioned, it started in 2022 in his orbit. Do you think that the charity is the reason DOJ might be investigating her?
Amongst other things.
There's a whole bunch of reasons, potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
There are a lot of questions around their finances. So the charity could be one of them. Now, it is legal for a charity to pay whatever they want to their executives. But one of the issues they might be looking at is who are the donors to the charity.
Because they found out that in Act Blue, allegedly, they instructed their people to ignore suspicious donations. Like, apparently the new theory is they were getting money from other countries in nefarious ways, not with real information. They were just receiving it, and they said, hey, I know you're auditing this, but stop auditing it because we don't want to know the truth behind these donations.
Financing that pay. What kind of relationships do they have with the California government that Newsom is in charge of?
And why is New Scam spending so much time in China? Why does New Scam fly around the world when his state is crumbling? Maybe it's because somebody's paying him.
There's also, if you look at his income, and he's released at least, partly to journalists in closed-door viewing sessions, his tax returns. And if you look at that, his income, it's about 1.2 to 1.4 million a year. And it just doesn't add up for all of his expenses. He's got.
And why does it take the feds to step in? Why does it take Donald Trump's DOJ to look into this? Anybody with eyeballs can see maybe that multi-million-dollar mansion they own doesn't get purchased on a civil servant salary. There's something else to this.
Massive mortgages, $625,000 in mortgage payments.
Wait, is that? No, that couldn't be per month. That's like annually, right?
He's got at least $1 million in living expenses. Yeah. And the two just don't add up. I would be interested in that if I were an IRS investigator. One other thing to look at here is the way that his property transactions are structured lead to a lot of questions. When he bought his $3.7 million Sacramento estate, it was done through an LLC, but that LLC doesn't seem to have appeared on his tax returns. There's all kind of questions of why he would do it that way, and he hasn't answered those satisfactorily. So if I'm IRS, I'm looking at that too, thinking maybe there's an issue here. We've yet to see what the actual details are, of course.
And remember, we saw that other video where he's like, they're coming after me because I'm running for president. They're going after my wife. He's being all worried about it. It's like, the fact that you're even releasing a statement about this makes me feel like we are right over the target. If you're catching flack, you're over target. They're very worried about this.
They're just incredible role models, and their values are American values, and we need to revive those and provide hope to everybody.
We heard from the governor, but we haven't heard from you yet about this investigation. What do you want to say?
I'm just so grateful for this inspiration and leadership. We need more of this.
Hey, This is stuff that happens in other countries. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Like when they locked it, when they got Trump a mugshot, when they hit him with a whole bunch of felonies they've essentially fabricated, when they do nonstop coverage of Dr. Fauci is great when he's probably the guy that made the virus in the first place. They do this in other countries, but they do it in this country as well. He's just surprised that he thinks he's royalty, and now it's happening to him as well.
Happens in other countries. Who wants to go after me, go after me. It's nice to see both of you, man.
Yeah. If you keep on saying deflected to me, go after me, makes me feel like you're harboring the money under her name, and this is where we need to go. And like I said in the last one, do you think to save his political career, he would sell out the mother of his children? I can't say with certainty, but I imagine if he had the opportunity to become president, or give his wife freedom from prosecution, I think he's choosing being a president. I just genuinely think he's that much of a scumbag.
It's great to see you. Thank you, Governor. Thanks a lot. Katie, I mean, when you look around, everybody is down here. I'm going to just...
They f***ed up, okay? Go watch my other videos. Doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up. You missed the fight. Boots on the ground. I am talking specifically to my followers. This is everything I have talked about, and this is exactly what I said was going to happen. Get your guns and stop these people.
The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Minnesota announced that 15 Antifa members have been indicted for their alleged roles in conspiring to hinder federal immigration enforcement operations in Minneapolis earlier this year. The suspects, 12 of whom are in custody, are all charged with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, and some are charged with further crimes. Federal prosecutors allege that each suspect took part in a conspiracy to obstruct federal immigration enforcement officers, including ICE personnel, through force, intimidation, and threats. The suspects are alleged members of the Antifa Cell Direct Action Minnesota Network, a radical far-left group accused of coordinating operations against federal immigration officers. Federal prosecutors maintain that the group used signal chats to organize and carry out rapid response operations, including coordinating street blockades, tracking federal vehicles, surveilling the ICE field office at the federal Whipple building, and other activities meant to stop immigration officials from conducting their business. The government says that DAM served as the hub for participants to share intelligence, plan actions, recruit volunteers, and assign roles. One of the accused is Kyle Wagner. Kyle Wagner has been in custody since February, after encouraging followers to take up arms against federal agents. More charges were announced against him during Tuesday's press conference. On January 8, 2026, Wagner posted a video warning agents, "We're f***ing coming for you." Prosecutors allege he urged followers to get your guns and suggested identifying agents even if it had to be done at the barrel of a gun.
Today I can disclose to you further actions by federal law enforcement in combating that violence. Last year, President Trump issued National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, which directed the Department of Justice to prioritize politically motivated violence. To accomplish that mission, the Deputy Attorney General stood up Joint Task Force Vanguard to enforce a national security strategy to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt those who engage in political violence and intimidation. Today, a federal indictment was unsealed, charging 15 defendants with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and other charges related to efforts of two Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently opposed the enforcement of federal law in our state. The defendants are members and associates of Direct Action Minnesota. They are charged with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, solicitation to commit a crime of violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assault on a federal officer, and destruction of government property. Earlier this morning, agents of Homeland Security Investigations conducted a coordinated law enforcement operation culminating in the arrest of 12 of the 15 defendants. One defendant had already been in custody on other federal charges. 2 defendants remain fugitives at large. Today's charges and arrests reflect a broad federal effort to address organized, lawless behavior which seeks to disrupt the execution of federal law, endanger law enforcement, and importantly, endanger the very communities that these defendants falsely claim to be protecting. Be assured, the Department of Justice and my U.S. Attorney's Office has and will distinguish between lawful protest and criminal conduct. These defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did. They all joined an agreement, a conspiracy, to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. The conspiracy was not to interfere by their voice, but to do it by force. That's a crime, and it will not be tolerated in the United States. Direct Action Minnesota emphasizes their violent, militant approach to politics and are highly critical of nonviolent, peaceful protests. You see here a Facebook post from one of the defendants, Cameron Kennedy, writing, quote, "We need to become ungovernable." As the name suggests, Direct Action Minnesota is an organization dedicated to direct action against federal law and immigration enforcement. This action is not peaceful, it's obstructive, disruptive, and unlawful. The organization trains its members in the aggressive use of shields against law enforcement, surveillance, operational planning, and rapid mobilization against law enforcement actions. Though investigations are ongoing, what we know now is that Direct Action Minnesota is comprised of members of subgroups. For example, the Black Hat Workers Collective. The Black Hat Workers Collective is a Minneapolis-based Antifa affinity group which advocates, promotes, and utilizes militant tactics and violence. Here you can see that their Facebook cover page shows as a banner the burning down of the Minneapolis Police Department's 3rd Precinct. One of the leaders of Direct Action Minnesota, Defendant Kyle Wagner, identifies himself as Antifa, and he doesn't shy away from it.
My name is Kyle, I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out. They f***ed up, okay? Go watch my other videos, doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up, you missed the fight. But if you are, it's time to suit up. Boots on the ground, Nicollet and f***ing 26th. My house is 4 blocks away. Anywhere between Franklin and Nicollet and 26th and Nicollet, show up, ready to go. Okay, not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore. I am talking specifically to my followers. This is everything I have talked about, and this is exactly what I said was going to happen. This is exactly what I said was going to come when we didn't go and march on Whipple with guns. Sorry, but welcome to America 2026, where Second Amendment is the only thing that's going to keep you protected from literal Nazi gunmen that are killing innocent people in the street with impunity. This is not a joke. There's nothing fun to chant about it. Get your guns and stop these people.
We're not talking about peaceful protests. His words, not mine. During Operation Metro Surge, Direct Action Minnesota infiltrated and exploited lawful protests to more efficiently carry out its unlawful direct actions, targeting operations involving ICE, as well as other federal law enforcement, and as well as other state law enforcement. In order to achieve the ends of the conspiracy, Direct Action Minnesota was highly organized, holding meetings on a regular basis, and engaged in what they called operational security, or OPSEC. The indictment unsealed today includes a focus on 2 days in which Direct Action Minnesota organized and participated in actions against federal and local law enforcement on January 23, 2026, and on March 1st, 2026. On those days, Direct Action Minnesota members deployed what they called hard and soft blockades against federal law enforcement, as well as against Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies. Direct Action Minnesota shut down operations at the Federal Whipple Building, a government building just north of the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport, and the main hub for several federal agencies. Members of their hard blockade team used vehicles, RV trailers that they would overturn, check hedgehogs, and ice blocks that they would throw at law enforcement to obstruct roads used by law enforcement near the Whipple Building in order to impede the movement of law enforcement. Members of their soft blockade team used homemade shields constructed from plastic, wood, and metal to physically resist the efforts of law enforcement and to aggressively break through teams of officers on foot. Direct Action Minnesota members also engaged in what they called commuting tactics, which included identifying, following, surveilling, harassing, and confronting law enforcement officers. Conspiracy members even followed law enforcement officers from locations like the Whipple Building, to the officers' homes. For example, as alleged in the indictment on May 4, 2026, defendant Isaac Sant followed federal officers from the Whipple Building all the way to Hudson, Wisconsin, where St. Croix County deputies stopped him. Such stalking and other direct actions against law enforcement are criminal, they're un-American, and they'll be met with swift justice. That's why we're here today. To those who choose to threaten or harm federal officers, we will hold you accountable. We will defend federal officers, we will protect the public, we will enforce the law.
Developing news in Boyle Heights. Firefighters say the flames on the outside of the warehouse fire in Boyle Heights have been largely knocked down, but it's still burning inside.
Yeah, and tens of thousands of people have been breathing in a dense cloud of smoke for nearly a week now. CBS LA's Tina Patel live in Boyle Heights. And Tina, this is causing a lot of health concerns for a lot of people out there.
Well, and I think the major question people have is why is it taking so long to get this fire under control? We have gotten a little bit closer to the warehouse so you can actually see what firefighters are up against. Now, I've got Captain Robbie here with me. Now that you've taken the exterior walls off, I guess we can kind of see what firefighters are dealing with. These are all racks of food, basically, that was frozen that's back here?
Yeah, absolutely. What you're seeing behind us here is storage racks that are 600 feet long with aisles that are less than 6 feet, which is why you can see why we can't send our firefighters inside this building. It's extremely dangerous for our firefighters to go inside. So we're having to aggressively attack this fire from the outside. We're able to make significant headway over the past, again, we're going on 7 days here now, by removing the exterior of the building and shoot down those aisles to attack the fire.
And you actually had to bring in some specialized equipment from Texas because we're talking about such a large distance the water needs to get to, right?
That's correct. This is a very unique incident for the LAFD. We don't have buildings this size with fire that are all the way at the center of the building every day. So we have specialized equipment that's able to take a larger volume of water, able to shoot water as far towards the center of the building and extinguish any remaining hot spots that we still have.
I think the question a lot of people in this neighborhood want to ask is it going to be wrapped up soon? Will it get back to normal soon?
And again, we have seen significant progress. If you look at day 1 and you're looking at, again, we're on day 7 now. Historically, these fires have taken a significant amount of time to put out, over 60 days. We are very confident in the LAFD, the incident commander and the fire chief are very confident that this fire is going to be put out very shortly. And we're going on day 7 now. And we have a limited amount of smoke left from the remaining hot spots. And we hope to get all the remaining fire put out, stop the smoke, and get everyone returning to normal.
And when we talk about the smoke, I know you said that air quality has been kind of monitored along the way. It just feels like, especially today, you and I were talking about, it's very humid out here. It just feels like the smoke is blanketing this area.
Yeah, that's correct. Again, as our weather patterns change and as the marine layer stays where it's at and as it gets lifted, the smoke, again, in the neighborhood, it may hit you in the morning and not hit you in the afternoon as the breezes change direction. So you may smell it in the morning and not in the afternoon. That's going to be the normal with the weather pattern. It can change over time. We're looking to, continue to make it decrease. And again, if it's an irritant to you and it bothers you, wear a mask, stay indoors, turn on your air purifier or your air conditioner if you have it. And, we hope to diminish the smoke as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much for the latest update. And the other thing I want to say as I send it back to you guys in the station is that the Board of Supervisors is meeting this morning. They are going to be voting on a local emergency declaration and hoping that that will allow them to get all the assistance they need to people who live in this area, to people who work in this area, because they know it has affected so many people. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, it has. And, we were talking earlier with the Red Cross, who's opened some shelters. So if people do need a place to go, as he was talking about, get a little respite from the smoke, that's the place to do it as well.
Yeah, very dense area, too.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years. A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better.
Wow.
That's what I came into politics for.
Yeah.
The journey to that point was not easy.
No,
6
you
years
did everything
ago,
wrong.
I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt.
So now we begin the part where it's actually not his fault. It's somebody else's fault. They did it wrong. He's doing his best, and it's not. Right. Yeah. And what did you do? You made it worse.
I was told time and time again that my party was finished. That we were
well, and you thought to yourself, you know what? Bet. All right. Well, I'll finish the job.
Signed to history that a majority of the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust.
The poison of anti-Semitism. Don't you have a bunch of imams in your country that are talking about killing Jews? I mean, I feel like that's kind of like, in my opinion, this is just me, right? And I don't know if this is woke or not, but I think it's kind of anti-Semitic to kill Jews for being Jews, right? I think that's like, that I would say is like pretty high tier anti-Semitism. That's just me.
Autonomy, defense,
it's kind of woke, but yeah.
And becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change.
I thought you had. Why is?
Was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better, to build a fairer country with dignity and respect.
I'm sure it was really fair for all the thousands of girls that got raped. I'm sure it was really fair for them. Yeah, it was fair for them to go to the police and then have the police think that they did it themselves. Well, you're 11 years old. You consented to being gang raped by 3 adult men. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. Definitely.
Where everyone is seen, everyone is valued.
Oh.
Wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few.
And how'd that work out?
And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years.
Yep, you made everything worse and everybody hates you. Good job.
An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power. Investment secured, infrastructure being built, an end to austerity. With the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years. The biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation. The biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. Small boat crossings falling. Asylum hotels closing. Protecting young people from social media.
Why are asylum hotels closing a good thing? Like, this is the kind of stuff is that, like, you create these, like, little bones that you throw to people. I don't want to get too distracted and too off topic. So, Keir Starmer resigned today. Now, why did he resign? Everybody knows why he resigned. So, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and watch this. This is him talking about it, and this is it. This is a pretty big deal. It's a very big deal. No, it's really bad that he resigned. No, I understand what. So I'm going to give you. I don't want to go too far and go ahead of the script. But what Labour did in the UK is they performed what's called a tank swap. Okay, so let me explain what happens, right? And so so there is a dragon. This is a dragon. Its name is Onyxia, and there's the legs. It doesn't have a tail. It's maybe okay. And then there's the wings. All right, and then there's a second wing over there, and then there's its eye, and it's mad. It's mad because it's trying to take your treasure, and it has spikes, very, very many spiky teeth. It's dangerous. And it has scales. You get the scales, and then you can make the cloaks. And then there's a tail, but you can't see the tail. So anyway, then you have. So this is the tank swap. Okay, let me explain how the tank swap works. The tank swap works is that it's one guy that's facing Onyxia, and he has a shield. That means that he's a tank. And he also has a sword. And so once he has too many red debuffs, right? Like, let's say now he's on fire. Oh no, I'm on fire, oh my god, oh no, I'm dying. You know what he does? Is he leaves, and then he stands over here, and then he gets the healing, right? You see this? He's now getting healed, and then you have the second tank that comes in that is still trying to help the same raid. This is the same raid. Try to kill Onyxia, then he comes into the spot, and now there's a reset. Now you have a new... oh, you guys can't see this. Now you have a new tank that's doing the same thing for the same raid, and it's just a different tank. So what Labour did is they performed a tank swap. So this guy had a lot of aggro. Keir Starmer had a lot of aggro. So now, okay, well, let's get Keir Starmer out of aggro radius. We're going to bring in a new guy, and we're going to assign all of the fault and all of the problems of the party to this person that we just removed, that everybody hates now. But now the new person here is going to take his place and do the same thing. They're tanking the same boss in the same way. And you know what both of them want to do? They want to kill Onyxia. You're Onyxia. You don't fall for the tank swap, okay? But Keir Starmer is the tip of the spear. He is the figurehead of this organization, but he is not the organization. He's not. This is an entire apparatus that this is done for, and fundamentally, you can't let one guy leave and then you say, oh my God, we won. You didn't win. They reset your aggro. How do we switch to the healers? I can't tell you. All right, here we go. They're calling it the Goy swap in chat. Wait, that's actually a really good one. Like... Goy swap. When a organization replaces a key figure to dump accountability on that person and make the public think the problem is solved. This is not a great, it's a long definition. I'm gonna have to edit this and work on it, but we have a very good start right here. I'm gonna make sure to save this because we've had so many great additions recently. And Goy dictionary. Okay, all right, anyway, let's move on. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you. Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years. A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better.
Wow.
That's what I came into politics for.
Yeah.
The journey to that point was not easy.
No,
6
you
years
did everything
ago,
wrong.
I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt.
So this now we begin the part where it's actually not his fault. It's somebody else's fault. They did it wrong. He's doing his best, and it's not. Right. Yeah. And what did you do? You made it worse.
I was told time and time again that my party was finished. That we were
well, and you thought to yourself, you know what? Bet. All right. Well, I'll finish the job.
Signed to history that a majority of the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust.
The poison of anti-Semitism. Don't you have a bunch of imams in your country that are talking about killing Jews? I mean, I feel like that's kind of like, in my opinion, this is just me, right? And I don't know if this is woke or not, but I think it's kind of anti-Semitic to kill Jews for being Jews, right? I think that's like, that I would say is like pretty high tier anti-Semitism. That's just me.
Economy, defense,
it's kind of woke, but yeah.
And becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change.
I thought you had, why is...
was with a singular purpose. Not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better. To build a fairer country with dignity and respect.
I'm sure it was really fair for all the thousands of girls that got raped. I'm sure it was really fair for them. Yeah, it was fair for them to go to the police and then have the police think that they did it themselves. Well, you're 11 years old. You consented to being gang raped by 3 adult men. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. Definitely.
Where everyone is seen, everyone is valued.
Oh.
Wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few.
And how'd that work out?
And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years.
Yep, you made everything worse and everybody hates you. Good job.
An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power. Investment secured. Infrastructure being built, an end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years, the biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation, the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War, small boat crossings falling, asylum hotels closing, protecting young people from social media.
Why are asylum hotels closing a good thing? Like, this is the kind of stuff is that, like, you create these, like, little bones that you throw to people. Meanwhile, you allow, like, mass immigration and mass migration into the country nonstop. I mean, like, come on, guys. What are we doing? Yeah, they increased their navy from 2 ships to 3. Maybe. I don't know.
And 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made.
Yeah.
Our reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again standing up for decency, respect, and the rule of law. Securing trade deals. Standing with Ukraine. Standing up for our values.
Standing with
and
Iran.
Rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe.
Yeah.
Change promised by a Labour government. Change fought for by a Labour government. Change delivered by a Labour government. But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election.
Nope.
I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question.
And literally everybody else.
And I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first.
Well, I mean, not really, though, right? I mean, like, that's not, not really, though. Well, I mean, I know you're going to say something like, but, like, I mean, we all know, like, I mean, but not really.
That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Damn.
I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision.
Yeah? What did he say?
I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July, completed by the summer recess.
Wow.
In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete, and I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power.
Isn't it crazy how we've had this happen here? We also had Justin Trudeau in Canada. You're having every South American country, like, totally pack up their, like, bullshit dictator retards. Like, it's actually just a total blowout. Like, everybody in the world, I think, is just tired of this shit. They are so tired of this.
I will also
Colombia, yeah. Well, they're blaming Colombia is blaming losing the election on the Jews. They are. They said it's Israel. Israel's doing it. We're going to get to that. Not yet, though.
An unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's very fair.
Better prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so, for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service who dedicate their lives to public service.
Wow.
And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
I'm going to be honest, I've said this before. I think if you cry, you're a bitch. You are. You're a bitch. I know this is like toxic masculinity, but welcome to the real world. Like, he's actually crying, bro. You're the Prime Minister. Can you imagine Winston Churchill crying? Yeah, maybe after he found out that Hitler was dead. Other than that, no. I hate this shit. It's ridiculous.
And being the best dad I
Jesus Christ.
To my beautiful children, who are my pride and
Jesus.
My joy. Thank you very much.
Oh, God. Cry, you're not supposed to be in that role. It just makes you look weak, bro. And there's his wife. Wow. Aw. He's a soy goy. He is a soy goy. He really... Wow. Just a minute, actually. Everybody knows that a gentleman walks closer to the side of the road. That way, if a car drives by and it splashes water, it doesn't get his wife or his girlfriend's clothes dirty. Everybody knows this. We all know this. This is his final... one final beta move before it's all over. One final little bitch play before I'm done. Let me go. No. This is the way, guys, this is the way it is. You always do this. And, like, you know, I open doors. Again, listen, you look at me, guys. Look at me. I need all the help I can get, okay? So would I go around and open my girlfriend's door out of a car? Absolutely. I 100% would, without even a second of hesitation. And the way I look at it is that it's not simping. You have to find a girl that's worth simping for. And if your girlfriend isn't worth simping for, then you need to find a new one, okay? I'm not sorry. And the fact is that he should be on the other side, and this is just one more point on the graph of him being a beta fucking cuck. That is it, man. So I'm just like, look, I mean, this is the kind of, has anybody pointed this out yet? Jesus. Don't I drive on the other side? It's not about that. Oh my God. Jesus. Wow. What a dude. Ending with the most beta move possible. That's just sad, bro. Like, it's actually just sad. You're thinking that you're some kind of alpha is fucking hysterical? Whoever said that I was an alpha? The thing is that it's about being a supreme gentleman. And is he being a supreme gentleman? Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. So anyway, yeah, and by the way, if you're getting offended by this kind of language, you're probably like, we talk about the alpha and beta stuff. I'm sorry to tell you, man. We're talking about this with tongue-in-cheek humor, right? We're having fun here. So if you're not having fun and like you just got your feelings hurt because I said something that made you mad, you need to go lay down. Number one, go lay down and then take your medicine because obviously you're missing out on a dose and it's not good for you. And beta, yeah, beta. One final cuck move. Oh my God. One final cuck move before it's all over. That is insane. That's crazy, dude. He's beta maxing. He is. Even in his... Dude, imagine this, bro. And he just got done crying. Oh my God. What are the comments? They're probably calling him a retard. Probably calling him a stupid retard. And the party is over. Resign. Bye-bye, wanker. This cat outlasted... Make him the prime, probably more able than all of them. Is this like a special cat? Like, I don't know, a special English cat? I've never heard of this. I have no idea. That I can get behind. Larry the cat. Oh, wow, that's funny. Good riddance, thanks for nothing. Oh my God. It turns out calling everyone a far right and racist wasn't a good idea. So this is the point that I'm making, okay? And we're going to go back to my image that I just created, is that what this government just did is they performed a tank swap, okay? So what they did is that everybody's really mad about, for example, immigration and unchecked two-tier policing and problems like that. So Keir Starmer is being assigned all of the blame for this bad action happening. They're saying, wow, Keir Starmer really messed everything up. No, he didn't. Like, Keir Starmer is a fucking loser, idiot, retard, pathetic, wet towel of charisma. Nobody likes Keir Starmer, okay? I'm not saying that they do, but here's what I am saying, is that Keir Starmer is simply the person who is the figurehead of this organization. The entire organization is what created this. So if you change the figurehead, you're not changing the organization. So what they did is that now everybody's... So don't think that this is a victory at all. It's not a victory. This is... I mean, I guess it's a minor victory, right? But like, it doesn't really move the needle. It doesn't really matter, because I bet the guy that comes in and replaces him is going to say the same shit that he's saying. They're going to do the same shit that he's doing, and they're going to be supported by the same people that supported Keir Starmer. So no, I don't think this is some kind of great victory or some amazing thing, but it's better, I guess, than having this guy stay around. So that's it. He decides most likely burn him or whatever. I saw a little bit about him. I don't really know a lot about him. And yeah, Anthony Burnham's even more to the left. Yeah, definitely. But Restore Britain will completely change everything. I mean, I would assume so. I would hope so. It seems that way. Probably more than the other Labour MP coming up and doing this instead. So yeah, Keir Starmer's getting fireballed in Nixia phase 2, so he gets a threat reset. He is. So yeah, and don't ever forget that, okay, guys? Like, this is not anything different or anything special. It's not a victory until we wipe the raid team. Exactly. To the extent that the raid is still alive. Actually, alive is probably not the right term for this. I'm thinking about it in Warcraft terms. To the extent that these people are represented in government, your work is not done, okay? So it's a huge problem, right? He's not a scapegoat. He is a scapegoat. He's simply a figurehead. So don't let these people trick you and finesse you or anything like that, right? And so anyway, the battle is won, but the war is not over. Yeah, I guess you could say that. And it's closer to a Veil swap? No, because he never did any extra damage when he had the debuff, right? And absolutely, unstable adrenaline or whatever. No, it's nothing like the Veil swap. And anyway, I disagree. It's like saying Trump didn't change anything. Well, here's the problem. It's that... I mean, okay, so you think that Trump is changing something. I think that Trump fundamentally completely transformed the Republican Party. And I think also the entire Republican, the like apparatus around the Republicans, all of them were against Trump. There's even an entire identity group of Republicans that don't like Trump. So I don't think that Trump did that. And I also don't think this Anthony Burnham guy is going to be the one that's going to be Trump, right? I don't think that's what's going to happen. But we'll have to see what happens. I have no idea. But that's what I'm expecting. And Warcraft 3 or Age of Empires? Definitely Age of Empires 2. Like, I'm sorry, I love Warcraft 3, but Age of Empires 2 is just so much more timeless, and I really just loved it. That's a good question, actually. Shit, even J.D. Vance didn't like Trump at one point? Yeah, exactly, right? Outside Trump, yes, everybody in the media and also the political establishment hated Donald Trump, and they still hate Donald Trump. And the reason why is because, I mean, there's 50 reasons why. I could go through it, but like, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, Keir Starmer has resigned. I'm not surprised by this. This is the new guy to the UK. All right, here we go.
We now come to Andy Burnham, member for Makerfield.
Rome is saved. I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So
it looks like the previous one. Man.
Underwater into white.
Is this the tank swap? Yes, this is the new guy. This is the new guy who I assume is going to do all the same things that the old guy did. This is it. Yep, it's the new tank. It's the Goy swap. That's right. That's a crazy chair. Oh my God. Now, like, honestly, if it was me, I would make this chair, so like this is just like if we had something like this in America, I would change the upholstery to red, and I would take all of the wood, I'd get rid of the wood, and I'd replace it with solid obsidian or like black metal. Literal black metal with spikes at the top, like the Cathedral of Notre Dame. That's what I would do. Like, cause you got to make sure that you let them know, right? And marble, like dark black marble. Exactly, bro. That'd be fucking badass. We gotta have more shit like that. Tungsten? Yeah, exactly. It has to be really heavy, but it's okay. Warhammer 40k style, exactly. You gotta let people know that's what's going on, right?
It's tough farming in California. The California government has its head in the sand when it comes to energy. Our labor costs are high, our fuel costs are high. California is almost uncompetitive in the way we have to comply with so many different regulations.
In the state of California and the city of Los Angeles, we are not a business-friendly climate.
The state has made it so tremendously difficult to work.
The state punishes you for trying to do the right thing, for trying to run a business.
We have probably the highest gas prices anywhere in the country.
Everything's gone up at least 25%. Change needs to come. I'm Craig Underwood. I'm a fourth-generation Ventura County farmer. I've been farming in Ventura County since 1968 when I left the Navy. And we started this farm up here in Moore Park where we invite the public, mainly families with young children and lots of schools, to come out and visit our farm and see what farming's like, pick their own fruits and vegetables, get a feeling for what a real farm does.
As a generational farm, you've seen market cycles come and go, but how does the current energy triple threat, when we think about high diesel, high electricity, gas, how does that compare to previous economic shocks that your family has experienced?
Well, this is accentuating the shock that we're going through right now because farm prices are extremely low. And farmers in Ventura County, throughout California, are really suffering from low prices, low demand. Our whole export program has been interrupted. And throwing on top of that, high fuel prices. There's a lot of news about the high cost of food. Well, most of that high cost is in transportation because food's moving all over the country. Into that equation, there's cooling, there's warehousing, there's transportation. And so every head of lettuce that you buy, it's not just the cost of growing that head of lettuce. It's getting it from the field, harvested, and onto the shelf.
My name's Larry Thorne. We're here in Malibu, California. We're the last farm in town. I would say it's probably 25% more today in a 3-year time frame. Between costs of seed, fertilizer, fuel, labor, everything has gone up at least 25%. Just hauling vegetables to market. It used to cost me about $60 to fill up my pickup truck. Now it's almost $200 to fill up my pickup truck. That's what's really killing the consumer, is the cost of fuel to deliver the food to town. It's adding a huge amount.
It seems like every year we cut costs and we try and get a little bit more money, but every year the costs increase more than we've been able to cut them, and the money that we receive is less. A lot of farmers are feeling that pressure right now. We've cut hours, cut staff, we've done all that we can, but we still have to get the work done. Farming is one of those things that you can't say, after 8 hours, well, I'm done for the day. You have to finish the job.
What do you want the average family in California to understand about the unseen energy costs that go into every head of lettuce or crate of fruit that they buy from a local farm?
I don't think they're going to give a lot of thought about where the costs come from. They're just going to look at the price and say, oh my goodness, that's an awful lot for that head of lettuce.
Would it actually be cheaper for you to operate the same farm outside of California?
Yes, probably 30% cheaper.
What does the long-term viability of a family-owned farm look like over the next 5 years?
Just looking at it from today's perspective, very difficult, very hard.
I'm 77 years old, and I'm getting to where I can't do it anymore. That's more of a red line than a fuel price. There's a tremendous opportunity for young people to get into agriculture because the average age of the American farmer is somewhere around 60 years old. There's a lot of young people who are trying to do market, gardening, where they farm a small area and then they haul it to town. And a lot of those people are being successful, but that's not going to supply America's need for wheat or barley or cotton or, for big farms. It's just not going to do it.
The nature of the family farm is changing. Everybody has this desire for a small family farm. That's not economic. And the farms keep getting bigger. And as the labor supply shrinks, we have to come up with more innovative ways of doing our work without labor. And generally, those innovative ways are expensive. So you have to spread it over a large number of acres.
It's getting harder and harder and harder for small farmers. One is you have to know how to do it, so somebody's got to teach you how to do it. Second of all, you've got to have land that's available at a price you can afford to, to either rent it or buy it. It's every force in agriculture for the last 40 years it's been get big or get out. And so the people who took on the challenge of just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, a lot of those people are surviving, but the smaller farmer is not.
I would like the state to represent us more than they do Edison and PG&E. And it seems like Edison and PG&E always have a seat at the table, and the consumer, being the average business or consumer, doesn't.
Reduce the, all the regulatory requirements that they throw on farmers. Small farmers can't afford that.
We've been through really tough times before, so this isn't something that's brand new, and I'm guessing that we'll probably survive this one. No guarantee, but I'm guessing we'll probably survive this one, and the key, I think, in succeeding is just pushing ahead. Don't give up.
It's so crazy.
It's very painful to drive in LA right now, and especially if you're, barely making minimum wage. It's not even worth driving.
It's ridiculous.
In the state of California and the city of Los Angeles, we are not a business-friendly climate.
The state has made it so tremendously difficult to work.
The state punishes you for trying to do the right thing, for trying to run a business.
We have probably the highest gas prices anywhere in the country.
Everything's gone up at least 25%.
Change needs to come.
Gas prices here are over $8 a gallon now. What is the first thought that comes in your mind when you see those prices?
Thought it was a meme, thought it was AI, but looking at it up close, it's kind of crazy to think you're paying almost $9.
I swear, on the news, I say that was too much. It's too much for those prices.
Está muy cara la gasolina.
Bit of a shock, for sure.
Never thought gas is gonna go that. Like, it's just crazy.
Sorprende, ¿verdad? Que los precios estén tan altos y que todo suba menos los sueldos.
So how much does it cost you to fill up your tank right now?
I don't even look. I can't look at it. I put it in and then I put the little thing up and I turn around and I put my card in and I just pray to God. It's over $100.
It was $110.
Anteriormente lo llenaba porque tengo un carro chico. Lo llenaba con 40, ahora como 63, 65, casi lo doble.
Probably about $60 now.
This time, I take the decision to not driving because of that. So I'm taking the train instead of paying for gas and parking.
Pues para serte sincera, no lo puedo ni llenar por los precios. Entonces voy poniendo lo que voy necesitando.
If you had that extra $100 that you might be spending on the high gas prices, if that could go back into your pocket, what would you spend that money on?
Going out, having fun, living life, of course.
Definitivamente en comida.
A la marqueta para sostenerse uno.
Take a vacation. Describe what it's like to be a driver in LA right now.
Miserable. I just came back from Nebraska. People in Nebraska, I did the worst 3-point turn that a human has ever done, ever. And the man I cut off looked at me and was like, bye, have a good. Here, you can just be minding your business and someone's like, I'm gonna T-bone you. You know what I mean? So it's awful. It's very stressful. It's painful and very scary. I love LA. It's just there's a lot going on here.
Traffic is about the same, still brutal. Probably one of the worst places to be a driver in the U.S.
Taking as much public transportation as I can right now. If it's something that I have to drive, I'll drive. But other than that, if I can get there by a bus or a train, I'll take that instead.
Quisiera que todo quedara cerca, pero lamentablemente en los trabajos están lejos. Entonces la necesidad te hace salir y tienes que salir a buscar el dinero para vivir.
Republicans have given up California. I would wish we had a two-party system, because you have a one-party system, it's very hard to change anything, and nobody is accountable.
We're in an abusive relationship with our overlords, and that one party is the California Democrat Party, and they think that we'll never leave and that they'll never turn away and vote different. My message to people locally and in all our elections is to vote different. We cannot sustain this. We need change.
In the state of California and the city of Los Angeles, we are not a business-friendly climate.
The state has made it so tremendously difficult to work.
The state punishes you for trying to do the right thing, for trying to run a business.
We have probably the highest gas prices anywhere in the country.
Everything's gone up at least 25%.
Change needs to come.
We had a thriving oil industry in California. California was one of the big exporters of oil in the 30s and 40s. We have a lot of oil potential, but the problem is we have an administration that consistently has been trying to destroy the industry, particularly under Newsom. So what we end up doing is we're importing oil, sometimes refined oil, even from China. It makes absolutely no sense that here is a state that was a leader in the energy industry and has basically surrendered that. And that's reflected in the gas prices, is reflected in the electricity prices.
The sad truth is that California is sitting on unbelievable oil and gas energy reserves. We could pump and refine our own gas right here. We should be like Alaska, where citizens get checks because we are selling so much oil to the rest of the country and the world, and we're not, and that lays squarely at the feet of the Democrats in Sacramento.
Any conflict in the Middle East is going to raise the price. But historically, California has always been either the one or two second most expensive price of gas in this country. And that is because of the highest taxes and fees that we put on as a government. Sacramento needs to change things, and that's why I introduced a resolution asking Sacramento to actually suspend the gas tax while we are going through this crisis. This is the topic everyone is talking about because this affects not only the gas prices, but food prices and everything, the whole entire economy.
We have so much driving that we have to do, especially parents, working people. A lot of people commute. The inner areas, the places with the most jobs, are the most expensive to live in. They could repeal the gas tax, just suspend it for a while. That would save us a lot of money. None of it has gone, by the way, to fix roads or do anything else. But they also require and mandate summer blend versus winter blend. So it adds additional cost.
That gas tax that has been placed on us over the years, that is something that can provide immediate relief. Suspend that tax, lower that amount, and we will see a price difference in every part of our city. They're going to have to show me where we are saving money. I don't care what any spreadsheet, is telling them, but all you have to do is look up at the price of gas and ask any person in the city of Los Angeles, do they feel that the price is going down? So I don't know what they're talking about, but I'll tell you this, the families are not feeling that. We are the big economic engine of the state of California, which is one of the largest economies in the world. You would think that Sacramento would pay attention to us a little bit more and understand the differences between a city down here and maybe a city up there. And unfortunately, Sacramento loves to come up with these one-size-fits-all type of legislation that just don't work.
The problem is we are a one-party state now. So let's say if you take a place like Orange County, where it's basically 50-50, the parties have to be responsive to some extent. You can't go crazy. You can't be a far left Democrat or a far right Republican and do too well in Orange County. I mean, you have to moderate to some extent. In California, there's no need to moderate. So the two most likely people to be the next governor are way out in left field.
Someone has to stand up for Californians when people are going after them. Here in California, we've been voting Democrat over and over and over and over again. And look at the results.
I've challenged why we send so many businesses out of this state. I've challenged why we have the highest gas prices, the highest utility costs, the highest home prices in the United States of America.
I've worked for the Washington Post and for the New York Times, so I know the beast from the inside a bit. And basically these institutions have lost the trust of a lot of people. If Newsom is the guy, they're going to make him look good. Now, the question is, are there enough people to say, hey, this is what's really happening?
What we can do most to help families to put more pressure on Sacramento to change some of the, whether it be the fees, the taxes, the regulations, they have the power to suspend these. And we are relying on them, and we are going to keep working with them. I know my colleagues, I know that they are feeling the same pinch too, that they are understanding that their constituents are hurting as well. They need to express their voice, raise their voice, and to make sure that they are expressing their frustrations with what's going on and how their constituents are feeling right now.
Our labor is as high as anywhere in the nation, and we don't have a tip credit, which is disappointing to say the least. So we have to reduce labor costs by reducing staffing, so cutting shifts, making shifts shorter, which then takes away from the guest experience. And that's the struggle we go through month by month. There's a lot of small businesses, we represent some of them, they're working for peanuts because they just can't make it, but they're trapped. They can't get out. They own a business, they're in a lease, they have no other place to go, so they're just in a vicious cycle.
In the state of California and the city of Los Angeles, we are not a business-friendly climate.
The state has made it so tremendously difficult to work.
The state punishes you for trying to do the right thing, for trying to run a business.
We have probably the highest gas prices anywhere in the country.
Everything's gone up at least 25%.
Change needs to come.
My name is Mike Georgopoulos, or Mikey G, as my friends call me. I am a local business owner here in San Diego, have been for 25 years. I operate a company called RMD Group, and under RMD Group is restaurants. We have hotel restaurants in operations, and we have a local brewery called Ballast Point. It's been going on since COVID, really, and it's been escalating. And I would say for most restaurants, it could be as high as 2% cost taken from the bottom line. And just remember, when most restaurants do 5 to 10% profit margin, when you take 2%, a lot of restaurants lose money, but when you take 2%, it's pretty significant. All prices should have gone up 100% over the last 2 years, but there's an upper limit to what people are willing to pay before they decide to cook it at home. So we have to cut in other areas and keep our menu prices competitive.
My name is Mo Tarani. I've been with Cardiff for about 10 years. Cardiff is a small business lender that started in 2004. We've been lending to small businesses for the last 22 and a half years. We had a pretty big adjustment in the transportation space, and that was post-pandemic. A lot of what happened then is translating to now. A lot of transportation companies then operated under razor-thin margins. Today, the transportation sectors that are able to balance their fuel costs, their delivery routes, have more technology at their disposal, have a better opportunity to sustain some of these cost pressures that are clearly here. The pump obviously impacts how people hire, how people route their deliveries, surcharges, pricing their products, all those things are impacted. But again, I'll go back to how a business balances that in sustaining their business through these times is super important. How they maintain their customers without relying on passing every dollar back to their customers is really important. Cash flows are clearly impacted by what we are experiencing today, not only gas prices, but just turbulence in what the future has to hold for small businesses. But it's clearly from anywhere from accounts receivable to accounts payables. We're seeing some slowness in those factors that basically tell us the pressure is there, it's mounting.
We are losing staff in part because it's less expensive for them to work in more rural areas out by where they may live. We're also losing staff because we're experiencing the homeless crisis that you hear about constantly and the vagrancy that comes with that in downtown San Diego. You're just paying more taxes, making less tips, and getting less hours. We have 700 employees that we have to think about every single day. And we want them to make money. We want them to come to work and make money. And we don't want their cost to be so high. It's sticker shock, and it really is. And because it keeps going up, and this year it's up significantly, and we're getting into the hotter months. So each month consecutively, it's going up and up. There's no end to it in sight, and unfortunately, there's not much we can do.
It's really costly to move an organization and folks and their customer base out of the state. So for those that are fortunate enough, we're seeing that happen. But the majority doesn't have that opportunity to do that. We're fortunate in California. It's one of the largest economies in the world. We have a lot of entrepreneurs here that want to live here and they want to build a business around them.
We've got to cut our costs, and we have to be diligent. We have to be strategic. And we beg the community to be a little more sympathetic. If you are living in Southern California and you wanted some of these bills to pass, like minimum wage and all these gas regulations, then be more accepting of the cost of doing business in California. That's where I think the imbalance is that a lot of people who support a lot of these policies, they expect us, the restaurant operator or any small business operator, to bear the cost of it, and this needs to be a shared thing. So stop complaining about hamburger prices, because this is what you get. You're in the restaurant and hospitality industry because you love what you do. You love hosting people. You love having people at your place of business and showing them a good time. We're starting to love it less. And eventually you're going to have all cookie cutter chain restaurants if we're not careful.
Small businesses are resilient. They are by far the most resilient, and probably the reason why the U.S. economy is as strong as it is. It relies on small businesses to be successful. In no place on earth does this small business environment exist other than the United States. These challenges require business owners to go back to their roots. They're innovators, they're builders, they're adaptable, and they're problem solvers. And that's really what's required to get through these challenges. I bet on small businesses being able to innovate their way out of those issues.
California was going towards communism. The fact that you're paying more in income tax than you take home yourself on an annual basis is madness to me. And I'd be somewhat okay with even paying that high tax rate if we didn't have our economy falling apart, if we didn't have such a massive increase in homelessness, if we didn't have such a massive increase in crime. You're paying all this money, but for what?
Whether the California dream is gone for good is uncertain, but I think the state has to make some real changes. Unless there's some sort of major change, it will continue to become the place both of greatest wealth and of the most intense poverty. And that's a tragedy, and I think that's a violation of what California is all about, or has been all about.
In the state of California and the city of Los Angeles, we are not a business-friendly climate.
The state has made it so tremendously difficult to work.
The state punishes you for trying to do the right thing, for trying to run a business.
We have probably the highest gas prices anywhere in the country.
Everything's gone up at least 25%.
Change needs to come.
The whole ethos of California was growth, taking control of new fields, a opportunity agenda for a large part of the population. That's all gone now. I would like to get it back, but I don't know if the political system will allow that to happen. We're no longer this destination for talent from around the world the way we once were. Yes, in certain industries you still get that, but basically it's not a place of great opportunity anymore. Whether the wealth tax passes or not, I don't think it will make a big difference one way or the other. But what it does say, if you're a business owner, what are they going to get after next? You have a legislature that is completely controlled by the public employees. And so, well, the public employees, it's in their immediate self-interest to tax people as much as possible. The problem is nobody has explained to them that eventually you do run out of money, and eventually there's going to have to be some sort of cutbacks. California right now is careening towards a very, very difficult period.
The final nail in the coffin for me was when my home burned down in Malibu.
Get out of your car and run if you want to live.
We are still looking at structures burning to the ground.
What we're seeing right now here in California is truly tragic.
It is still it's tragic for people. People are healing, and it is very emotional. We've had people say, okay, we're going back, and then they started the construction process, and they said, you know, I can't do it. It's too sad. It's not the same community. Very, very close clients of mine who were fortunate enough to be able to buy another house, but we're going to rebuild and they have a premier lot, have just this week decided that they're not going to rebuild.
Losing the house was just 4 walls. My entire family's still in California. We left all of our family. My parents don't get to see their grandchild that we had here in South Florida. So it's devastating not to be able to have those intimate moments with your family and then be right next door. Whenever you see something like negligence in my eyes, which is what I see California being, if you let them continue being negligent and you sit there and stand idly by it, you're just part of the negligence. And that's when I said, enough is enough. The emotional torment was difficult, but I had to put my family and my future first. I'd rather be the person that's ahead of the trend. And that's why I decided to move Florida. I said, I'm done with it. And I moved a significant portion of my assets and investments to the South Florida market. There is zero income tax here, zero. It is still a thriving economy. Yeah, you're taxing people like in California and in New York over 50%, and the economy keeps falling apart and people keep running away. So taxing the rich and getting nothing for it, not only for the wealthy people, but for the economy and the people itself, is a zero-sum solution. It does not work.
Every buyer over 30 million that I'm working with currently is from California. It absolutely picked up right at the tail end of the year when the Google founders were purchasing property in Miami. It doesn't matter what tax bracket you're in, you know, it's all about the kids, right? So whether you're a billionaire or not a billionaire, life revolves around the happiness of your kids. As far as the ultra high net worth individuals, the billionaires, they obviously, you know, don't feel wanted in the blue states, right? They are not being loved in Manhattan and Los Angeles and markets of similarity, right? So it is being signaled that Florida wants you.
I think it's just the beginning of Miami's gold rush. I think it's just the beginning of the gold rush of South Florida as a whole. Everyone always says to me, California's got to come back. Did Detroit ever come back? Did Minnesota ever come back when these were once upon a time the shiny new star cities and states, and it never came back?
Some people have no choice but to leave. I invite Bear Bass or Gavin Newsom to tip right in my car and go sit in some of these families' living rooms with me and see what they're up against financially. I'll be more than happy to sit down. This isn't just high-end problems. There are people, all that community, both communities had all different classes of people. So it's really unfortunate, and also it's just frustrating that things haven't progressed.
The government's a big business, and if you don't have somebody overseeing the big business day to day, and people are just saying these amazing words like Mondani, free grocery stores. Have you seen a free grocery store yet? Because I haven't. And it's all these ludicrous statements that people buy into that they think that just a snap of a finger it's going to happen, and it never actually happens. I mean, I keep hearing these headlines of keep taxing the rich, that's going to solve the problem. It never actually does. There's literally nothing that they could do that would ever make me want to invest in a state like that again. I mean, unless there's a complete upheaval of the financial beliefs of that economy, I can't do it. And it's not so much California, it's that Florida's too good. Florida is just too perfect, it's too amazing. To my family, to all my friends that continue to think that California will come back, it's a sad dream because I don't believe it. It can be. And I believe that Florida will continue to be the future of the 50 states. But more importantly, as entrepreneurs, it's our job to continue to make Florida the amazing state it is and not to revert to the old ways of the past. Call the U-Haul company, get your butt on a truck and get your ass out here because you're gonna miss the gold rush.
I just want to go on to this other issue related to anti-Semitism and all these horrible issues we're dealing with in this country. And it goes to education, and this report that the Teachers Union is looking for guidance when it comes to Holocaust lessons. They're saying it's too difficult to teach kids about the Holocaust because they have kids who are opposing Israel and rejecting these lessons in the classroom, Lisa. This is the whole point. You've got to teach them the facts.
Yeah, it's not an opt-in or an opt-out on what you want to teach out of the national curriculum. So these teachers should not be allowed to say, well, look, I feel uncomfortable doing this and I don't want my Muslim students learning anything about the Holocaust because, my goodness, it may offend them.
It's another way that the anti-Israel hatred and ignorance of the street protesters is finding its way into actually polluting the minds of our kids in the classroom. Before I come to you, Stephen, I just want to show everyone Johannes Leek's cartoon from The Australian this morning on this very issue. Brilliant as usual. There he's got the teacher at the top of the class explaining why they can't do Anne Frank, the Diary of Anne Frank. And, of course, the teacher's head has been lopped off. A grim but telling cartoon, Stephen. This is just shocking.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I railed against this on my program this morning, and I made the point that the only people who should be offended by classes on the Holocaust are Jewish kids whose grandparents or great-grandparents might have been caught up in it. We should all be offended by the Holocaust. That's the whole point of why we need to teach this and why we can't ever forget. And if there's anyone that feels uncomfortable being taught about history, well, they need to be told to sit down, shut up and listen to the teacher, because history needs to be taught as it always has, and that is the facts, actuality. This is what happened from reliable sources. These were the precursors to why the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews, and this is why we can't let it happen again. Yeah. If we can't teach that, if teachers don't have the courage to teach that, then they're probably in the wrong profession.
Yeah, spot on. Well said. Now, let me go to some vision from northern New South Wales now of what police have done to illegal e-bikes. Now, Lisa, this is extraordinary. I mean, if they're illegal, find people or take them off the streets, but can't you tune them down or something and give them to someone who needs them or sell them? Why do you have to smash them up?
I remember the days when they take the Hoons cars, right, and smash them up, and that was their big show.
Same deal. They're doing that to crush the spirits of the Hoons. Why not de-hoon the cars and make use of them?
Or maybe put some age limits around the kids that can actually ride these things. That would be a good start. Queensland is doing that, but New South Wales, no, let's just...
yeah, Queensland's looking at stronger laws on this. Yeah. It is a real problem, Stephen. These bikes are racing around on the streets and on the footpaths at ridiculous speeds, and of course kids with no licences, no registration.
Well, we had 3 clowns rampaging through a shopping centre here over the weekend, doing burnouts on the tiles and aiming at old people and people with prams. I think they should ban them altogether. I applaud the New South Wales government for doing this, but I would say that illegal e-bike is an oxymoron. Smash the lot of them.
Now, I've got to let you have a bit of a say on the World Cup, Stephen. I know you're big on soccer, or as you prefer to call it, football. But tell me about this Australian coach. You've got 2 guys who score absolutely world-class goals in the first game, and he starts them on the bench. How can you come up with some sort of nonsense to justify that?
Look, Chris, as I try to say to you on social media last week, it's a little bit more nuanced than that kick-chasey game that you follow. But I understand what his strategy was. I don't agree with it, but what he was thinking was bring those players on in the second half, try and defend in the first half, and then bring them on in the second half with a bit of impact.
Come on, Lisa. It doesn't make any sense, does it, Lisa? You have your best weapons on the field, don't you?
Well, you should. Look, all I know about the Socceroos is that Albanese has told me today it's on at 12 o'clock tomorrow, and no doubt he'll be watching. So.
Friday, I think.
Friday. There you go.
12 o'clock Friday. And Alba's going to watch it, yeah. Thanks for joining us, guys. I appreciate it. Lisa Goddard and Stephen Senatiempo.
I have guys who are just exposing themselves in front of children, taking out their and walking towards 2-year-old children.
Is this Irishmen or is this the foreign nationals?
This is Africans.
Half of them are actually foreigners that are actually kind of like pervert. Those people should kind of get moved.
It's not what the world's being told. They are not refugees. Criminals in the jail now from Sierra Leone who are wanted for mass murder, cannibalism and...
How many people came with you to Ireland?
For me, 100%. After me, coming 30 families from Jordan.
Disorder in Dublin is out of control as new data shows that violent crime has nearly doubled in the Irish capital in a decade.
When you think of Ireland, what do you think about? Do you think about the scenic sea cliffs, perhaps the Irish pubs, or the St. Patrick's Day parade? However, now something has been brewing in Ireland, and that is the dangers of mass immigration at unprecedented rates. In 2023, you may have seen the riots that broke out after a naturalized Irish citizen from Algeria stabbed 3 children at a primary school, and chaos broke out in Ireland. But after the riots, you never heard more from Ireland about this crisis until their most famous and powerful citizen Conor McGregor appeared at the White House with a clear message for the world.
Our government has long since abandoned the voices of the people of Ireland, and it's high time that America is made aware of what is going on in Ireland. What is going on in Ireland is a travesty. Our government is the government of zero action with zero accountability. The illegal immigration racket is running ravage on the country. There are rural towns in Ireland that have been overrun in one swoop, that have become a minority in one swoop.
If you thought the US migrant crisis was bad, wait until you learn about Ireland's. For instance, if Ireland keeps its immigration rates at where they are currently, in just 15 years, the Irish will become the minority in their own country. And currently, Ireland is paying migrants up to €5,000 to come into Ireland.
Would you believe if I told you there's a country that's willing to give you €5,000 to relocate for free? Yeah, Ireland is giving you €5,000 to relocate to Ireland on a working visa for free.
In this video, I'll be speaking with the locals, the migrants themselves, and breaking down the realities of this crisis inside the unprotected borders of Ireland. What is happening here in Ireland, specifically with the migrant crisis?
We are being taken for a ride. The NGOs, the elites and the higher-ups are destroying this country to make a few quid, and they're doing it under the globalists. This is a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's not.
So do these migrants need a passport to come into Ireland?
No. So basically, you can say that you're from any country, any name.
Is there any limits as to how many people are coming into Ireland right now?
All they do is get a boat. They don't need a passport. You don't need identification from Ireland to England.
So what are the main ways migrants are coming into Ireland?
Look, after they've done the whole journey through France, all the countries they've passed through and were refused. We are the cream of the crop, basically, and we're at the end, so we will have the best offering.
So how dangerous has it become for the people here in Ireland?
Yeah, it's become very dangerous, especially for women and children. The style of violence has changed completely. But it used to be you get a bit of a beating, etc. Now it's become knife crimes. Now it's become kind of neck attack, neck slices. We also have guys who are just exposing themselves in front of children on O'Connell Street 2 days ago, just taking out their and walking towards 2-year-old children.
Is this Irishmen or is this the foreign nationals or illegal migrants?
Africans.
Was this happening before they opened up the borders and started accepting everybody?
No! These are all asylum seekers. They stop here in the middle of the road to do prayers, stopping in the middle of the road and blocking traffic, saying prayers to Allah in the middle of the road, stopping traffic.
Why is Ireland trying to hide this from the rest of the world?
Face. We are the helpers. We took in 80,000 Ukrainians, more per head than the UK, and we've done more than this. And now we bring their dogs over and fix their cars. I don't know whether it's just because they aren't being called out on it. The only people are people like myself who are calling them out on YouTube because no one else is. There's no one to do that.
In the past decade, crime has doubled in Ireland and knife crimes are a daily occurrence. In 2024, they seized over 2,000 knives, and in 2025, there have been so many attacks, they have lost track. Do women feel safe walking the streets of Ireland?
No. No. I was literally just telling her, I go into so many situations today alone just until meeting her. So,
but half of them are actually foreigners that are actually kind of like perverted. I said those are half of them foreigners. I feel like those people should kind of get moved because we don't feel comfortable. We can't walk around at night. We can't be alone around places like that. We always have to come either as 2 or 3 or 4 even.
So women don't feel safe here?
No.
And you think that's because of the open borders here?
Could be.
So what do we have going on right here? We got a bunch of people here in the corner.
There we go. Your man there in the black jacket, he's a Romanian pimp. His women are there, in through the corner, there they are there. They come around, they sell drugs. They're in the Oilac shopping centre, robbing the place blind. They're coming out selling it. Just 2 days ago, there was a stabbing in here 2 days ago. Two Romanians stabbing each other in the Oilac centre. Unheard of in Ireland. Absolutely unheard of.
So this guy right here on the corner,
he's a pimp. He's a pimp. You'll see them. They all wear flashy clothes, flashy jackets. They're all the pimps. And now, because they see in the camera, they'll all disperse, they'll all leg it. You won't see them now. What you're seeing here is not even a quarter of them on the street. Now, in the last couple of months, the Irish have been coming back onto the street, and we've been forcibly removing them because they don't belong here.
The Irish or the government?
The Irish. The Irish people are standing up and coming in and forcibly moving them. As you can see, this is all new. See the flags back up, Ireland flags? All back up on the stalls. They're going to be up all over the street now. They're trying to turn a building here into the corner into an IPAS centre.
An IPAS centre is an international protection accommodation service and is essentially a migrant shelter where migrants receive everything they need to live, including a free rent and also a free salary of a couple $100 every single week.
This is one of the most historic streets in Ireland, and they're trying to put immigrants onto it.
Really?
Yeah.
They're trying to put the IPAC centre here.
Here. There's one around the corner.
So these women right here, are these Romanian gypsies?
That's there's women there, yeah. There's women. So they go around, see, obviously you know they're scared.
So these women right here, these are Romanian gypsies?
These are the gyppos, yeah. They come around with their start stroking.
And what do they do?
And they don't like the camera, so look, they all leg it. So they just sit around all day doing nothing, scrounging off the state, getting free money, free accommodation while they rob the city blind.
So the Romanian gypsies get free stuff from the government, and then they're also here robbing and stealing?
They have keys from Dublin Corporation off the bins. They're going around opening up the bins, taking the plastic bottles out, because we have a return scheme here now, which is absolutely ridiculous as well. So it's getting worse and worse and worse, and Ireland is going to implode in the next couple of months if something isn't changed.
So Sean, right here we have a group of gypsies behind us right now, and they have their pimp, it looks like.
That's every day.
And do you think they'll talk to us if we go over there?
Probably not. They'll run from the camera, but we can give it a try if you want.
Alright, let's go do it.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
Excuse me. Where are you guys from? Where are you guys from?
Want to say a few words?
Yeah.
Just about this week. So what's going on?
Romania.
Romania. What are you guys doing here today?
No speak English.
No speak English?
No speak. Only when you get money.
They only speak
English when you get money, eh? I hear you speaking English all the time, you do be. You do be speaking English all the time. What you do be doing is, see here, they're trying to run a business and you do be screaming and shouting and everything. And you're actually turning people away from their business. It's not right what you're doing. Yeah, it's not right what you're doing. They're trying to have... Well,
so now she's speaking English.
Their business. But I'm working. Yeah, do you know the language you're speaking? I don't understand your language. It sounds English to me. It sounds English. Are you not speaking English, no? See, there you go. You tell lies as well.
Yeah. So they speak English?
Well, she said she doesn't, but she said they were speaking English to me. I don't understand Romanian, but she spoke... No, but they do be here, right, screaming and shouting around these stalls, right, and there's big gangs of them. And then people don't want to buy stuff off the stalls. They're scared, like, because... there's pickpocketing going on the whole time. It's ridiculous what goes on. And where's the guards now? Where are they? There's no guards to be seen.
And it's very obvious to see who the Romanian pimps are, right? There's one man with 4 different women around, right?
There was a few minutes ago. There's a few of them in there a few minutes ago.
And there's another group of them right on that corner right there.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. That's why you should call this the Gypsy Street, because that's all it is.
But before this was not the Gypsy Street.
No, this is Moore Street.
This, an Irish vibrant street full of Irish culture, heritage, and now look at it. It's full of Romanians, Gypsies, Algerians, anybody but the Irish.
And all the stores are closed?
All the stores, best part of them are closed, and the ones that are open are African phone shops, Chinese phone shops, wig shops, African wig shops. What has that got to do with Irish culture? African wigs, like. We don't need that crap over here, you know what I mean? Them shops are only booming over here because of the people that are flooding into the country, and they're going in, spending the free money that they get in the place to keep their business afloat while Irish business closed down. It's that simple. You see, down there is one of the most historic Irish buildings. It still has bullet holes in the pillars from 1916, and there's an Islamic table outside it, and they're preaching this Islamic. We don't want Muhammad, we don't want Islam. It has no place in Western society. We don't want it. It doesn't go with our cultures, it doesn't go with the way we think, the way we live our lives. It's the complete opposite.
You know, they feel receiving citizenship once they get into Ireland.
Well, so they say. We've no proof of it yet, but they are coming in. If they come into the country, they're getting put into these IPAS centres for maybe 2-3 months. They're going out and then they're getting all the documentation. But how are they getting into the country without documentation? Everybody's meant to be vetted coming in. But sure, your man who stabbed, who kidnapped that girl there the other day, he's only in the country 2 days. He's 19 previous convictions in the UK. Was he vetted? Because I'm pretty sure we don't let murderers and rapists and kidnappers into the country. So how did he get into the country? Why is there not being more stringent border control? Why are we not just locking the place down?
So how are hundreds of thousands of people coming into Ireland? First, for an illegal immigrant to enter into Ireland, they have to pass through all of Europe, and then they typically go from Scotland on a boat or ferry into Northern Ireland, which is a completely different country than Ireland, and then from Northern Ireland, they get on a taxi or on a bus or in their own car to the border of Ireland, and they cross into the country from there. This is what the border protection looks like in Ireland.
And there's absolutely no border patrol. And if I want to go into Northern Ireland, I do not need my passport, my identification, anything like that. I can literally step right on here, and I am here in Northern Ireland. Because of an agreement made called the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, it ensured that there would be an open border between Northern Ireland and Ireland, so people can flow right through here without even getting checked, no customs whatsoever. Anybody can come into Ireland from Northern Ireland.
We headed to Belfast as people from Ireland and North Ireland had joined together in a protest over mass migration.
And right now here in Belfast, you have 2 groups of protesters. You have a group of people that are anti-mass immigration, and then right here you have another group of people that are for immigration, and they have signs that say, "Fascists scum out, refugees welcome" here. And in between them, you have the police making sure that they do not collide. It's really interesting. We're going to see what happens here in Belfast. Who's considered the fascist scum here?
So the far-right scum are, well, people who are very vehemently anti-immigration, anti-LGBT, and just, you know, oppressive of people's rights. And
if somebody is anti-mass immigration, does that make them a far-right Nazi? How has mass immigration affected Ireland?
Streets are unsafe. You know, usually look forward to your kids going out weekends, maybe hitting the west of Ireland, do a bit of camping. Not now. No child is safe to walk the streets in Ireland now. For the first time in living memory, we have priests in Donegal telling the congregation not to walk out at night time if you're a girl or if you're a woman. It is unsafe. We have women being raped in rural towns in Ireland. We have gang rapes happening here in Ireland. We have Palestinian men here who land in the Belfast and 3 weeks later think they can 15-year-old kids from West Belfast. You know, this is what's happening with immigration here in Ireland. It's not what the world's being told. They are not refugees. The Irish government themselves have said 87% of these people are economic migrants. We know people are landing here without passports because most of them are in jail now. We have criminals in the jail now from Sierra Leone who are wanted for mass murder, cannibalism and rape. You know, so let's speak about immigration. Let's speak about immigration. Let's speak about the crime wave in Ireland, and you'll know why we're here. We're not here because we're anti-black, blue, green, whatever colour you like. We're here because of the crime wave in Ireland. That's the only reason why we're here.
We were just talking to the people on the other side of the protest, and your guys' sign says migrants welcome, racists out. What makes you guys against stopping mass migration here in Ireland and Northern Ireland?
I think we're just supporting migration at this point. Like, you know, important policies where rather than blaming people who didn't cause a crisis, we're trying to support people, and that means jobs, houses, homes, communities, people working together. Those people on the other side are not doing that there. What they're doing is scapegoat people.
Yeah, so what do you think about the other protesters on that side that are protesting against mass migration? What do you think about them?
I think they're blaming the wrong people. They are blaming people who are victims of crisis, not the cause of it.
And do you think Ireland should be worried about receiving so many immigrants into the country over the past few years?
A tiny percentage. It's obviously increased, but it's a tiny percentage. It's being made into this huge thing that it isn't, and they're doing it deliberately at a time when there's an economic crisis, so they can distract from what they want to do, which is slash jobs, put housing into the private sector, so it's one for profit, not for social need. And by doing that then they have to blame somebody. They're not blaming the right people, and that's the problem.
We have moved outside of Dublin. We are in Bellaghaderreen. This is a small community way outside of Dublin. They're saying these small communities are now being imposed to receive these migrants, even though people are not voting for them. In a town outside of Ireland, 93% of the population voted not to receive more migrants. However, the country still sent in migrants, and at that time, the population of that town was 95% Irish. Now it is just 35% Irish. We're going to see what it's like inside of this town of Bellaghaderreen. You're a resident here in Bellaghaderreen. Is it true that you guys have been replaced?
Oh yeah, the town is full of immigrants, so it is.
And where are they from, these migrants?
Well, years and years ago we took in asylum seekers from Syria up in the hotel, and now it seems to be Roma gypsies that are a lot here, and Czechoslovakian gypsies as well.
Did you guys have any say in whether or not you wanted to accept the Syrian refugees at the beginning?
No, there was no real say.
So the government just came and brought all these people here, and you guys had to deal with it?
More or less, yeah. Just plough them in there and that's it.
How long have you been here in Ireland for?
9 months ago.
9 months? What country are you from?
I come from Jordan, but I'm from Syria. Yeah.
And how are you being received here in Ireland?
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice for me, because I come in from Jordan and from Syria before. I come, there, everything not good.
And what makes so many migrants want to come here to Ireland?
How I come to Ireland?
Yeah.
From UN.
And how come you wanted to come to Ireland?
I ask, okay, when call me somebody from UN, he tell me, can you go to Sweden, to Germany, to 5 countries maybe. But I know my friends here in Ireland, very good everything in Ireland. I'm Muslim, here no problem. Here no having same another country, you Arabic, not Irish, okay? Mm-hmm. I live here with everyone.
Where do you live? Do you have a house or do you stay in the hotel?
No, I'm in Aerox Center now. But maybe after 1 month I'll go to a new home from County Council.
Okay, so does Ireland give you any money every month?
Yeah.
How much money do they give you?
Every month. Every week. I'm married, I have 3 daughters, my children. I take same €500 in 1 week.
So every week the Ireland government gives you $500?
Yeah.
And you, where are you from?
Sorry, I don't speak English. He coming with me.
How many people came with you to Ireland?
For me, 100%.
How many family or friends came with you to Ireland?
With me coming, 9.
9 people came with you here to Ireland?
9 families, but after me coming also maybe 30 families from Jordan, and Lebanese.
Oh, 30 more families. How did you get here to Ireland? Did you come through Belfast from Northern Ireland?
No. I come direct from Jordan to here.
How long do you plan to stay in Ireland?
I want forever.
Forever.
I'm Irish now.
So you and the 30 other families that came in here plan to stay forever?
Maybe. I'm not sure. For me, I tell you. I want to stay here forever with my family.
What country are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
And how long have you been here?
It's been close to 2 years I've been here.
Now, the European Union has passed the EU Migration Pact, a reform that changes the way Europe handles immigration. This pact enforces member countries to share the responsibility for migrants. Whether they like it or not, countries must either take in asylum seekers or pay to send them to some other country. Decisions that used to be made by nations are now dictated by the EU, essentially erasing national control over borders.
In Georgian London, crowds would fill the streets of Chelsea in the hopes that they could get their hands on some hot buns fresh out of the oven from the Chelsea Bun House. Now, these Chelsea buns are still made today, but the recipe is very different than it used to be. So I am going to try to recreate what the original Chelsea bun of 18th century London was like. So thank you to my Patreon patrons for their continued support of this channel as I try to recreate the original Chelsea bun, this time on Tasting History. So when I decided to make this video, I thought it was going to be a breeze. I was going to find an old recipe and recreate it like I do every week here on the channel. Simple as that. I was cocky. I was a fool. A fool, I tell you, because it turns out that this little bun is actually one of the most mysterious baked goods I have ever come up against. So the original Chelsea Bun House, which was at its peak of popularity in the mid-18th century, closed in 1839. And in their approximately 150 years in business, they never shared the recipe, which they were so famous for. Even while it was still in business, other bakeries would try to come around and recreate their buns, but it is singular that their delicate flavor, lightness, and richness have never been successfully imitated. And those unsuccessful imitators had the actual bun that they could go taste to compare it. I don't have that, so what hope have I? None, it turns out, I think. I think that there are just too many unknowns to truly recreate the original bun. However, I'm going to still try to do it because there are descriptions from just after they closed and even some recipes in the next few decades that give us some insight into what that original bun might have been. Now, one issue with these old recipes is that none of them actually agreed. It's not like the recipes started to appear and was like, oh, well, that's it, because all of them are ever so slightly different. So I'm going to take from a few of them and kind of mash them together, but most of it is based off of an 1884 recipe, which claims to be the old style of Chelsea bun, and it's filled with butter and sugar, milk, and egg, and then describes the shape of the bun, which is a square swirl shape, which is rather iconic for the bun today. It says, coil it round like a watch spring, but with the coils touching each other. And this jives with a description from 1880 that was written by someone who had talked to people who had actually tried the original bun. He said that old people say they were very rich and seemed full of butter. They were square in form and were made with eggs, with the kind of sugar, lemon, and spice, but without fruit. Today they are almost always made with fruit, but all the old descriptions say no fruit. So for this mash-up recipe, what you'll need is 4 cups or 500 grams of bread flour, then 2 1/4 teaspoon or 7 grams of dry yeast, 2/3 cup or 150 milliliters of warm milk, a half cup or 115 grams of salted butter, softened, and if you're going to use unsalted butter, I'd add about 3/4 of a teaspoon of salt. Then a heaping half cup or 115 grams of sugar, plus a teaspoon for getting the yeast started, and you'll need even more sugar for the filling, but we'll get to that later. Then 1 1/2 teaspoon cinnamon, 3/4 teaspoon nutmeg, 3/4 of a teaspoon of ginger, a half teaspoon coriander, the zest of 1 lemon, and 3 eggs, plus another egg for the egg wash. So start by proofing the yeast. Just add a teaspoon of sugar and the yeast to the warm milk, give it a good stir, and then let it sit for about 10 minutes. Then while it does its thing, you can whisk together the spices, the cinnamon, the nutmeg, ginger, and coriander, and then whisk those into the flour. Then do the same with the lemon zest, as well as the sugar. And once all of the dry ingredients are mixed together, you can add in the yeast mixture and work it in. Then add the eggs. Now at this point, the dough might seem a little too dry, and you will be tempted to add in more liquid. Do not do that, because once we add the butter, it will be plenty liquid enough, and it'll actually be very sticky. So start by mixing the dough without the butter, either by hand or if you have one in a stand mixer, and after a minute or so, start adding in the butter just 1 tablespoon at a time. Now once all the butter has been added, the dough will be quite sticky, so let it mix for another 5 minutes before you determine if you need to add a little bit more flour or not. Eventually, it should come together enough that you can dump it out onto a floured surface and finish the kneading. You do want to knead it by hand just for another minute or so, just to make sure that it's nice and smooth. Then set it in a bowl and cover with plastic wrap or a wet towel to rise. Now with all that egg and butter and milk, it is going to make the rise slower, so it actually took me in a warm place 2 hours to double in size. But once it has risen, then punch out all the air and set it on the counter, and either use a rolling pin or your hands and roll the dough out into a rectangle, trying to make the sides and corners as even as possible. It should end up being about 18 inches or 45 centimeters wide. Now today, the Chelsea buns usually have a mixture of different spices and melted butter and more sugar, very often brown sugar, as well as currants or different candies, candied fruits on the inside. None of the old recipes have that. Really, I don't start seeing that until the middle of the 20th century. Most of the old recipes actually say nothing. You just roll it up. Part of the problem with that is that then you lose the swirl because all the dough just kind of melds together. So I did find some recipes that have you sprinkle sugar on it, and that's what I'm going to do. So once you've sprinkled about 2 tablespoons of sugar all over the dough, you can roll it up lengthwise. And this should make about 12 big buns, so divide the dough into 12 pieces, making them as equal as possible. Then take a 9 by 13 inch cake pan and line it with some parchment and set the buns in, making sure to leave space between them as they will grow into each other while they rise and bake. Then cover this and let it rise for yet another hour. Once they've risen, brush them with an egg wash using that last egg, and give it another sprinkle of sugar, and then set the pan in the oven at 375 degrees Fahrenheit, 190 Celsius, and bake for about 20 minutes. Now, I wanted to take this opportunity to say that I was inspired to make this episode by reading this really awesome book called Insatiable Appetites by Peter Ross. It is all about food in Georgian London. I actually already gush about it in the Tasting History newsletter for June. So I'll put a link in the description to where you can check that out, as well as to where you can sign up for the Tasting History newsletter, where every month I will send you a little tidbit of history like the one I'm about to tell you right now. Georgian England was a bun lover's paradise. It seems that every corner of Britain had their own special bun. Heck, in London, practically every neighborhood had their own bun recipe. Dozens, if not hundreds, of different sweet buns were to be had by all members of society, or at least those who could pony up a penny for the privilege. Now, most of the buns of this era have been lost to history. We don't really know what they were, but a few have survived. In fact, one of the very first episodes that I did on this channel was on the Sally Lunn bun, which is still served today and is absolutely delicious. I also did the Bath bun that was so beloved by Jane Austen. So I guess this Chelsea bun is kind of the third installment of a bun trilogy. Now, the Chelsea bun, unsurprisingly, gets its name from Chelsea in London, which is an area in West London. But it was specifically made at the Chelsea Bun House, also known as the Royal Bun House. Now, exactly when this establishment opened is up for debate, but most people place it in the last decade of the 17th century. And their buns were already quite famous by the early 18th century. In 1711, the Irish author Jonathan Swift wrote a letter to a friend saying, "A fine day, but begins to grow a little warm, and that makes your little fat presto sweat in the forehead. Pray, are not the fine buns sold here in our town? Was it not the rare Chelsea buns? I bought one today in my walk. It cost me a penny. It was stale, and I did not like it." So that quote comes from a series of letters that he wrote to a woman named Stella, though her real name was Esther Johnson. And some of the letters were actually addressed to her companion, Rebecca Dingley, even though it was very clear that the letters were meant for Esther. Now, the exact reason for this is unknown, but one of Swift's friends, after Swift had died, said that it was because Jonathan Swift and Esther were secretly married, and that would have caused an absolute scandal. I don't exactly know why, but it would have. And so it needed to look like they weren't that close, so he would write the letters sometimes to her companion, knowing that they would get to her. Anyway, I just love 18th century scandal. Now, in the 19th century, there were several magazines that commented on the fact that Jonathan Swift did not like his Chelsea bun, because everyone liked Chelsea buns. And the reason was probably because it was stale. For to be good, it should be made with a good deal of butter, be very light, and et hot. Another writer postulated that the bun was actually given to him on purpose, a stale bun, because the proprietor probably heard Jonathan Swift's Irish accent and was like, "You get a stale bun." Now, there's no way to prove that, but it seems absolutely plausible. Who did not get a stale bun, I promise you that, was King George II. Yes, sometime after ascending the throne in 1727, King George, who had a heavy German accent, was said to frequent the bun house, which was owned by a Mr. Richard Hand, known to most as Captain Bun. Even in 1718, before George became king, Richard Hand's business card stated that they were the oldest original Chelsea bun baker, who has the honor to serve the royal family. What I find frankly remarkable about this business card is actually down at the very, very bottom. It seems that it was designed by William Hogarth, who would later become one of the greatest artists and engravers in British history. I have used his art many, many times on the channel. He's one of my favorites, but it turns out that he cut his teeth making business cards and signs for bookstores. I guess everybody has to start somewhere. Anyway, George II, his wife Queen Caroline, and their daughters were regulars at the bun house, as were the family of his grandson, King George III. In fact, his queen, Queen Charlotte, that's the queen from Bridgerton, gave the then owner of the bun house, a Mrs. Hand, a silver cup that was filled with 5 guineas, which would be about $2,000 today, so it's quite a tip for enjoying some buns. Now, the Bun House, a famous image of which was also created by William Hogarth, though well after he'd become famous, was a one-story building in the area of the Ranelagh Pleasure Gardens. This was a massive entertainment venue for London's elite and gave the Bun House a constant stream of well-to-do patrons. Now, the inside of the house was known for being chock full of antiques, paintings, and other curiosities, so that it had the air of a museum, a perfect spot to sit down and have a nice relaxing time while eating your bun. Unless, of course, it was Good Friday, because on Good Friday, the Bun House was lit. See, Good Friday was the day for bun lovers across London, because London was awash in peddlers selling hot cross buns. But it wasn't just cross buns, because Chelsea buns were also on the menu. The Chelsea Bun House sold both every Good Friday, and there would be crowds outside of the bun house at 4 a.m., and those crowds kept getting bigger and bigger and rowdier until the streets were impassable. Sometimes there would be thousands of people out there. It was said that one year there were 50,000 people on the streets of Chelsea all waiting to get a bun, so they would often close the doors and just sell them out of a window. Now, in 1792, the mob was so great that the following year, Mrs. Hand she had to put a stop to it, and so on Ash Wednesday, she released a notice saying, "Royal Bun House, Chelsea, Good Friday. No cross buns." Mrs. Hand respectfully informs her friends and the public that in consequence of the great concourse of people which assembled before her house at a very early hour on the morning of Good Friday last, by which her neighbours have been much alarmed and annoyed, she is determined, though much to her loss, not to sell cross buns on that day to any person whatever, but Chelsea buns as usual. But as it turns out, it wasn't the cross buns that did it, but just buns themselves. People kept coming. The mobs kept coming. In 1796, police had to be brought in to arrest people for their conduct. And the neighbors would get so mad that they would start throwing trash and dead animals at the mob, just hoping that they would leave, but they wouldn't leave. The mobs just kept growing every single year, and it went into the 19th century. As late as 1828, newspapers described the scene. "On the most solemn and sacred of all the days in the Christian's year, we mean Good Friday, there has prevailed such a scene of drunkenness, uproar, and riot, that it is a perfect scandal and shame to the parish and to the age. We have seen on that sacred day groups of besotted creatures almost dead drunk staggering along Grosvenor Place, and this before 10 o'clock in the morning." I think my favorite newspaper clipping that I came across that had to do with these Good Friday bun enthusiast mobs was actually somebody who had read the newspaper the day before, and the newspaper had talked about the mob and said that it was in St. Luke's Parish, Chelsea, and the person said, "No, that's not correct." And just like today where people comment on things, this person just loved correcting them. "To the editor of the New Times, Sir, as an inhabitant of Chelsea, I am anxious to set you right with respect to the statement which appeared in your paper of yesterday. I wish to inform you that the Bun House does not stand in the parish of St. Luke, Chelsea, but in that of St. George. and further, that the respectable inhabitants of Chelsea have done all they can to put a stop to these abominable proceedings, but, as you are aware, have no power out of their own parish. I do not mean to say that the magistrates of either parish could not effect this, if they thought proper, but I do mean to say that they are very lukewarm in their business, at least the Chelsea magistrates. I have the honour to be, sir, your most obedient servant, an old parishioner. I don't know if you know the Nextdoor app, but if you ever read it, it's just filled with things like that, but not nearly as well written. Anyway, even if the police were unwilling to stop the mobs outside the Chelsea Bun House, capitalism was willing to stop the mobs, because while Good Friday remained a very good business day, the other 364 days of the year did not. First, in 1803, the nearby pleasure gardens, which many of the bun house's more well-to-do customers frequented, closed. And from there, while it was still popular, the bun house's business slowly declined. And now, by this time, the house was run by one of the sons of the Mrs. Hand, who had kind of shepherded the place through its glory days. And he was an eccentric character who dealt also largely in butter, which he carried round to his customers in a basket on his head. Hot or cold, wet or dry, throughout the year, the punctual butterman made his appearance at the door and gained the esteem of everyone by his cheerful aspect and entertaining conversation. A charming fellow, but it seems that butter delivery was propping up the old Chelsea bun business by this time. Now, in 1821, he died and left the business to his older brother. Also, side note, the younger brother's name was Gideon Richard Hand. The older brother's name was Richard Gideon Hand. So I'm guessing that the mom was just too busy running a business to give her children unique names. Now, Richard was a military man, a former military man, and was at that time one of the poor knights of Windsor. And so he'd never found time to marry and have children. So when he died at the age of 84 in 1836, there were no more hands to leave the business to, and so it was actually taken over by the crown, and then in 1839, the business was shuttered and the old bun house was torn down. Now, it tried to make a comeback under different owners in a different location, but in the words of one paper, the olden charm of the place had fled. The old Chelsea bun house was gone, and while other bun houses sold their version of the Chelsea bun, it was not the same. First off, the recipe clearly had been lost to time, because even by the 1850s, when recipes are being written, none of them can agree on what a Chelsea bun was. And they just kept changing, and then by around the early 20th century, you start to see the version that you would find in modern British bakeries today, with currants and brown sugar and sometimes cinnamon and other things like that kind of swirled into it. But should you want to try the original Chelsea bun, the bun that London mobs went mad over, well, then you'll have to make them yourself, or hurry up and come on over to my house and hopefully try one before I eat them all, because they smell delightful. So after the buns are fully baked, you'll want to pour a glaze over them. Now, some of the old recipes call for just melted butter. Some are melted butter and powdered sugar, which kind of creates a mess. But there are others that say milk and powdered sugar, and that's what I did. It was a third cup, or 75 milliliters of milk, whisked into 1 cup, or 120 grams of powdered sugar. You brush this over the buns, or just pour it all over them, and then serve them up hot. And here we are, my approximation of the original Chelsea bun of 18th century London. It smells so good. The spice is there. You know, it's not in the swirl, it's actually in the dough, but you can really smell it. Also, the glaze just gives it this nice kind of sheen on the top. Let's give it a go. So soft. Mmm. Mmm. I'm so sorry. Usually I take one bite and then tell you what I think, but I went straight for another bite. It is so soft and buttery. It does match the original descriptions. Soft, buttery, lemony, just a little bit. It's not lemony, but it is there. And then spiced. The spices are all there, but again, since they're in the dough, they actually give the dough some color. And it is sweet without being cloying at all. It's not like a cinnamon bun, which I do love a cinnamon bun, but it's not like that at all. Nowhere near as sweet. I often get asked, what my favorite recipe that I've ever done on the channel is, and I have trouble answering. This may be it. Quite honestly, this may be it. This is so good. Remember when I said you'd have to rush on over here before I eat them all? You're gonna have to get here pretty quick, because I have 12 of them. I think by tomorrow they'll all be gone. Also, something I found really, really interesting while researching this, I was looking for old recipes, and I tried to stick to the 19th century, but I ended up moving into the 20th century, and I'm so glad that I did, because I found one. The recipe itself, not interesting, but just below it, on the newspaper page, is an advertisement for the new White Star Line steamer Titanic. It touts the fact that people will be able to take their meals in the open air, first class of course, and that if you have the money, and it is a lot of money, you'll actually have a private promenade so that other passengers can't look at you. It was just cool to see that before it sank. You know, most of the stuff in the newspapers was after it sank. This is before it sank. I thought that was really cool. Anyway, you gotta make these. You just gotta make these. There is no way that you can't. If you don't bake, start, because these are so worth it. Seriously, I'm not gonna eat all 12. I'm gonna take some maybe to my neighbors. I usually don't do that, but they're so good. If I don't, I will eat them all, and I will see you next time with Tasting History.
is going on, Duckers? And thank you for tuning into this episode of the Decoy live stream podcast. The thing we missed yesterday, it was Monday. We usually live stream on Monday, but I honestly just felt like it was more important to do the rebuttal or just the victory lap that was Asmongold essentially defeating, like I can show you right here, essentially defeating UK's Prime Minister. I think that, the main channel, Decoy, just has so much more reach. It's more important that we just talk about that over there, because, I mean, it's important to know that live streamers are impacting political leadership across an ocean, and it's pretty much confirmation that, like, live streamers are just internet personalities are the new most trusted source of news now. It's crazy. Yeah, the Roach King won. Yeah, Stormer Mog by Asmon, yeah. That's the thing, someone said I should use, instead of having the Be Right Back screen, I should add something that's like the stream starting soon or something, but honestly, all I got is 3 buttons here. Actually, 4 buttons. One's like record. I got like volume sounds and everything, like I can turn up the brightness and everything, but if I had that giant panel with all the different buttons, I probably wouldn't even use it. So it's better off Be Right Back. That'll just be the screen. It is what it is. Is it England seemed washed up, can't even beat Ghana, looked real stale. I think the World Cup, I gotta be honest, I was never a soccer fan. As like a very, very wee lad, as a kid, I did play a bit of, AYSO soccer. It was decent at it, wasn't that great, but it's watching the World Cup as an adult and just enjoying it for being sports or whatever, and kind of like me trying to figure out ways to get detached from reality, detached from everything going on in the world. It was actually fun. The first time I think I had an appreciation for this, even though this humidity out there is just doing crazy stuff to my hair right now. Is what it is. I can't control it. I finally got a notification of you, love streaming, been keeping up with other videos. Have a good one, appreciate that. Yeah, I really feel like Decaf Decoy is starting to gain some steam, because if you look at it right now, I think, yeah, we're at, over 1 million subscribers on this channel. But yeah, 99,000.3. I think it just went from 0.2 to 0.3, so it's pretty cool that we'll get this channel up to 100K in the very near future. Love seeing foreigners having a great time. I love, just sad to say, the propaganda that is the World Cup, where you're seeing all these people coming to America and enjoying barbecue for the first time, seeing a Buc-ee's for the first time, going to like any supermarket and seeing the insane portions that we serve our food in. It's pretty amazing. Oh, you love your word Decoy watching from Australia. Pretty cool that we have a lot of international people watching. Like, oddly enough, I knew someone that came from Ireland and met me here. Not on purpose, just like, happened.
Welcome to the Next News Network. It is time for Between
Need something? See you later. Hey there. Have a good one.
What can I do for you?
like, you know, Happen Chance ran into me, and they are a fan of Decoy Voice. And I'm like, that's crazy, because I only had maybe, by the time I met him, maybe one video regarding Ireland and what was happening with, like, the riots and how was putting his toe into politics and everything. So it's like, it's cool that we have people from Australia, people from Ireland, people from all across Asia watch this channel. So it's pretty cool because, oh, you're from Scotland, that's awesome. It's oh yeah, people getting free refills for their first time. I think it was almost culture shock for me to go to, like, Koreatown, go to very, very authentic Korean restaurants, and they bring you your drink, like, you order a soda and they give it to you in a can, and I'm like, oh wow, they're very not necessarily stingy with it, because they just don't want to have the infrastructure of, like, the soda mixing machine and the carbonation in the back. But it's like, yeah, like, free refills and unlimited sodas is a very, very, like, I don't want to say middle America thing, but it's a very, like, American thing where it's like, yeah, you can have as many calories as you want inside your soda pop. Quebec, Canada over there. I mean, man, the thing that we heard about over in Canada recently, which is, I can't even show you the meme on screen right now, but basically it was at a mass, you guys don't have the Second Amendment, but a mass pew-pew incident. A Marxist ended the life of an officer that is an immigrant, a Canadian officer that is an immigrant. Yeah, it's like a Marxist went on a mass pew-pew spree, ends the life of a immigrant police officer named Mohammed. The female copper was there, ends up blasting a civilian who happened to be a rabbi, and this is all in front of the Adult Entertainment Hub website corporate offices. And this is all in Canada. Like, that was brutal. You know, we've been on the internet for a long time. We've been kind of desensitized to all these very, very harsh things in the world. Like, I think tomorrow, I'm gonna take an entire day off. No social media, no nothing. It's, like, draining me in ways. I feel like my eyes, like, if we look way back in the channel's original videos, my eyes were, like, brighter and sparklier. Yeah, it's 5 years ago, but honestly, it's just, like, being in the trenches of that is social media, seeing mass incidents and people losing their lives in horrendous ways has definitely put its toll on me. So take a day off of it, because that incident over in Canada was horrendous. It was just a civilian trying to get away from the mass pew-pew incident, comes across a female copper, and she panics, blasts him, and as the actual shooter comes up upon her, she doesn't even, like, she draws on him, doesn't fire, runs away, and I believe she took 6 to the back. Isn't critical, but you said the civilian crawled up on a cop. I don't even know if he crawled up on her. It's like, if you've seen the video, it's sad, but it's like she's just hiding behind a planter, and he's kind of the civilian, the rabbi, confused as to what's happening, comes around the corner and just kind of scares her, and she just unloads on him, puts him down, still in shock. The actual guy comes up on her holding a rifle, and she just freezes. Can't say we wouldn't act the same. You know, panic impacts everybody differently, but that definitely was not a great advertisement for female peace officers, and also Canada in general. Like, I guess since they don't have the same 2A laws we have in America, maybe they don't just drill down with their coppers, like, what to do in a mass incident. Like, how should we be doing it? Because there was another copper in the bottom of the camera view that sees it, gets out of his cop car, and just kind of waltzes off camera. And you're like, I understand he was probably trying to find defilade, maybe get a good angle on the guy, but it didn't seem like they were very, very well trained in what it was. You know, it took what happened in North Hollywood and in Los Angeles for all the LAPD coppers to get rifles, and maybe just Canada's just not equipped for this. Yeah, if you can't handle panic, don't get the job. Unfortunately, there were a lot of people, at least, you know, I can vouch for what I can tell you. There are a lot of people that become cops that just want the prestige of it. They want to wear the shield. They want to carry the gun. They want to be seen as an authority figure. I did this thing. I'm a civil servant. I'm a cop. Look at all the prestige that comes around it. But they don't actually want to do the job. And unfortunately in LA, especially when you're at like a boot, a lot of your job is dealing with bums. They don't want to be enforcing the law. They don't want to respond to calls. They don't want to get the dangerous radio calls. And they just, I just want to be a cop. Like, I want to be a detective. I want to be wearing a suit. I want prestige somewhere else. I want to work over in downtown and just, help revise emails. They don't want to do the job. And it's sad because with DEI initiatives, they will hire those people because they got quotas to meet. And they want to look like they're doing their job right for their woke leadership, and then, unfortunately, sadly, civilians will suffer. You gotta work your way up from the bottom in every profession, but unfortunately, at least in LAPD, there are a lot of initiatives saying, you check off all these boxes we need for a representation, so not only are we going to give you guys specific recruitment seminars, like we need people from your population to join our police force. Not only will they pluck you out of the general populace to become coppers, once you get there, like, oh man, you are a valuable resource to us. Let's fast track you up the ranks. And it's like, some of them become very, very fine police officers. They're good at their job, and then other ones slip through the cracks, and everybody knows it. Everybody resents it, and it's sad because not only do you get a poor person in a leadership position or in a very sought-after detail, you will end up crushing the morale of other officers because they feel like their hard work isn't noticed, and they're just there to be the fodder. You guys take care of the bottom level, like deal with the homeless guy that pooed himself in a public library and he's now fighting kids. You deal with that. We gotta get this special DEI hire. Gotta get them over and let them become a murder police real quick. Yeah, it was at the hub headquarters over in Canada. Like, that story got more and more bizarre as it came out, because then you found out, like, I hate the idea that they make them into an anti-hero, and they say things like, oh, he had a manifesto and he had this. Like, I don't care if you had a document saying all the things you were planning on doing. You're a loser. You do a mass incident, whether you're a gangbanger in Chicago or you're doing it at a school, you're a loser. Like, I don't want to say you're good at life, but it's like we should not be putting them on a pedestal. And it's like, he had a message to say, so let's read his message because now he's important. It's like, no. We ignored him as a loser when he was doing nothing. Don't let this be his rise to infamy. Yeah, but the idea is, yeah, a communist guy goes there to the hub headquarters, wants to end a specific religion. The female copper does it. He goes after the police and ends up getting a police officer that is also an immigrant. Very, very, very sad times in Canada, but I mean, I just wonder how their media will cover this because I mean, obviously they got dangerous times ahead, and what their laws aren't doing what they could, and obviously their police wasn't equipped for this, but I mean, it is crazy. Yeah, people saw shows of the police department. They want to be that. It's not the same in real life. I knew a lot of guys, and it's like, you're not looking down on them. They still served. But I knew guys that were like, they were badasses, played high school football, and then they join either the Navy or the Marines, and they think they're going to be Force Recon. They think they're going to be a Navy SEAL. They join the Army. They think they're going to be in the Rangers. Like, they have high expectations for themselves. And that's all fine and great. Serve your country. Get the GI Bill. Better yourself. Great. But they get in the Army and they realize, oh my God, like, I don't want to be camping all the time. I don't want to be outdoors. Like, this all sounds miserable. Let me just become, like, what was a case in point? Like, an aircraft control person. 100%. Like, that's a very, very valuable.
Looking for something specific? See you around. do that yet. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that. too far away. I need to get closer.
Open for business. Safe travels.
while serving or military, and then you can get a great job afterwards. Just like, Happen Chance ran into me, and they are a fan of Decoy Voice, and I'm like, that's crazy, because I only had maybe, by the time I met him, maybe one video regarding Ireland and what was happening with like the riots and how Conor McGregor was putting his toe into politics and everything. So it's like, it's cool that we have people from Australia, people from Ireland, people from all across Asia watch this channel. So it's pretty cool because, oh, you're from Scotland, that's awesome. It's people getting free refills for their first time. I think it was almost culture shock for me to go to like Koreatown, go to very, very authentic Korean restaurants, and they bring you your drink, like you order a soda, and they give it to you in a can, and I'm like, oh wow, they're very not necessarily stingy with it because they just don't want to have the infrastructure of like the soda mixing machine and the carbonation in the back, but it's like, yeah, like free refills and unlimited sodas is a very, very like, I don't want to say middle America thing, but it's a very like American thing where it's like, yeah, you can have as many calories as you want inside your soda pop. Quebec, Canada over there. I mean, man, the thing that we heard about over in Canada recently, which is, I can't even show you the meme on screen right now, but basically it was at a mass, you guys don't have the Second Amendment, but a mass pew-pew incident. A Marxist ended the life of an officer that is an immigrant, a Canadian officer that is an immigrant. Yeah, it's like a Marxist went on a mass pew-pew spree, ends the life of a immigrant police officer named Mohammed. The female copper was there, ends up blasting a civilian who happened to be a rabbi, and this is all in front of the Adult Entertainment Hub website corporate offices, and this is all in Canada. Like, that was brutal. You know, we've been on the internet for a long time. We've been kind of desensitized to all these very, very harsh things in the world. Like, I think tomorrow I'm gonna take an entire day off. No social media, no nothing. It's like draining me in ways. I feel like my eyes, like if we look way back in the channel's original videos, my eyes were like brighter and sparklier. Yeah, it's 5 years ago, but honestly, it's just like being in the trenches of that is social media, seeing mass incidents and people losing their lives in horrendous ways has definitely put its toll on me. So just take a day off of it because that incident over in Canada was horrendous. It was just a civilian trying to get away from the mass pew-pew incident, comes across a female copper and she panics, blasts him, and as the actual shooter comes up upon her, she doesn't even, like, she draws on him, doesn't fire, runs away, and I believe she took 6 to the back. Isn't critical, but you said the civilian crawled up on a cop? I don't even know if he crawled up on her. It's like, if you've seen the video, it's sad, but it's like, she's just hiding behind a planter, and he's kind of, the civilian, the rabbi, confused as to what's happening, comes around the corner and just kind of scares her, and she just unloads on him, puts him down, still in shock. The actual guy comes up on her holding a rifle, and she just freezes. Can't say we wouldn't act the same. You know, panic impacts everybody differently, but that definitely was not a great advertisement for female peace officers and also Canada in general. Like, I guess since they don't have the same 2A laws we have in America, maybe they don't just drill down with their coppers, like, what to do in a mass incident. Like, how should we be doing it? Because there was another copper in the bottom of the camera view that sees it, gets out of his cop car, and just kind of waltzes off camera. And you're like, I understand he was probably trying to find Defilade, maybe get a good angle on the guy, but it didn't seem like they were very, very well trained in what it was. You know, it took what happened in North Hollywood and in Los Angeles for all the LAPD coppers to get rifles, and maybe just Canada's just not equipped for this. Yeah, if you can't handle panic, don't get the job. Unfortunately, there were a lot of people, at least, you know, I can vouch for what I can tell you. There are a lot of people that become cops that just want the prestige of it. They want to wear the shield. They want to carry the gun. They want to be seen as an authority figure. I did this thing. I'm a civil servant. I'm a cop. Look at all the prestige that comes around it, but they don't actually want to do the job. And unfortunately in LA, especially when you're like a boot, a lot of your job is dealing with bums. They don't want to be enforcing the law. They don't want to respond to calls. They don't want to get the dangerous radio calls. And they just... I just want to be a cop. Like, I want to be a detective. I want to be wearing a suit. I want prestige somewhere else. I want to work over in downtown and just, you know, help revise emails. They don't want to do the job. And it's sad because with DEI initiatives, they will hire those people because they got quotas to meet, and they want to look like they're doing their job right for their woke leadership. And then, unfortunately, sadly, civilians will suffer. You gotta work your way up from the bottom in every profession, but unfortunately, at least in LAPD, there are a lot of initiatives saying, you check off all these boxes we need for a representation, so not only are we going to give you guys specific recruitment seminars, like we need people from your population to join our police force. Not only will they pluck you out of the general populace to become coppers, once you get there, like, oh man, you are a valuable resource to us. Let's fast track you up the ranks. And it's like, you know, some of them become very, very fine police officers. They're good at their job. And then other ones slip through the cracks, and everybody knows it. Everybody resents it. And it's sad because not only do you get a poor person in a leadership position or in a very sought after detail, you will end up crushing the morale of other officers because they feel like their hard work isn't noticed, and they're just there to be the fodder. You guys take care of the bottom level, like deal with the homeless guy that pooed himself in a public library and he's now fighting kids. You deal with that. We gotta get this special DEI hire. Gotta get them over and let them become a murder police real quick. Yeah, it was at the hub headquarters over in Canada. Like, that story got more and more bizarre as it came out, because then you found out, like, I hate the idea that they make them into an anti-hero, and they say things like, oh, he had a manifesto and he had this. Like, I don't care if you had a document saying all the things you were planning on doing. You're a loser. You do a mass incident, whether you're a gangbanger in Chicago or you're doing it at a school, you're a loser. Like, I don't want to say good of life, but it's like we should not be putting him on a pedestal. And it's like, he had a message to say, so let's read his message because now he's important. It's like, no. We ignored him as a loser when he was doing nothing. Don't let this be his rise to infamy. Yeah, but the idea is, yeah, the communist guy goes there to the hub headquarters, wants to end a specific religion. The female copper does it. He goes after the police and ends up getting a police officer that is also an immigrant. Very, very sad times in Canada, but I mean, I just wonder how their media will cover this because, I mean, obviously they got dangerous times ahead, and what their laws aren't doing what they could, and all these, obviously their police wasn't equipped for this, but I mean, it is crazy. Yeah, people saw shows of the police department. They want to be that. It's not the same in real life. I knew a lot of guys, and it's like, you know, you're not looking down on them. They still served. But I knew guys that were like, they were badasses, you know, played high school football, and then they join either the Navy or the Marines, and they think they're going to be Force Recon. They think they're going to be a Navy SEAL. They join the Army. They think they're going to be in the Rangers. Like, they have high expectations for themselves, and that's all fine and great. Serve your country, get the GI Bill, better yourself, great. But they get in the army and they realize, oh my god, like I don't want to be camping all the time. I don't want to be outdoors. Like, this all sounds miserable. Let me just become like, you know, what was a case in point, like an aircraft control person. Like, that's a very, very valuable skill to learn while serving our military, and then you can get a great job afterwards. But the idea of people saying, I want to be in the special forces, not to say like, you know, they don't got the heart for it, because they, you know, still badasses, but a lot of people just idealize it. They played it in Modern Warfare. Like, oh my god, like I get all the special kit, get to grow a beard, get to go off and do crazy, insane missions, not knowing that it is an arduous task, a lot of mundane tasks, and you're just gonna spend a lot of time outdoors camping, doing nothing, and suffering. That's part of the training, is just like, how much can you suffer and still manage to complete objectives? But they don't understand that. Digging a ditch, being all you can be, exactly. Like other guy I've referenced him before. He's definitely not watching my channel, but it's like, he went there to the Navy and he was just loading potatoes, peeling potatoes, like just doing single tasks all day long. Couldn't cut it. And honestly, maybe that would break me too. I don't want to be on a ship for several months and you're out there with a ratio of like 9-to-1 male to females. It might have broken me too. The body cam videos are the real thing these guys deal with every day. Dealing with crazy ones who are mostly in jail and get released again. But sad to say, yes, they deal with the insanity that we see on body cams, but the majority of it is just mundane, shooting the shit. 99 out of 100 days, doing something lame unless you get like assigned to South Central or something. But it's like 99% of it is just procedural, boring nonsense. A lot of paperwork. And then a 1% of it is like, well, what do you call it? White knuckling, adrenaline, crazy stuff happening. And it's like, can you balance that? And also the damage it does. Like, just adrenaline peaks like that up and down, and you never know. And some people, it'll put them in a perpetual sense of anxiety and like tension. And it's like, it's really hard on your heart, you know? It's true, depends on what town and area you're in. Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of parts of LA now will be that. But if you get put out in like maybe a Glendale, maybe like a Beverly Hills, like a Santa Monica, even though they got all the homeless nonsense over there, Santa Monica is one of the few. I complain about this all the time. Santa Monica is one of the few departments that they do not have is it a mandate? But they're not required to respond to distress calls. So I could be in Santa Monica and my friend steps in a bear trap, metaphorically, steps in a bear trap, and I say, hey, help, cops, help my friend, he's hurt. And they can see me and be like, I'm not dealing with that, and just walk away. That's how bad Santa Monica is. Is the warehouse fire in LA finally over? No, it's not. We're gonna cover that. You've just described combat arms. I mean, it all is. Like, life is not as exciting as you think it is. And when you do a high-stress job of like any form of just security, law enforcement, being a soldier, it's like you'd think you'd know how to be like, okay, I'm gonna be a good soldier, and when it hits the fan, I'm gonna be very, very clear in mind. I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna be heroic. I'm gonna do all this stuff. I'm a badass. But it's not like you get a build-up to it. It's just like you're doing a mundane task and then boom, time in, you gotta go. And sometimes it catches you by surprise and you just can't function. It's like, I honestly feel like a lot of this stuff is inherent, where you can't teach somebody how to be cool under pressure and to remember their training and do everything how they're supposed to under pressure. It's just something innate in them. How many like youth sports do they play? How many fist fights do they get into as a kid? If they have none of that, a very coddled life, there's no amount of academy training, boot camp training you can give them that's going to make them a different person at their core, in my opinion. Oh, what's up, Maybe Sunshine? Good to see you here. He said, yeah, they burned away their carbon footprint savings for decades in Cali with those burning solar panels. I mean, we can just go ahead and get to the first topic right now. Usually we hang out for more, but I mean, what's happening in California with this fire is nuts because, again, went into day 6, maybe this is day 5. The fire was out, like, I can't remember a single structure fire lasting this long, but they said it was under control until it got reignited. Like, they're tearing it down, all these dangerous chemicals out there. When is the last time we've seen a fire last this long and keep on coming back? It's almost like this is part of their plan. Because you see this over here from Coulson Aviation. They were flying above it and noticing the fires on the roof. And one thing that a lot of people didn't realize is it's all solar panels on fire. And what are solar panels actually made up of? I gotta be honest, I don't know. And how could that be impacting the air quality for us? But then they say they have a state of emergency in Los Angeles, and Governor Gavin Newsom, he instituted the state of emergency. And one thing that you gotta understand, I used to think, state of emergency, that means they bring in the National Guard, or they really, they're gonna get to business. All declaring a state of emergency means is they're allowed to tap into different funds to resolve the issue. It's not actually doing anything other than saying, hey, the money we set aside for, rainy days, we're using that now because we're too inept to stop a building fire that has been put out, reignited, and been poisoning the skies for over 6 days.
Warehouse fire that has been burning for 6 days. Residents near the warehouse have already begun to evacuate the area at this time. No injuries reported. Officials say the fire could have been started when testing for new solar panels on the roof went wrong.
So much for green energy with this Lineage cold storage facility. They said, let's go green, protect the environment, use less fossil fuels. And now, how many solar panels do we have to have operating for how long can do the carbon offset of what this 6-day fire has done to our environment? Honestly, I don't think it could ever offset it. And I speak as someone that have seen people that got solar panels for their home, and it's amazing.
The DOJ has a message for people caught defacing federal property, including
something different. Which is the idea that solar panels on fire, and look how bad it is. Like day 6, this was as of 2 days ago. Alexandra Tig out there, and if you gotta be wearing all this hazardous material with duct tape, air locking away the dangerous fumes, imagine what's happening to just the kid that lives behind this facility.
At the cold storage fire in Royal Heights, the Lineage cold storage facility, is that we have had Chinook helicopters drop 3,000 gallons of water on the roof.
This is exactly like when a Tesla catches fire. And mind you, I love my Tesla, I love EVs, but I know wholeheartedly, 1, it's more dangerous to be in if it catches fire, and 2, it doesn't really save the environment. Yeah, maybe it's marginally better than using fossil fuels, but a lot of these places get their electricity from fossil fuels instead of just regular gasoline, but then also the environmental impact to make the lithium battery that I'm sitting on 1,000 of them is much worse than burning my gasoline. Diesel's better, yes, but they don't want to talk about that.
This structure. And so now that firefighters are getting the upper hand, what we are seeing is a concern about the roof and whether it is safe to even get up on that roof, because all of the solar panels have burned clean on one side.
And then what happens? All the solar panels, some of them didn't get scorched, but I imagine the soot that went over the top of them, they're no longer good. And are they going to be like, what do you call it? Like a wind turbine. They say, oh, wind energy is so renewable, but they only last for so long. They're these giant metal beams, and once you take them down to be replaced, they just sit in a giant graveyard to never be used again, can't be recycled, can't be disposed of. I imagine this is going to create a huge environmental hazard afterwards. You say, solar panels are primarily made about 76% glass, 10% plastic polymer, 8% aluminum, 5% silicone, 1% copper, and less than 1% 0.1% silver and other metals. So 10% plastic polymer is putting those toxic fumes in the air. And one thing I remember about the wildfires that were near me when I lived in LA is, you know, I didn't want to wear an N95 mask. This is before COVID. But I was like, I'm not trying to wear a mask. I'm just going to be out there and I'll just deal with the bad smell. But they say, keep in mind, all the animal poo, all the poison oak, and whatever pesticides in like the homes and gardens that they have put like next to the houses that got burned, that's now in the air. And you are now breathing soot of pesticides, poison oak, animal poo. Like, it is very, very dirty stuff. Like, kind of like flood water. You think it's just groundwater, but it's like, it's so much worse than you actually think it is.
Of this facility, and thousands and thousands of pounds of water have been dumped on that roof at the same time. So will that roof cave in? Is there a chance of that? More water is going to get poured on that roof from water drops. What is the situation with the integrity of that roof? How safe is it? We're going to find out from officials. I have no...
And again, they haven't... Why don't we already know? Don't you think that we have scientists or somebody that, like, you know, evaluated the safety of solar panels on buildings? Shouldn't there already be studies or warnings saying, we know if you guys have solar panels on a building, buildings catch on fire? That's part of it.
How are you?
Why don't we already know what it is? Mayor Karen Bass is going to talk about it later on, but it just gets worse.
Yeah, because that will be the next phase.
He said it smelled really bad Sunday in the San Fernando Valley, and that is over a hill many miles away, and yet they hadn't even evacuated some of the parts of Boyle Heights. It's crazy.
Safely enter that building and make sure that roof collapse, if it happens, can be avoided and no injuries are incurred. So another thing to learn from all this here in Boyle Heights. I'm Alex Dating with Front Page Index.
Thank you, Alex Dating, for being out there and putting yourself in harm's way, because you saw this over here. They said aerosolized lead and cadmium, I can't pronounce that, aka turbo cancer. You see this over at Dodger Stadium. Now, you know, obviously I'm a Dodger fan, and I was seeing this game, and I was like, are they going to cancel the game? Or do the Dodgers not care about their $1 million players that much? They're going to let them play amongst the turbo cancer air. But apparently, as the day went on, this top layer got blown away, thankfully. But I'm willing to bet the MLB, even if they tested the air quality, the AQI, and said, you know what, probably shouldn't still be playing, they're not going to miss out on the millions that they had. There's a rain delay, but there's no turbo cancer delay, so they probably let it happen. But the craziest part about this is one, Karen Bass was out of town again for another major Los Angeles fire that had been going on for 6 days. Now, mind you, the first one was she got warnings that there was going to be super fire conditions, and she was caught on recording saying, okay, look, there's a plan. I'm gonna be in Ghana. You know, she's going to the wedding, I think it was. But it's like, she knew about the risk, and she left anyway. This one was, I think she was in the air already while heading to Chicago. But the idea is if she has a major fire and knows politically it's going to decimate her, and she still has to win another election in November, it's gonna look terrible if she doesn't come back immediately. But no, she still made her trip. She still stayed in Chicago to visit the Barack Obama library that looks like an eyesore, and the idea that she found it more important, the virtue signal to people over in Chicago with her appearance next to the Obama library, than it is to save the young black kids that live in the Boyle Heights. Like, this is insane to me. Here she is previously saying, hey, I needed to be there. It was a mistake to travel.
Obviously, I hated the fact that I was out of the city when the city needed me the most. And frankly, obviously, I hated the fact that I was out of the city when the city needed me the most. And frankly, when my family needed me the most.
When they said it's going to take 60 days to put out the fire, maybe that's why she was out of town. She's like, you know what? Let me just let this blow over before I make an appearance, because even when she makes an appearance, she makes it worse.
Because I was impacted. My family was impacted by the fires as well.
Isn't Karen Bass, am I getting accused? Or isn't it Karen Bass's brother, her own brother, is suing her over the wildfires? Yeah, I hated it. Again, she didn't hate the fact that fires occurred. She didn't hate the fact that this is going to provide her and Governor Gavin Newsom the greatest opportunity at a land grab in their lifetimes. They don't hate that. They just hate the idea that it makes them look bad sometimes. But again, I don't think they're there to they are there to protect the citizens. I think they're there to protect their own political career. And now with what we know about the elections, she doesn't really need to focus on that because they can just find the ballots endlessly.
It is a horrible feeling to know that it took a long time to come back because of how far away I was.
So you weren't that far. You were like a 4-hour flight away this time. You weren't in Ghana. You weren't in another country, on another continent. You were in Chicago. You could have just landed, heard about the fire in Boyle Heights, and flew back the same day. But you didn't do that.
That it was a mistake to travel.
It was a mistake to travel, but I will tell you that we need to evaluate everything. Because honest and truly, if I had all of the information that I needed to have, the last thing I would have done would have been to be out of town.
And I think that later on they found out that she had that information. She knew that the fire hazard was happening. She just lying to your faces on ABC7. But the thing that people say is the owner of the warehouse that's on fire is a guy that gave a max contribution to the re-elect Mayor Karen Bass for Mayor 2026. Now, one thing I would say is I'm not about the whole, like, you get what you voted for, so if your building goes up in flames, you voted for Karen Bass, because it doesn't only impact him. The main impact is all the kids that still gotta go to school, all the people that still gotta go to work, and inhale all these fumes because businesses don't care about your exposure to turbo cancers in the air. They just care about, being in business still in a Mayor Karen Bass economy. I care about them. I don't care about this guy, and I don't think they deserve that to be done inadvertently. But now you see, you'd almost rather Karen Bass still be over there in Chicago at that library just being an idiot, because when she comes back, she makes it so much worse by being an idiot.
For a 6th straight night, firefighters in Boyle Heights remain on the attack, drenching the giant warehouse fire with water as smoke continues pouring into Boyle Heights and far beyond.
Your eyes are burning. It's really bad for people that have respiratory issues.
Residents expressing their anger and frustration, tired of breathing in dirty air.
Air quality.
And here's one thing that we just realized, though. It's like during the COVID times.
Residents expressing their anger and frustration, tired of breathing.
Don't these medical masks do next to nothing when it comes to air particulate? Like, didn't we realize it when Fauci said, don't wear the masks, they do nothing? Okay, you know what? Do wear the masks. We just need the mask for the doctors. Okay, the cloth masks and the medical masks, they do nothing. Maybe for a little bit of water particulate, but not for the aerosol you're inhaling. The only thing that works is a firmly suctioned onto you N95 mask with a respirator, and if you have a beard or any facial hair, it's ineffective. Again, they are with this thing. Well aware of that this is ineffective, and they're using this. Yeah, they make it worse, actually. I wouldn't be surprised. Brainwashing works. Masks prove it. Exactly.
And dirty air.
Air quality is really bad right now.
Waiting in long lines Monday for free masks and air purifiers.
Right now, they're doing this just to, okay, you guys be quiet, No, we want a town hall meeting. We want them to...
Town hall meeting won't do anything because you guys kept on electing these people. And again, I'm not exactly blaming them because I don't think that the election... something suspicious.
Tell us what's going to happen.
The fire erupted last Wednesday at the massive cold storage warehouse, and since then, firefighters have been battling from the ground and air.
What we're doing now is pulling everything away so we can take those skins off and get the water to penetrate.
Recently tearing away parts of the 500,000 square foot building, trying to reach hot spots buried deep inside.
The more water we put on this fire, the less smoke we're going to get.
A similar fire ignited on the...
Thank you, good night, LA. I understand he's saying this because there are idiots out there, but I'm sure we're in great hands right now. Because remember, they just fired the last LA fire department chief, and now I believe that fire department chief is like suing her for slander, I believe. But the new fire department chief isn't necessarily going to be the most qualified for the job. It's going to be the person that is most willing to take the fall for Karen Bass's next fiasco.
Roof of the same building almost 2 years ago. Fire officials still investigating what exactly caused this blaze.
We're having a legislative motion.
If this becomes another fire that was started by arson of someone that was against capitalism, because remember, the fire in Ontario, which is about like maybe 2 hours away from LA, depending on traffic sometimes, but the Ontario warehouse fire was started by a guy that idiotically recorded himself saying, you know, pay us a living wage, pay us a living wage. It's like those guys get paid fairly well, but it's not daddy government's responsibility to tell your boss to pay you enough to buy a home in California on a warehouse job. As someone that has worked in a warehouse before, I will say it's nobody's fault that you're not getting a good wage. Like, sad to say, sometimes you have to better your skill set to get paid a living wage. But the idea that they keep on beating this down their throats saying, you deserve a living wage, $20 an hour, no, $25 an hour, unlimited dollars an hour is how much you're worth now. It's like, if this is the same scenario, will they change anything about their verbiage, or will they just wait until the next warehouse fire destroys the entire health of the next generation? Yeah, because that's it. Those jobs are starters. They're doing this crazy stuff with fast food workers, and see how many of those restaurants went under immediately.
To get to the bottom of how this fire started.
We have these warehouses all around.
Yeah, we do.
And we don't know what's in these.
I mean, we have warehouses, we don't know what's in them. Yes, like somebody else said, they lined the roof of this warehouse with flammables, for one. But two, there's an inventory. Every warehouse has an inventory unless it's being shady. But again,
We have these warehouses all around, and we don't know what's in these warehouses. It's interesting that these locations are only in particular communities, and we need to now take a look at that.
guys, the warehouse fires are only targeting people, communities of color. And I'm telling you right now. Oh, thank you for the prime sub, O'Neill the Welshman. Warehouses aren't going to be in very, very affluent areas. I can guarantee you whatever neighborhood Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom lives in, they do not live in an area that is zoned for industrial warehouses. If you have housing and there are... It's bordering the zoning for industrial warehouses, it's probably going to be a poor community. And it's probably going to be a community that is more populated with lower-income individuals, oftentimes people of color. But the idea that this is some revelation to her shows what an imbecile Mayor Karen Basorda is if she's like, warehouses only seem to burn near neighborhoods of people of color. Maybe it's because the warehouses only exist there, but here it is. Gotta make everything about race. Gotta target race because it's easier to say warehouse fires are racist than it is to say, yeah, maybe I was over in Chicago at a library ribbon cutting ceremony. Don't mind me as I look the other way of the next possible arson fire.
Because we don't want environmental hazards or risks concentrated in particular black and brown communities.
City volunteers driving around delivering air purifiers to residents.
I wonder how many of our tax dollars went into buying those air purifiers, and some of them are very good. I remember when there was wildfires near me, my neighbor bought one of those Dyson tall fans that actually has like an AQI rating on it, and it's like, okay, is this pseudoscience? It's very expensive, but he bought it, and indoors where we thought we were safe, where we couldn't smell it, it was like 99 AQI danger zone, and eventually the air filter got us down to like a green zone, and you took the filter out, it's like a soot all over it, so I bought one as well. I wonder if this is like the babies to babies diaper fiasco Governor Gavin Newsom had, where it's like a pack of diapers from Target costs maybe like $10, and then through the Babies to Babies initiative, they charged it like $50 per pack of diapers and only gave it to people of color. Is this the same thing where they said, you know, air purifiers is what they need? So how about we just let this fire burn forever, spend $2 million on air purifiers, and buy $500,000 worth of air purifiers, only give it to people of color, and then also say, you know, we had to pay our people first, but look what we're doing to solve the crisis that we're kind of ignoring.
As many wonder what exactly they're breathing in.
They're giving us masks, they're giving us air purifier. It's like a little Band-Aid, you know?
Yeah.
And what's going to happen like a year from now?
And I wonder if, having lived through this crisis, is this a red pill moment for them? To say, like, oh yeah, we voted for the people that will fight ICE, that will not lock up our young people in jails, and then when they see a crisis happening to them, because Boyle Heights didn't see the wildfires that the Valley saw, or that the Pacific Palisades saw, they're a little bit too south from, like, the, Glendale that burned. I forget the city that it was, but just, they weren't impacted by the other ones. Is this a red pill moment that will forever change her voting history and the way she sees the media? Or will she just continue to say, you know what? They screwed me over that one time and probably will give me early turbo cancer. But I can't be a MAGA supporter. Like, I wonder if that's how they are.
A little Band-Aid, you know? And what's going to happen like a year from now?
You won't know, and the idea is what'll happen 10 years from now, just like what happened in Porter Ranch, where they had, like, the gas leak. The gas leak is still happening. Well, when I was around that area, I had a job that I had to do. But it was Porter Ranch had the gas leak, had to evacuate all the people, because everybody's complaining about, I think it was like nosebleeds and headaches. They never fixed it. They just eventually moved people back in, and what will happen is you guys will get scary turbo cancers in a decade or 2 decades. Your life will be cut short, and your children may be able to sue the city. The taxpayers will use that money to pay them back. You gain nothing from this. But you're just supposed to accept it because you can't do any better. Yeah, they keep on electing idiots. What do they think is going to happen? More stuff like this.
Here's a live look from Skyfox. You can see the massive 500,000 square foot warehouse, and then the side of the building where the fire's been taking place ripped away so firefighters can now access it and put more water inside, about 12,000 gallons of water per minute. Now the goal from the fire department.
We're always facing a drought and a water crisis in Los Angeles, in Southern California, and these things keep happening.
Department is to get this under control as quickly as they can. They're hoping by the end of the week. We're live tonight in Boyle Heights. Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
And it's crazy to think most people aren't aware of this. Like, if you're in the area, you're vaguely aware of it. People in the valley, they can smell it. Maybe even over at Santa Monica, you can smell what's going on. But for the most part, this isn't a national story. Nobody's really talking about it because it's a failure of them. But the crazy part is, over here, they need a bailout from essentially Texas. This is from Mayor Karen Bass, but Spencer's slamming her for it.
Our firefighters have been working around the clock. This is day 6 of this incident. The last time that anyone in this country has ever had one was in Washington, where they had a fire similar to this that burned for 60 days.
60
and I can
days.
tell you this. The firefighting efforts, we've changed a few of the tactics. We brought in, as I mentioned yesterday, some water.
You would think if it took them 60 days for a similar fire like the solar panels on top of a building, wouldn't they start to say, okay, maybe we stop putting solar panels on top of the tops of these buildings because it's actually a net negative. If you can have 10,000 buildings with solar panels on top of it, and they're saving us and they're giving us green energy, but if one of those 10,000 buildings burns, it burns for 60 days and it emits more toxic fumes than saves us toxic fumes of burning fossil fuels, maybe it's not actually a net positive for us. Maybe pump the brakes and stop doing this, but no, we're run by idiots.
Dropping helicopters that were larger. We did those fights, and then we started to go back to our traditional methods, and that was the use of our ladder pipes. Now, on the walls, this is not what was burning. What's burning is the contents inside.
So is that asbestos? If that's asbestos and that's in the air, you guys had to be evacuated the first day. They should know. There should be a blueprint. Something in this city. If Karen Basota wasn't one, garbage herself, but two, in Chicago, they could have pulled those permits and see, okay, what exactly is burning? What's in it? Are we dumping pounds of asbestos directly into the lungs of the people that live in that neighborhood? She's out there saying, we don't know what's in the building. You know exactly what's in the building. Why are they doing this?
So we've been able to tear off the walls using an excavator, and now what we have is a free burning fire with Class A combustibles, ordinary combustibles inside, which would be just your regular byproducts. So that's why you're seeing a lot of smoke that's still being generated. But what it's allowed us to do by removing the walls, it's allowed us to bring in water cannons. Okay. We've got our regional partners because of the state of emergency that Mayor Bass and County Supervisor Solis put out yesterday, which freed up resources for me to be...
Yeah, exactly. Declaring a state of emergency doesn't mean they do anything different necessarily. It just means they can spend more money. More of your money to set aside.
Be able to request additional assistance from the region. So now what we're using is water cannons to cool off the area where cooler 1 is, to keep it cordoned off, and it's what we're doing later this evening and into tomorrow. So I would anticipate this smoke for about 2 more days, possibly 3. But now we're going to extinguish the fire, and we're going to do that aggressively. We're going to go in there, we're going to put this fire out, and then we're going to be able to mitigate all the other hazards that are around the area and turn it back over to the building owner and occupant.
Donk says, how do they not know what's in the warehouse? I think they know exactly what's in the warehouse, but it would cause public outrage if they now admit, we know what's in the warehouse, we know what's going on into your lungs. We didn't call a state of emergency earlier, and we also didn't evacuate everybody immediately because the cost of evacuating everybody and all the taxpayers' dime is like in the millions, because you got all these people that got to move, and probably should have been canceling FIFA games in the SoFi Center. Probably should have been canceling Dodger games at Dodger Stadium. Like, a lot of stuff should have been done, but their economy can't withstand that hit. They'd rather risk giving you turbo cancer than actually doing the right thing. They know what's inside the warehouse. They know how bad it is, and the fact that I wonder where they're recording this mask list. Unless they're willing to go there themselves without a mask, without a respirator, it makes me know it's not safe to be by.
So that they can actually deal with the product that's left behind. We have estimated that it'll take 1,700 semis to pull all that product out. And that's what the building owner is now going to have on their task, to be able to remove that, work with a private contractor, and get it to be a dump site so it can be dumped appropriately. And they're already working with the location.
Yeah, it's bad getting worse, but then they say Karen was warned by the last LA Fire Department chief that they're dangerously unfunded and couldn't keep LA safe. Karen cut their budget by $17 million. And remember, Spencer was this is the reason Spencer Pratt ran for mayor, is because of this information was being suppressed. Then his town burned down. Now they're trying to get resources from Texas to manage a single structure fire. If if Los Angeles is one of the largest economies in the world, and they cannot manage a single structure fire in under a week, with all these resources they have, they cannot withstand a natural disaster. Another another Northridge earthquake, another massive arson fire. They're literally living in the third world in Los Angeles right now. It is sad, but what's crazy is it's filmed in Police LA. He's seeing this video of the Boyle Heights warehouse fire from Los Angeles last night, and you see this, and it's like, yeah, look at all the smoke going over. This is like eastbound right here, like downtown LA's here, Boyle Heights, like Dodger Stadium's gonna be over here somewhere. It's blowing east and north, so you got like Pasadena up here, maybe like Arcadia, but you have all these residential areas right underneath the burn zone. So it could be asbestos, it's those solar panels, it's whatever chemicals that are in the frozen dino nuggies that they had packaged there. I don't know what's really inside of it. But Film the Police LA, a very, very left-leaning journalist, which, you know, me and him don't agree on things politically, but he does good journalism. But he's out there saying, imagine not evacuating the surrounding neighborhood. Exactly. And you see this over here where this is the neighborhood earlier on. This is July 20th, 3 days ago, which as of yesterday was day 6, I believe. Look at this smoke. This is before she probably knew to put on that giant respirator mask. Like, this is where children live.
I'm here in Boyle Heights, where behind me you can see the Lineage cold storage warehouse fire. Smoke is still emitting from this fire, and as we are here right now, we are seeing that same dark plume of black.
The warehouse is an industrial area, but it's planted right there amongst a whole bunch of residential zones.
Smoke is starting to rise again. That means that something new, something very toxic and different is beginning to burn there right now. There have been aggressive water drops from helicopters here, but as you can see, that color of the smoke is now starting to change, especially up here where you see this black plume rising right there.
Yeah, that's never good right there. Jesus.
Is a different type of material that is burning that is very toxic.
Well, it's the chemicals and the lithium batteries and the solar panels. You know what? You're right. Because I was just thinking of the solar panels. What is the glass made out of? but the solar panels go to a battery that holds the energy that is used later on, like in off times, to use during off times when it's not sunny. That's what's going in your lungs. So it's essentially just like a Tesla fire, but you can dump water on it endlessly, but you just have to let it burn itself out. That's terrifying that everybody's breathing this, and they didn't, like, how come nobody's going out there saying immediately stop installing solar panels in mass on top of buildings? Where's Greta Thunberg for that?
Now, officials have said that they've declared a state of emergency here so that they can use different kinds of resources to tackle this fire. But it looks like this is a very, very tough firefight for the...
It's really bad, but one thing that I saw over on... I didn't even see it on Ask Los Angeles. I saw it on r/Los Angeles, but so many people are complaining about why is there very little news / government response when the Boyle Heights fire? Blah, 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 it's here. Sensors are going off. Does FIFA have an influence? How come no one's talking about it? And they're saying because it's Boyle Heights and not Beverly Hills. But the sad part is because Beverly Hills has its own mayor, has its own fire department, has its own little government. It's like Beverly Hills and, like, I believe Culver City have their own little government going on, separate from the greater Los Angeles area. The reason you guys aren't getting mass evacuations is because they found out last time. They can lie to you top to bottom about the Pacific Palisades fires being started by arson or whatever it may be, or the ineptitude of Edison Electric or whatever, LA Water and Power, I forget which one it was. But the idea is, they were able to essentially land grab and bend you guys over backwards, and nobody voted differently. Well, apparently, nobody voted differently. They now know they can do whatever they want to you through natural disaster, and you guys will sit there and take it, because, sad to say, even Reddit is hyper left, like 97% left. And even Reddit is noticing our governments are failing us, but then again, you have another Mayor Karen Besorda probably being reelected, Rahman, the other socialist, maybe getting elected, but getting out Spencer Pratt. Now, the one thing I will say is, even as of day 6 of the fires, I believe, they're still counting votes. Like, Los Angeles mayor race is still counting votes. So I wouldn't say I'm going to go back there and blame the residents. What is it? The residents out there complaining about the fires. Like, oh, all they're giving us is air purifiers and these dinky little masks over there, and that's why you deserve it. I'm saying, nah, something weird's going on over in Los Angeles, where obviously people didn't want to vote to have their taxes increased to like 10.25, I believe, from 9.75, and I'll tell you right now is, yes, even though Los Angeles tax rate can be 9.75, most of the little tiny sub-cities, Culver City, Santa Monica, I forgot where else, even parts of the Valley, they'll tack on their extra tax rate, so a lot of these places will be like 11% sales tax. People didn't vote that for themselves, but, you know, Los Angeles needing several months to count ballots. What is this? Till today, and then something like Colombia can hand count 99.8% of their 25 million ballots in under 3 hours. Something strange is going on, but then Spencer says, hey, day 6, they might finish counting my votes before they get the structure fire out. It's true, but at least this is shedding light on the idea that 1, people didn't vote for this nonsense, and 2, Donald Trump's going to bat for Steve Hilton, in a way Chad Bianco, Riverside Sheriff, and now Spencer Pratt saying something fishy happened over in Los Angeles, and now we gotta investigate it.
How dare you ask me for my citizenship? You know, in California, if you ask that question to a voter, you are criminally liable. In other words, they can put you in jail. If you say, sir, do you have proof of citizenship?
Yes.
They put you in jail if they ask that question. You're not allowed to ask that. Did you know that? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen going on.
It's crazy that anybody could walk into any voting booth and say, I'm decoy, and fill out my ballot for me. Not saying it has happened. I can't prove that's happened, but the idea that anybody can either pick up my ballot, fill it out. Yes, it's a crime, but I don't think there's anything to stop them from doing it. Or going in the voting booth and saying, I'm decoy voice. I'm voting for Mayor Karen Besorda.
Hey, did they screw the kid, Pratt?
Yes.
Boy, he's leading, and all of a sudden he's lost. And it was sort of interesting. The election, you ever see an election where they're 2.5 weeks in?
Yes.
An election that takes weeks to count the votes? But after the evening, it looked like he was going to win or certainly be in the runoff.
Because they learned their lesson back in 2020. They did it too fast. 4 swing states all simultaneously have things like pipe leaks or poster boards over walls. Then all of a sudden you get the spike, the exact number they need, and every single swing state he needs to win. Happens overnight. It's mysterious. It essentially feels like they did the same exact thing, but this time with late ballots being counted over the process of weeks.
And then I started hearing rumors as the days went by, days and days went by, that Pratt is fading. He's fading. I said, they rigged the election. And then lo and behold,
his words, not mine.
He didn't qualify, even though he was so far up in the third place person that it was almost impossible.
And the one thing I'll say is if Spencer was in the lead by 35% on election night in-person voting, I think that's more representative of what Los Angeles residents actually wanted. They wanted change. They wanted Spencer Pratt. They wanted their own reality show mini Trump over any of these crazy socialists that are out there.
And he didn't qualify. And then it started happening with the next candidate, Steve Hilton.
You said, dude, the farms in Cali are going to absorb that miasma, but it's organic. You're talking about the stuff, the soot. Yeah, the lithium fires, the lithium batteries, the asbestos, and whatever toxic fumes were inside that factory are now going to be 1 in your groundwater, 2 in your lungs, and 3 in the food that just gets shipped out God knows where. This is like an environmental disaster. But no, Basota found it more important to be in Chicago at the Obama Library and then coming back and saying, why does this only impact black people in black neighborhoods? Garbage.
Running for governor. He was up in front, just about leading, no problem.
Say, do you still think there's a chance Pratt can win? I think Pratt had stuff he was saving until the final election in November. He'll release it earlier, and I think someone's gonna have to step down. I won't say who, but I believe he had something in the bag that he was saving for later.
And all of a sudden, about 4 or 5 days after, this is after the election's over, they said, Steve Hilton is starting to lose.
Yeah, they tried to do it to him too.
I said, here we go again. And I called up the U.S. Attorney in California. They said, we're going to have a number in the next week. Next week. I called up the very powerful, very good U.S. Attorney in California, and I said, do me a favor. Take a look. They're trying to steal that election too. I guess they called up. They said, this is the U.S. Attorney call. We have your great U.S. Attorney here today, by the way, your assistant U.S. Attorney. They're doing great, David. Thank you. But so over the next week, he was definitely going to lose, but the U.S. Attorney called. We want to check your votes. About an hour after the call.
But Governor Gavin Newsom, right before the election, said it made it illegal for the feds to investigate a California election. It's almost like this was pre-planned. And then remember, Governor Gavin Newsom went out there and said, hey, if Riverside Sheriff Chad Bianco and Steve Hilton make the jungle primary for governor, we're going to have an emergency break glass scenario where we can get a Democrat still to run for governor in that final election. Which makes me wonder, was this that emergency break glass scenario or move?
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hilton has won. So
yeah.
Had I not...
Once you threaten them with an audit or a lawsuit and they say, okay, never mind, you guys won, that kind of verifies it.
Made that call, Steve Hilton would right now be watching the election from home. So I don't know.
It's like Spencer.
He would have a great chance, but the election's totally rigged. California's totally rigged. All mail-in ballots. It's a disgrace. We got to pass the Save America Act.
You do. But the sad part is how many Republicans in Congress and in the Senate refuse to pass the Save America Act. I refuse to believe all these Los Angeles residents saw the Pacific Palisades fire destroy communities and effectively be a land grab for socialists to take over. Lie to your face constantly and said, you know what? That's okay, Mayor Karen Basota is still our number one option. We don't want a Spencer Pratt. And the fact that it's happening again, they're even on a hyper-left Reddit, they're saying, they're noticing how come Boyle Heights hasn't been evacuated, what's going on with FIFA games at SoFi Center, why are the Dodgers still playing right next to the fires. If hyper-left Reddit is noticing, as heavily moderated as it is, I don't even think Democrats, progressives, Democrat by default types, I don't even think they were supporting Mayor Karen Basota or Nithya Raman. I think this is all sus, to say the least. Yeah, it's going to be Escape from LA very soon. they will count the ballots for the state of California until the 26th of June. Yeah, that tracks because it's just one of those things where they say it's not fraud. They're not committing fraud. They've codified fraud. They've made it so no matter what, you can keep on finding and counting ballots. Like, I was even having a conversation with my father about this, where he thought, I was saying, no, they can find ballots postmarked after election night, and they'll still count. It's like, no, they have to be postmarked before election night. It's like, no, they can be postmarked whenever. It's inside the ballot. If you handwrite, I casted this before election night, they separate your ballot, all the identifying information, and what I believe is like the postmark from the ballot, and now they can count it. You'd think it's a conspiracy theory, but the simple fact that they said it's illegal for the feds to investigate our elections makes you think, oh no, they've pretty much codified that. They've made special rules that allow them to cheat in this very specific, shady way. The Democrats hiding stuff? The sky's blue. Yeah, exactly. Voted for their own demise, but honestly, I don't think that's the case. I think harvested ballots voted for their demise. Oh, thank you, Mr. Slug Snail, for the subscription for 4 months. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you. And on YouTube, we have 1,773 live stream viewers. That's awesome. Can we just keep it at 1,773? That'd be perfect. A state government can make it illegal for the feds to investigate them? No, they can't. There's a supremacy clause, but the idea that Governor Gavin Newsom even wrote that bill, emergency declaration, lets you know how far detached they are, or how far they're willing to go if they're worried about the feds catching them. I'm sorry, what? 1773, 1776. I said 73, 76. What am I saying? And now I'm at 1700. It went the wrong way, guys. '73. I know, guys. Tribalism, yeah. What's up, Aosabi? Thanks. Good to see you here. 73 people realize Decoy isn't a math Asian. Exactly. They heard him say that, and they're like, you know what? I'm out. So what we got to do is got to talk about Ro Khanna out there saying stuff on a podcast that is getting him sued, and now all of a sudden he's getting scared.
The ability to go after these people, and if Jeffries gets the hammer, are y'all going to hammer down on them in the House?
Well, absolutely. And the first time I heard the too big to rig was on your show. I don't know if you coined that phrase or others did, but you're absolutely right. And we have the opportunity to do it because people are really upset at the war. They're upset at Epstein. They're upset at food.
Yes, there are Republicans that are angry with the Trump administration. I think I saw someone in chat saying Trump hasn't let you down at all. What I would say is I supported Trump. I voted for him, and I said very, very positive things about on my podcast about him leading up to the election. I think I even saw someone like super chatting a lot of money saying, you helped change my worldview because the media portrays him one way and you gave me the truth about him. I am for Trump, but I think the whole debacle with the Epstein files and also the war in Iran, I'm not too happy with. But that's a healthy democracy to say, I like the leaders, I'm willing to call out their flaws, not like certain Democrats saying, I love Joe Biden and he's very, very coherent and he's very sharp. He's not senile at all. Like, that's a problem.
Prices and gas prices, they want to vote them out, but we need to
no, we don't want to vote them out. We just want them to do better. And also the gas prices thing just lets you know how dishonest you're being. Gas prices were horrendous under Biden as well. Actually, if not worse, egg prices were terrible, but yet you just forget all this conveniently.
To come out in huge numbers, and I do believe that once we take power, there has to be accountability. There needs to be accountability for Elon Musk. You know, they're celebrating that he created 4,400 millionaires, but they don't talk about the 4.5 million children around the world who he possibly sentenced to death by dismantling USAID. He needs to answer.
U.S. aid is false framing. It's not U.S. aiding anybody. It was U.S. assistant in international development. It was just pushing propaganda on other countries. taking our tax dollars and putting them in murky NGOs. But the idea, he's saying, having Doge cut U.S. aid possibly ended the lives of, what is he saying, 4.5 million kids sentenced to death? You can't make those statements and say possibly. This is like him saying Elon Musk and Doge ended 4.5 million kids in Minecraft. Again, we can't get this from our politicians, but the New York Post put this out there saying, hey, he went on a podcast, I've had it, 1.71 million subscribers, saying 4.5 million kids sentenced to death, and Elon Musk finally went out there and said, time to sue this liar. It's getting serious when all of a sudden the FCC is pulling the broadcasting license of propaganda networks, and Trump is suing news networks for lying about him, but now Elon Musk is even suing politicians over this. So apparently Ro Khanna goes out there and says, hey, you know what? Don't debate me in court. Debate me on the internet.
Elon Musk threatened to sue me, and he called on the Justice Department to put me in prison. That's right.
I see no problem here. Because this is the game they played. Put Donald Trump in prison. Jail his staffers. Go after Republicans and MAGA supporters. Like, they've created this environment. Don't come to me crying when it bites you in the butt. And here's the thing, is I don't want there to be lawfare. But the idea that you think that you just go out there and boldface lie about U.S. aid when it's USAID, that they possibly ended 4.5 million kids' lives, like, can't put that on Elon. It kind of seems like it is defamatory because, one, you're smart enough to know you didn't really do that, and two, you're doing that to damage his name.
The world's richest person has spent all day tweeting, going after...
Okay. The world's richest person, he's saying that? But aren't you the richest person in the Senate? Congress? Maybe I'm messing up. Aren't you the richest person with all your insider trading? I might be wrong. Possibly. Aren't you the richest guy in Senate in Minecraft? There we go. Is that how you guys play the game?
After me. Why? Because I cited an academic study.
An academic study? Just because your left-wing propaganda education networks say Elon Musk bad doesn't mean it's real anymore. It's getting to the point right now that as someone like a business owner, me hiring people, if I see someone's going to a very prestigious, hyper left-wing college, I almost I hold that against them. I'm like, okay, a kid that's worked at Burger Shacks and been a janitor, something like me, wants a job over here, I'm gonna say, okay, maybe he's a hardworking guy. I like that. But someone with a bachelor's, let alone a master's degree, saying, I'm all this money in debt, and I got all this liberal nonsense poured in my brain, almost makes me hold that against them.
That his Doge cuts may lead to the deaths of millions of children overseas. You know,
and again, I always hated that framing because remember there was like, oh, Doge cuts are going to cut off money that we're sending to Africa that are treating African kids with AIDS. Yes, I believe that African kids with AIDS need health care. We should get them medicine. But it is not the American taxpayer responsible for the African kids getting health care for their AIDS diagnosis. It seems a little bit callous, but it's reality. I'm not responsible for another country's health care. Never mind the fact that a lot of that money went away to fraud. But we'll get to that.
Elon, I thought you were a free speech guy. Why not debate me on these issues?
I thought you were a free speech guy. Let me commit crimes. Let me slander your name nonstop. There's a difference here. I'm a big 2A guy. I do not like when people use them to end people. It's for self-defense. You should never have to use it. You're a 1A guy. Why won't you let me abuse it?
Instead of threatening lawfare, you're not going to be able to intimidate me. I'm the guy who stood up to the Epstein class and worked with me.
Anybody that says the Epstein class, you know they're captured by essentially propaganda networks because you knew that that was the specific verbiage they were given. It's slipping my mind right now, but whenever an incident happens and the Democrats in office, celebrities on social media, and news networks all march out with the same verbiage, like, oh, they're the maggots or the very fine people hoax or whatever. They get talking points and they all run with it. Makes me think that you don't have an original thought in your head other than insider trading. I would say you don't have an original thought in your head. This whole thing where, like, I'm not afraid of you, see me in court. Or no, I'm not afraid of you. come debate me. It's like, no, it seems like you're afraid. Because I forgot Elon Musk said, court is just a place where we're going to have a debate, except we're under oath. I think he's scared.
Nancy to get the...
There you go, Arrow. Woke bingo, exactly. Epstein class, white supremacists, Nazis, fascists, or whatever. They have their woke bingo. The more things they use, the more empowered they feel, because we're part of the in club.
The Epstein files release. I'm the guy who stood up against AIPAC and called out a genocide. And I'm the guy who stood up to billionaires in my district who ran someone against me and still called for a wealth tax. So I'm not going to be intimidated or silenced. I need your help. I need the help of folks to sign this petition and help me stand up.
I thought he wanted to debate. Now he has a petition. Now he has something. No. You guys are going to court. Let's figure it out. Let's trust in the justice system to either find you guilty of slander or find you innocent because this was just an opinion piece. If you're innocent, by all means, I want you to be innocent by the technicality of the law. By all means. But the idea that you come out and say, I feel comfortable on a one-way conversation on a podcast, a very hyper left-wing podcast, to say he possibly ended 4.5 million kids' lives. If you're comfortable saying it there, but you're not comfortable with being dragged into court, makes me feel like you crossed a line. Because you're not an idiot. You know, we might say, oh, the Democrats are stupid. It's like, no, you're not an idiot. You are very, very aware of what the law is. And I think that even you know you may have crossed some line.
To power and fight for truth and justice. Today, Elon...
Yeah, he's scared beyond belief. But here's the thing is, one, on that same podcast, they're talking about how, we need to investigate Elon Musk. So he's not afraid of lawfare. He's pro-political lawfare against his enemies once they get in power.
And I do believe that once we take power, there has to be accountability. There needs to be accountability for...
Once we take power, we're going to throw them all in jail. This is how you know nothing about their side is about traditionalism, is about, like, you know, politics should be civil. It's all about you're either with us or we're going to punish you. And that's why I don't feel bad when Elon Musk, Donald Trump, threaten you guys with jail time, when threaten you with investigations, because you guys are sitting there playing the same game. I don't want us to be here. I want it to be something that is civilized and inside Congress and, you know, debates on stage, whatever it may be. But if you guys already crossed that line, nobody's crying tears for you.
Elon Musk, you know, they're celebrating that he created 4,400 millionaires, but they don't talk about the 4.5 million children around the world.
Yeah, he wants to have them prosecuted, same thing before, whatever. But here he is saying, no lawfare.
It's just sad to me that Elon Musk, who's held himself as this champion of free speech, is afraid to...
I am a champion of the 2A. I love the second. I will never sit there and say when someone's violating those privileges to commit crimes in Chicago. I'm not looking at these kids in Chicago carrying around their switches with their extendos and saying, oh yeah, you know, we're going against the other gang. I am a champion of 2A. I think all those kids need to be in prison forever. You got switches, you got extendo. You're not doing that because you love the Constitution. You're doing it because you plan on unloading it on other gang members and probably hitting innocent civilians in the background. Throw them in prison forever. Just because we don't like the abusers of these amendments doesn't mean we're against the amendment, but this idiot cannot even give you a good faith argument.
Debate me. If anything, I would have a better claim for defamation, but I don't believe in filing lawsuits and
I don't believe in filing lawsuits, and Western Lensman already cut it with, oh, we need to do lawfare. Once we gain power, we're investigating Elon. These guys are like, I don't want to say idiots, they're just evil.
Offer. I believe in free speech.
There needs to be accountability for Elon.
Yeah, I believe in free speech. I don't think he does. Because the sad part is, they cut out Doge, and we're not going to go through all this, but Doge was just a massive, I'd say, drain on the taxpayer at best. Fraud on the taxpayer at worst. Let's see. Doge found $4.8 million to Ukraine's Public Affairs Office in Kyiv to fund social media influencers. Why would they need propaganda social media influencers when YouTube, during the beginning of the war, they gave us specific instructions. You cannot downplay the war over there. You cannot justify the war over there. There were specific rules that you couldn't say, just like COVID. You couldn't say virus, you couldn't say vaccine, you couldn't say a lot of words. They just pretty much deplatform you, shadow ban you, or demonetize you, whatever it was. Why would they still need $4.8 million to get essentially propaganda people to say good things about it? maybe it's because people weren't supporting it. They say, 2 million on transgender surgeries, hormone therapy, gender-affirming care in Guatemala. Again, I don't mind if adults want to get affirming care. But one, stop giving it to kids that may change their mind later on. They're free to do it when they're adults. And two, stop making the American taxpayer fund it. $3 million to promote girl-centric climate action in Brazil. $32,000 in Peru for a comic book featuring a trans hero that tackle social and mental health issues. And again, all this stuff, yeah. $20 million for a new Sesame Street show in Iraq. $87.9 million Afghans to farm, which just happened to include poppy fields. $70,000 for a live musical event promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion in Ireland. And a lot of this stuff, right? And it's like, this is what they said possibly ended 4.5 million kids' lives. Because remember, they kept on saying they're cutting AIDS healthcare in Africa. We should not be paying for it, but again, a lot of that wasn't even going to the healthcare. A lot of that was going to fraud. Because remember, there were many people in Africa taking to social media saying, we don't like the imperialism of America. We don't like the fact that they give us this healthcare, quote unquote, and then hang it over our heads to control what we do over here. And also, what is this? The African Union's top diplomat in DC celebrated USAID shutting down.
And the real reason why USAID is in Africa, their sole purpose was to act as if they're coming to rescue Africa. They're coming to fill in the gaps in government services.
And the one thing, we got light-skinned Decoy that comes on the show pretty often. He's from Nigeria, and he talks about how American goodwill destroys African economies. Where if you have abject poverty over there, and somebody wants to make a textile company, they want to make a clothing company. This is just one small facet of it. It's hard to sell somebody brand new t-shirts if every day America drops off giant crates of free Super Bowl clothing or free used clothing or donations or whatever. You cannot pull yourself up by the bootstraps if America keeps on making you compete with free shit. And then using that free shit to influence and manipulate your shady politicians. That's why they don't want us there, and I kind of don't blame them.
Education, gaps in healthcare. They are coming in claiming that they are introducing grassroots initiatives that are going to help the people. And so they use that as a way to go into the most remote parts of Africa. They're talking about government advocacy. When you look at it on paper, it all looks really good. But they're actually wolf in
And here's the thing, DEI sounds good on paper. Let's get, equal representation. Like the planet is majority Indian and like 5 to 10% white. Like, why isn't our workplace more representative of the diverse globe or whatever? It's like, yeah, but it never does that. It just puts people that are qualified for something out of work and puts someone that is unqualified for a position into work, and then also lowers the product and competitiveness of your business. Everything starts with good intentions until it gets rife with fraud.
It's clothing. They are using that open access sounding humanitarian to constantly destabilize governments.
Yes.
I can tell you right now, the majority of African leaders, and not just African leaders, but leaders in the developing
and the citizens. We saw plenty of social media videos of them saying, I can't wait until America stops meddling with our economy and our government.
World are celebrating the exit of USAID.
Yeah, they wanted it out, but no, Ro Khanna wants to say he's ending 4.5 million of those kids. Insane claims. But again, worst case, and they say Syrian national was charged with diverting millions of USAID funding to support a terror organization. Devoted millions to the organization Al-Nusra Front as well to line his own pockets. So again, fraud, supporting terror, kind of sounds like what was happening in Minneapolis with all the clearing centers. But again, these are all Democrat initiatives that are there to sap us for money. But then, worst case scenario, which is self-defeating for Ro Khanna's cause, is the idea that Fauci's USAID or NIAID and USAID sent 44 million US taxpayer funding to the Wuhan scientists studying the risk of bat coronavirus emergence, who later became the world's first known COVID-19 case. It's almost as if they funded the creation of COVID-19. So they're worried about the alleged 4.5 million kids being done from USAID, but they're not willing to address the potential hundreds of millions, like depending on who you ask, because a lot of the COVID deaths were attributed to COVID when they were like motorcycle accidents. But the idea is these potential deaths, those are bad. COVID deaths that USAID funded will look the other way. But again, that detracts from the idea that this is all fraud. It's bribery. It's a way for them to skim off the top. That's why they're very, very concerned about it. And I think Elon Musk put it best when he was talking about, Ro Khanna, but also the idea that they're really, really concerned about investigating the spending when all it really is just fraudsters cry about it most. I think when I saw it from my first-hand experience, Twitter, they have excellent payouts for your tweets, right? All the people gaming the system, reposting other people's content, editing out watermarks, and like scheduling a billion posts a day to collect, $30,000 every 2 weeks. It was outrageous how much they're getting paid. Once they clamped down on those bots and people stealing content, the people that were complaining and crying about Elon Musk ruining Twitter weren't the average guy like me that gets enough to get a Chipotle burrito at the end of the month. The only people that were complaining were the people that were the fraudsters. They were gaming the system, and this is the same thing happening with USAID, our own government, and even early on in his business experience when he had PayPal.
Why this rage against you now? At first they hated him, now they hate both of you.
Well, I think we're seeing an antibody reaction from those who are receiving.
Antibody reaction. That's the new verbiage we're going to use. Ro Khanna, the Democrats, Mary Karen Bass, all this is just the antibody reaction to what is the truth.
The wasteful and fraudulent money.
They're being exposed.
Yes.
Nobody wants to be exposed.
I'll tell you a lesson I learned at PayPal. You know who complained the loudest, the quickest and the loudest, and with the most amount of righteous indignation? The fraudsters.
Same thing on Twitter. The people that were gaming the system, stealing content left and right, had no real original thoughts of their own. They were like, Elon's so bad. He's cutting off my faucet to free money. How dare he close up the loophole that I found? This is USAID in a nutshell.
That's who complained first, loudest, and they would generally have this immense overreaction. That's how we knew they were the fraudsters.
Why this rage?
And the fact that he's out there crying and saying, you can't bully me, I'm not scared of you, makes me feel like we're right over target. We're going to find more once this goes into discovery. And never mind the fact that cutting USAID has had a weird offshoot of all these South American or Latin American elections. The far-right candidate has won since we started meddling. Because remember, it was U.S. aid and international development. But it wasn't international development. It was just like injecting Democrat agendas into your third world nation. All of a sudden, the Democrats can't win an election. What is it? After USAID went away, I think Republicans' cash on hand GOP is like $270 million. And now the Democrats is like negative $5 million. They can't fundraise alongside the Republicans without having Act Blue look the other way when suspicious donations come in. But suddenly they're upset about Doge. Makes me feel like you're right over target. Oh yeah, what is it? Oh, this is the wrong one. But yeah, he's the #1 stock trader in Congress. Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, he's #1 stock trader in Congress. The reason he's against this right now is because he just wants to spend more of your money. More of your money. They feel entitled to it.
But think about this, Jennifer. For 5% tax one time on Elon Musk.
These idiot again, he's not an idiot. He's being purposely misleading, in my opinion, where he thinks you can do a 5% tax on his $1 trillion wealth. They don't understand most of it is it's not liquid. He doesn't have it in his bank account. It's tied to the valuation of stock. If he needs to pay a 5%, what is it, on $1 trillion? What is that? $5 billion? He needs to raise $5 billion suddenly. The amount of stock he has to sell and liquidate is going to topple the value. He'll probably he'll be down to like $750 billion if he tries to do this. But, again, it's not about the idea that they think they can really use the $5 billion. It is the fact that these are talking points they received.
you could have universal child care in America.
You could not, because they have not solved this problem. I have it in the next slide.
$10 a day for every family. That's one person, one time, 5%, and he wouldn't even miss it.
And the fact that they think that all this money could give you health care for all these people doesn't put in the whole supply and demand ratio into it, where just because right now the only people that can afford good health care are the wealthy elites, doesn't mean that if all of a sudden everybody had the same amount of money as the wealthy elites, there's going to be more doctors. There's just going to be more people trying to see that same small pool of doctors. So one, either you greatly reduce the requirements that it is to become a doctor, or two, you make doctors into slaves that just work for pennies on the dollar, seeing patients nonstop and not receiving any rest. That's the real world, but he'd like to say, oh, if you just make Elon Musk lose the money that he's not even noticed is gone, we solve world hunger, we solve medical crises. This is regardation.
Because the market would grow by 15% and his wealth would still grow, and yet they're opposed to...
His wealth would not grow. He'd have to sell so much stock, it would topple it for a bit. He'd become a trillionaire again, but again, it's a fundamental misleading of the audience to make you think it's not that Elon Musk couldn't solve world hunger, it's because he's greedy and he keeps all the money to himself. It's like, no, he's not doing that, but they want you to think that because they know that you're an idiot if you listen to them.
Something as basic as that. But think about this, Jennifer.
The entitlement to it, because it's like, that's why I say it's talking points, because not so long ago, this is June 21st. If you look at back on June 18th, so the Democrats definitely got talking points because he's out here saying the same thing of taxing a trillionaire and providing health care with it.
$1 billion, if we decide to distribute that equally among American households.
Redistribute his money to everybody else. Just on the front of Democrat policies is just socialism now.
Your household would get $7,500.
How fast would your household burn through $7,500? I don't know. Actually, we do, because during COVID, we handed out stimulus checks. And did that solve any of their poverty, all the poverty problems? Or did they just burn through it super fast?
Household in America could get $7,500 from that.
This money isn't life-changing money. It's a Band-Aid on what this economy is. It's not going to help people. But again, they think you're an idiot saying, would you like $7,500 free dollars? Well, if we just got rid of Elon Musk, we'd all be getting rich.
$1 trillion. It would also pay for the complete four-year college education of 7.7 million.
At the current market rate, if 7.7 million Americans needed to go to college again, more Americans needed to go to college, the rates would go up. The classrooms don't get bigger. The professors don't triple. This is basic economics that they're failing, but again, this is why the education system's flawed, but two, they don't live in the real world. They just live in, you have a lot of money, how do I get my hands on it?
In American students. So you can take all the tuition, all the room and board, all the costs of all of that for 7.5 million students and pay for it by the wealth of our first trillionaire. It costs a lot to raise kids.
He looks psycho right now. It's like, there's a guy that has more than me, now I need to have more. And it's like, no, it's sad to say, I'm not saying Elon Musk, let's divide all his money up because he's a capitalist and he wants to advance American civilization. You're a socialist. You want to divide up your money. How much could we get out of you if we sold all your homes, sold all your fancy suits, sold all your access to transportation, get you only on public transportation, get you only on Goodwill goods? How much could you help the average American in your tiny community? What is he, a senator from California? Find the city he lives in, redistribute his wealth in his neighborhood, and see how he likes it. If he doesn't want that, then you know he's bullshit.
America. Well, you could take 4.3 million kids and raise them from birth until 18, pay for everything they need during those 18 years. What would $1 trillion pay for?
You can pay for everything. You can pay... How is this real? How is this not something the Republicans put out to say, hey, here's a Democrat that wants to take all your money and redistribute it? It's like, no. Once you give out government paid for health care, like child care, one, it gets defrauded by Somalians and the mobs over in California. But two, it lowers the quality of childcare. Like if there was ever a childcare office, like a daycare, that was run like the DMV, would you want your kid to go there? Would any of these rich politicians say, you know what, I have all these options for childcare, but I want to give my kid to the one that is government mandated, run by people that just get a government check no matter what, and there's like very little to no qualifications for this job, because they're not about finding the best babysitters. They're about jobs creation. Do they know how they sound to people like us? I don't think they care, because they know that they cater to 1, idiots, and 2, harvested ballots. It's a pretty easy gig if you're someone like Hassan, where it's just like, hey, I'm only catering to the dumbest 1% of the planet. So let me just give you the most garbage nonsense out there, and you're just gonna eat it up because he has a lot of views, I guess. Like TSA, exactly, where anything that is just run by the government is not going to be the best and the brightest, unfortunately. UK healthcare is what they want in the US? No. I think what they want in the US is Canadian healthcare, because the things, this is just conspiracy theory now. The things that I've seen about Canadian healthcare, where like you have you got the sniffles, or you have this type of wheelchair, but you need this type of wheelchair. Have you considered MAID? Have you considered that maybe we just put you down like a dog? Healthy people with PTSD in their 20s being put down. And then, all things considered, China has their grubby little paws on Canada all over it. Are they just ending you and burying you whole? Or are they putting you under, harvesting, sending those harvested parts elsewhere, and then ending you? Is that the free healthcare, the socialized healthcare all these liberal Americans are fawning over? The fact that their primary source of healthcare is MAID? Terrifying times, guys. Americans are leering a lot. If the Save America Act passes, I think we'll be traumatized on how much they are cheating. I think every time when you have like in-person voting only, and you look at that, that's the only real election numbers, not all these harvested ballots that we get. They just hear free, exactly. They're infantile. They just know free is good, not knowing long-term consequences. Like, everybody I knew in my workplace, one of those stimulus checks during COVID, and I was like, well, you gotta understand, they're gonna cut you $1,000 check. They're going to take 100,000 off the top, and then everything's going to get more expensive. But no, a lot of my friends were like, oh, I got my $1,000 check, time to buy some sneakers. Like, that was legit what I was hearing. Canadian here, you do not want Canadian healthcare, even pre-made. True. Because what was I hearing people saying? Like, oh yeah, it's, you know, I'd watch 30 Rock, and the Liz Lemon character? No, not the Liz Lemon character. The Jack Donaghy character would be in Canada, go to a beautiful hospital and give birth to his kid. It's like, oh no, it's free, eh? It's free. Like you don't pay for anything. It's like, oh my god, Canadian healthcare is so great. It's like, it's not that. It's saying, I was tested positive for cancer or whatever, and now I need an ultrasound. Okay, how is 18 months from today for your first ultrasound? Like, we're too backed up. Maybe if you were undocumented, or you had a whole bunch of kids or something, like maybe that would bump you to the front of the line. But you know what? Since you're a tax-paying Canadian, hopefully this thing doesn't act up within 18 months, because otherwise you'll be effed. You also in Canada been on a wait list for a simple test for a bit over 4 years to get treatment for a severely herniated disc. Sorry to hear that, but honestly, like, I'm not gonna compare, like, healthcare systems, because I know America is a bit better than Canada, but I have my own complaints over the healthcare system over here, and how much I have become, disenfranchised by, one, the education of the doctors, and two, the care you get from these hospitals, because oftentimes when you go in, it seems like you're in there for like a pyramid scam, an MLM meeting of how much money they can get you to spend. Not, you came in because your elbow hurts? Let's look at your elbow. It's like, you came in because your elbow hurts? Here's all these pharmaceuticals that the marketing girl told me to give you, and if I get all my people on it, I get to go to Cabo. Schiff is a senator for the city of Burbank, which is his district. Yeah, Burbank's been trash for a long time. Well, that's more insurance and healthcare. Well, I will say also the healthcare, the doctor you see. I've seen great doctors. Like, I had a thing that happened with my eye. Looked into it real fast. It was good. And then I've had other doctors where they're just like getting through it, and they made my appointment their problem. Went through it super fast. I gave them complaints about something and said, hey, I'm having these issues with my contact lenses. And they're like, okay, well, whatever. It is what it is. I go to a doctor outside my network, pay out of pocket, whatever. I just want to figure this out. They say, your eyeball has become incompatible with this lens. Let's get you on this brand with this type of contact lens. And it solved the issue. Seeing inside my healthcare, my insurance, those doctors for years just didn't want to look into my issue. It was bad. So many crappy and basically clueless doctors these days. It is sad because they're all great doctors. And I think it was like what Gary Brecka said, or maybe Dana White said, I break my elbow, I'm going to the hospital because they're going to fix it. But when it comes to preventative or like nutrition things, they're not really equipped for that. Wait, he's supposed to live in California but has a house in Maryland where he stays. That's his primary residence to get cheaper home insurance. Is that Schiff? I wouldn't be surprised. So many people trying to run for office in places they don't live because they feel like they have a better shot at winning it. Very scary. But okay. So we have this anti-ice protester outside the World Cup, and the police actually removed them because it's, I guess you can consider this to be offensive. It is a giant foam ice officer with a giant two-way tool, a army helmet, a vest, and he has in chains, which appears to be somebody brown, scared, and afraid. And there's a guy inside of this. You're like, okay, look, no political messaging. They weren't even allowing you to wear, like, the workers were complaining they weren't allowed to wear Nike shoes. They had to cover it up. The Persian people from Iran couldn't have their flag out there because it was going to be controversial. And they're saying, okay, get this out of here. And I do understand. You don't want to have this type of stuff there. This is about going to soccer, not seeing this insane monstrosity of a display. Like, it's terrible. It's terrible what it looks like. But honestly, maybe this is controversial. You're looking at this. I kind of feel like this goes hard if you just swap out the kid with like the scared eyes, and you just make that person, instead of that, you make it like a Trende Aragua gang member, like someone with a shaved head, tattoos everywhere, with like cash in their pocket from trafficking people, and then also a two-way tool in the other hand. Like, if this was what ICE came in whenever they went into a neighborhood to do a raid, and one of their guys was wearing this, I think that'd be pretty hard. Like, hey, we got one of your buddies, Trende Aragua gang member. We're coming here with these crazy eyes. I'd be all for it, but again, we don't separate sports from politics. Me, you know me. If I go to a Dodger game and they start talking about how Trump's the greatest president of all time, I don't even necessarily want to hear that. I would like to see the American flag and fireworks and the national anthem, but don't give me politics as to why this guy's better than the other. I want to be able to sit next to the person in the bleachers with me. We're going to disagree on things politics, but we both love the Dodgers. How about that? But again, I think this kind of goes hard in the idea that this is what we want, them arresting illegals, but just with one minor adjustment here. Yeah, where's the ice balloon? I don't know. But the one thing we will say is anti-ice activism is pretty much failing, because you see this over here. Remember back in the day, they had exploding fireworks outside the Prairie Land facility. I believe it's in Texas. Yeah, North Texas, captured by surveillance cameras. They just say, F you pigs. They vandalized Prairie Land, including graffiti on a guard building, punctured the tires of a facility van, and broke a facility's surveillance camera. Again, fireworks, slashing tires. It's kind of become commonplace. I can almost sit here and say, that's not even as big of a deal as other stuff you've seen, like them using a sniper to try to take out an ICE officer, but actually accidentally hitting several people that were being deported. But this is still bad. You can't throw fireworks at ICE federal agents. You can't graffiti, vandalize their building. You can't knock down their cameras or slash their tires. So it's good because they say one of their Antifa members got 100 years in federal prison. 7 additional defendants get sentenced for the 1-year anniversary attack, and combined 450 years in prison. They're finally finding out, and it is glorious.
8 defendants convicted in the Prairieland ICE detention center attack case will be sentenced today in federal court in Fort Worth. So far, only...
And honestly, it's like, you don't want to say based on opinion and judge people. Like, I'm not going to make fun of people. Oh, you're ugly, you're pretty, or whatever. Like, oh, I want to, you know, like, whatever. But why is it they all kind of have the same... glare? I don't know what the word is. Like, they have the same kind of defeated... I don't want to call it evil. Is it? Are you saying it's substances? What's an Innsmouth look? I don't know. All 8 of them had this look where it's like, you don't want to be like this, but it's like none of these people just got a great promotion at their job. None of these people are out there saying, "Oh, I had a crush on this girl forever, and finally asked her out on a date, and we're going out on a date, fancy restaurant." Super psyched about it, but you know what? First, I'm gonna knock down the camera outside the ICE facility. It's like, I don't want to say you guys are losers, but it's like nobody has anything they're looking forward to in life or any accomplishments. I've been really studying at my college. Now I finally have my master's. I've been working really hard at my firm, and now they're making me partner. No one's accomplishing anything, and this is what they do. SSRIs. The more I learn about SSRIs, the more terrifying it gets, and the more kind of evil you find like the healthcare system to be, where it's like, hey, we can prescribe you this thing. It's gonna have all these side effects. Sometimes it does you good, but the small percentage of the time, it makes you get sentenced to 450 years in prison.
Center attack case will be sentenced today in federal court in Fort Worth. So far, only 3 have learned their fates. Benjamin Song was sentenced to 100 years in prison. Cameron Arnold and Zachary Evans were both sentenced to 50 years. It comes more than 3 months after a federal jury found...
And it's a federal jury. They don't get this bullshit like in California. You serve 1/4 of your time with good behavior and you get let out. No, you got 100 years, you're serving 100 years.
The group guilty following a 12-day trial stemming from an incident last July 4th outside the detention center in Alvarado. 8 defendants were convicted of
And you'll never see like a Song, Korean guy. You won't find any Asian people, I guess, unless they're like boba liberals. You won't find any Asian people crying, "Why the Asian guy get the longest sentence?" I don't care. He's a scumbag. He was out there. He was committing the crime. He didn't want a century in prison. Maybe don't commit the crimes. It has nothing to do with race. Even if the jury saw the Asian guy and were prejudiced against him and gave him a harsher sentence than the other guys, I don't care. He's still a criminal. By all means, have at it. But there's certain types of cultures that say, I don't mind that everybody else was committing that crime. Just don't imprison one of ours. It's garbage and bottom feeder mentality.
Including rioting, providing material support to terrorists, and explosives-related offenses.
Jesus.
Benjamin Song was also convicted of attempted murder in the shooting of an Alvarado police lieutenant.
Oh, okay, it was the shoot. It wasn't just the fireworks and the tire slashing. They opened fire. Now I remember this one.
The others face possible sentences ranging from 10 years to life. 8 defendants.
And the problem is yes, they're getting this sentencing, but it all starts off from essentially this: the not commercialization, but just the acceptance of being anti-ICE makes you a good person. There's certain people on the Dodgers that virtue signal all day, every day, on how anti-ICE and pro-immigrants they are and everything. Mind you, all of them are legal immigrants, and also they get paid millions of dollars to play a sport behind the toughest security, some of the toughest security in the country. Surrounded by police officers all the time, nonstop. They do not live in the communities where Lake and Raleigh gets the most horrendous end ever. But they'll virtue signal saying, ICE is bad, we need to go ahead and abolish ICE, and everybody's legal, and let everybody vote. It starts with simple stuff like this. Let me make a giant puppet and make my display because this makes me the good guy. But then it also empowers idiots that commit acts of terror because they think we're on the right side of history. We're a good guy now. Asians are underrepresented in prison. I don't think there's a gang for them inside. at least in California prisons, it's called Others Roll with Brothers. Anybody that's not a part of the 4 major gangs, the Aryans, the Mexicans from America, and the Mexicans from Mexico. So there's 2 separate gangs, and then the blacks. Others roll with brothers. If you're Asian, if you're Samoan, if you're you're an Indian guy, you are automatically folded into the black gang, because it's not even like they're like a gang that runs together. It's just they rotate. You run the kitchen this day. You guys get television privileges this day. You guys get to pick this part of the like. It's just the way things are. I don't make the rules, guys. How much money do they make a custom giant puppet and miss that many days of work? Yeah, all this unemployed behavior. Once remember, USAID got cut, and we had all those massive riots in Los Angeles nonstop. Anti-ICE, break up Senator Vider and throw it at cop cars, burn Waymos. Like, they were constantly rioting and destroying things, and it was all over. They raided that one that apparel facility, and it wasn't even over an ICE raid. It was just, hey, there's money laundering, let's raid them. They had massive riots for weeks. Mayor Karen Bass didn't do a thing, and only when they rolled in with the Marines, 1, and 2, they said, we're gonna start to investigate who's financing these riots. Magically, those riots disappeared overnight, which makes me feel like ICE protesting is a paid-for gig. I have not been to prison, but sad to say, you know, a lot of people that go to prison, they come out, they tell you stories and stuff. I just remember, I'm not putting anybody out. I don't even talk to this guy ever. But back in high school, one of the older guys came out, and he was in jail. He got locked up. He was being stupid, and he caught pneumonia. And for whatever reason, they just threw him in solitary. Maybe he was lying to us, but they threw him in solitary. And the letters he was writing everybody was, blah, 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 I'm in solitary, it's this, I got that. I'm not going crazy, though. You know, the food's whatever. Maybe I'm going to gain more weight and I'm sleeping more. I'm not going crazy, though. But I kind of do miss going out on the block and, you know, doing even the regular job. I'm not going crazy, though. And it's like, in one, like, front and back piece of notebook paper, said he wasn't crazy like 25 times. I'm like, oh, God, this guy's going crazy in solitary. Bad times. Hey, convicts never lie, exactly. At least he was honest about why he got locked up and why it was his fault. So he was someone that, like, I genuinely believe would pay his debt to society, and was so messed up about what happened in jail that he was like, never again, and try to get his life on the straight and narrow. Maybe it didn't work out, but it did shake him up quite a bit. Yeah, SSRIs can help schizophrenia massively, but shouldn't be prescribed to sad teens. I'm not gonna say how, but I know that right now people can get them prescribed, like, very, very, I wouldn't say dangerous substances, but it's like the idea that people can have bad interactions with things, and now it's just like, fill out a survey online. Are you sadder than usual? Have SSRIs. And it's like, wait. We're just handing this out like candy now? And that's how it is in this world. It's scary. They get handed out too much, but they absolutely work. And it's like, there's a time and place for all this stuff. Like, even GLP-1s, Ozempic. All the celebrities are misusing it, but it's like, I do know people that have been morbidly obese forever, and I'm like, look, I know you got diabetes, I know you got all this stuff. It's either you die at 40, or we put you on this medication that may hollow out your bones. Needing a hip replacement at 45 is infinitely better than stroking out at 40, so, no, it has a time and a place. Yeah, they're the first choice at the moment. I know people that are electing to have it. They're unhealthy, they've been heavy forever, and they're like, look, I've worked out a little bit, I've tried to diet a little bit, but honestly, just give me the juice, man. And then they get it. They look great, but it's like, These are all things you can win with willpower, and you just won't do it. Kind of scary times. May hollow out your bones. That's what we've been hearing, because it's like, I think everything that was known from anorexia, I'm not a doctor, so don't listen to me on it, but everything that is a side effect of being anorexic where you just don't eat is the same thing you're getting from being on Ozempic GLP-1s, because it's like, you're just not eating. Go from a whale to a bird, kind of. Reduces muscle mass too, supposedly. I mean, I think it just hollows everything. Like I'd say the same thing about like steroids, where it's like it's just the other side of the coin. Using a shortcut to get to a certain physique that you want is going to have unintended side effects. I really do subscribe to the whole we got 3 different body types, like we are ectomorphs, endomorphs, and mesomorphs. As a mesomorph, I'm never gonna get big as some of my endomorph buddies, but I know some guys that are genuine ectomorphs where no matter how much iron they pump, creatine, protein powder, they're never gonna get yoked because it's just like their bones are a little bit different. Like it's the whole thing where it's like you test your wrist. Like if you put your hand around your wrist and you're like overlapping several knuckles, you're an ectomorph. So it's like you're longer than you are wide. If you're an endomorph, you can't even put your hand around your wrist because you're wider than you are long. And it's like, if you're trying to fight what your body can naturally do, not saying that all endomorphs can be fat and all ectomorphs can't be, or all endomorphs will be fat and all ectomorphs will be skinny, but it's the idea that if you're trying to shortcut your way through it, you're going to throw something else off. I don't know why people want to fight nature so hard. We all have affinities and deficiencies. Play into your powers. Exactly. That's like me accepting the fact that I'm not going to be this big buff dude or whatever and like acting as if I was. It's just one of those things where it's like, you just accept who you are, and the more you're comfortable you are in your own skin, the more you get to enjoy life. But if you always find yourself like, I wish my face is so flat, man, I wish I had a nose. Let me go get like a nose job. And like the more I find out about nose jobs, like a lot of Korean girls get it, and how it's either a piece of your rib or a piece of a cadaver inserted into your face is insane to me. And it's like, okay, I could probably obsess about my flat face forever. Whatever. You're probably going to be better off just accepting it and learning to just be okay with it than getting your nose job done. Having a dead person's bone inside your face for the rest of your life, and then wondering, well, my jawline isn't good either. Well, maybe if I got like a little bit taller or whatever. So you're saying you're not a big fan of Clavicular? Look, I think he's got issues, but I don't even think Clavicular is a fan of Clavicular. You cannot be that hyper critical of everything you do and everything everybody else does around you. Even if it is like a persona he puts on to do his online content, it doesn't strike me as someone that's happy with things, or could ever be happy with things, if you're perpetually in a state of combat when it comes to appearance. I look better than you, I mog this. This is why my nose and my buffness or whatever. You don't ever just get to be like, hey, maybe we went to Vegas and went to buffets too hard, now I got a bit of a pot belly, let me work it off, but, you know, we had a good time. The amount of self-critique and, like, self-hatred that would go along with that if you made your entire online persona how buff and handsome you are, just doesn't lead you to just having a regular happy life, in my opinion.
Buy and trade.
But if you're Morgan, it must be nice to be top 1% person. Like, I just know, I've known a couple very, very attractive people, male and female, in my life, and the best thing I could say about it is, the best description I could say about it is, anybody that is just too attractive, whether like a 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, their entire life is like being a little mini celebrity, where they cannot have a genuine conversation with anybody upon first meeting them because they're too starstruck. They want to be too friendly to them. They're giving them free stuff, too much access. Like, they live in a bubble, and then eventually that bubble bursts. You know, they hit the wall, guys and girls, and it's much, much more painful to be in your 30s realizing the world isn't sunshine and happiness and everybody doesn't bend over backwards to help you than it is to be 18 and realize, hey, some people are going to be mean, some people are nice, but then at least I know the nice people from the mean people. No, you just knew the shallow people, and that's all you had. Look smackers were called metrosexuals in my day. Exactly. My old college roommate was a hardcore metrosexual, and it was just one of those things of like, people kind of made fun of him, but it's like, hey, but he looks nice. Girls always compliment their outfits or whatever. But I never, like, back in my day when they called them metrosexuals, it wasn't like they were competing with each other, being mean to each other. Like, oh, let me get 25 cc's of filler into my jaw or whatever. It wasn't a thing back then. Cold showers work for you? I mean, I think back in the day, I used to get a light cold maybe once a month. Like, I would just kind of feel a little bit sick once a month. I think it was Wim Hof. Talks about, like, you know, breathe and take ice baths and cold showers. I start every single day for the last probably 3 years now. Taking a cold shower. I get sick maybe 1/10 of the time I used to. Maybe it's psychosomatic, or maybe it's mental. But if it's working, it's working. I don't care.
Hey there.
That's a new word for you. I mean, younger people don't even know the slang that we used to have. I just remember back in the day. What was it? Slurs were part of our vernacular. Like, that's just what we called each other. Like, it was bizarre times. But nephews and nieces, Gen Alpha and Gen Z, they speak a different language than us. They're talking stuff, and I just sit there and nod because if I ask them, what the hell was that? Or what does that even mean? It ages me like by 20 years.
Careful.
Slurs were nicknames, casual as AF. I honestly think that if we just could, I can't find it. Maybe, I just need to pull it up real quick. Some genius out there, which is amazing. I love AI. I'm not even against it at all. But this. Somebody made World of Warcraft private server with 1,800 bots with AI chat via DeepSeek API. Dead in theory, but playable. So you just pretty much go on World of Warcraft. Everybody's a bot. There's 1,800 of them, so you could never even meet all of them. Join clans, have conversations, whatever, and just live back in the day. But I was like, if someone could make this for Modern Warfare 2 on the Xbox, I think that you would never hear the word microaggression again in your life. If you work really hard at your job and you're like stressed out, like you're scrubbing floors, you're dealing with like mean customers, you got a boss that hates you, you're asked to work overtime, all that stuff. And you go down, and it's almost like Pavloving you. If you're not unfamiliar with Pavlov, it's like they rung a bell and gave a dog food, rang a bell, gave a dog food. So whenever they just ring the bell, the dog would salivate. And it's like, Pavloving was, you sat down with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 on Xbox 360. If you're like me, and for some reason people think you're black via voice chat, they call you slurs the entire time, top to bottom. But you're being Pavlov. You're like, everybody's being mean to me, like objectively mean to me. They're being racist to me. But, yeah, they're conditioning me where it's like, but I'm having fun playing Modern Warfare 2. I got the Scar H, I got Ninja Pro, I got Lightweight Pro, I got Commando. Like, I'm having a good time doing this, and all of a sudden it's like, so if I was just having fun while someone was being mean to me, and then when I go out in the real world and I'm on a bus and some random guy throws an Asian slur at my face, I've almost been Pavloved or conditioned to be like, friend? Like, that's not exactly how it goes, but it's just one of those things of, you're not impacted by real racism in the real world if you've experienced casual racism from your buddies. And it's sad to say, the thing is, if we just have this AI Modern Warfare where you can condition people to say, hey, look, people are going to call you mean words. They're going to say mean things to you, and it's not always going to be nice. It's not going to freak them out when they get to the real world and the world isn't like Fisher-Price nerfed for them. And the first time you hear somebody be mean to you is in the workplace, you're going to lose your mind. Say, I need to take a mental health day. I need to talk to HR. Like, it causes all the problems. Yeah, sticks and stones. Modern Warfare Lobby Simulator. I mean, there's a video of Modern Warfare Lobby back in the day, and it's all everybody just mean to each other and talking about each other's mothers. You can't even play that on live stream. It's too rancid. Yeah, where's my hug box? Exactly. The real world doesn't have a hug box, but these idiots don't understand that. Casual racist bots would help. Casual digging from your friends would help. The idea that everybody want to portray kids as woke and everything. I'm like, no, like, I think about, like, we have a much like a new niece, and it's like, right now, the only people she ever interacts with are people that love her. Everybody, let me carry you, let me give you a french fry, let me give you a new toy. Oh, you sleepy? Let's put you down for a nap. Like, everybody's positive to you. And then they get to preschool, and then a kid's mean to you. Like, a kid throws a block at your face. Someone calls you a slur. Like, the rude awakening that is bullies needs to be done at a very young age. If you get to the point where you're like at a high school and you've never experienced bullying or mean people, then a crazy homeless person with a stick starts calling you slurs, it's gonna melt your brain. Yeah, I don't know, any woke people or you didn't like any woke people or anyone you went to school with, really, besides the super squares and absolute weirdos. Exactly. Even back in the day when I was in high school, we all knew the kids that would wear suits to school and think they're all proper and be nice and, like, you know, think they're elevated. But it was like, yeah, I understand, you know, you have this mentality of, one day, you laugh at me, but one day I'll be your boss. Yeah, you might have a brighter future and you might have better SAT scores and a better college application, but you really lack the social skills it's going to take to actually navigate the world of, like, corporate America. Yeah, wokies are all theater kids, but you say, like Sheldon, but not charming, and that's the sad thing is, the show Sheldon is written by people like Sheldon to make them charming and to put them in a hug box where it's okay to be kind of quirky. Had you met Sheldon in real life, you'd be picking on him. Sad to say. Fast food manager's not a boss. As a person, I was never a manager of fast food, but as like a ranking person at a night shift in fast food, it's a boss. Okay, man? Don't let me catch strays on this. Fast food's real work, guys. It's boss-ish. Yeah. Kids are naturally too mean to be woke. Their brains can't fundamentally understand looking outside of themselves. You have a toy they want, give them the toy, they get violent cries, slander you to others with authority. Some people never grow out of this. Exactly. Like, if a kid tells you you're fat, I had a niece say, "You're looking fat, Uncle Decoy," and I'm like, by all means I am. Like, I probably, like, everybody I encounter that knows me for a long time is like, oh, Decoy's getting fat. But it takes your niece with zero filter to say you're getting fat for it finally to resonate with you, and I thank her for that. Companies now have crying rooms because people get offended too easily. Like I said before, I'm hearing reports that companies now give you mental health days, part of your sick days. If you can just call out some random time, it's built into the system. You now have mental health days that call off now, and it's despicable. Like, this is not, you'd say, it's in college, it's not the real world, but now it's becoming the real world, and it's sad. But, gotta talk about, not this one, talk about Asmongold finally solving the Hassan paradox, because I've never seen Hassan defined so succinctly, and now everything that he does, I see it through this lens.
So everything that he does is going to be in service of terrorism. It's going to be in service of Islamic Muslim terrorism. So everything that he does is going to be in service of terrorism. It's going to be in service of Islamic Muslim terrorism. This is the core and the center of his ideology. All other...
And remember, Hassan once famously said, if you don't know where you stand on something politically, it's always easy, I'm paraphrasing, it's always as easy to say, where does America stand on this situation? And stand opposite of that because America is evil. He's a person that criticizes you for having a North Star of whether it's economics, virtue, Christianity, whatever, but his North Star is very clearly anti-America.
Values, viewpoints, and opinions come out of that ideology, and they all work to serve that ideology. That is the only thing that he will never compromise. He will compromise LGBT rights by supporting the countries that will kill gay people. Yes. He will support wealth inequality by glazing China. He will support any form of non-democracy, totalitarianism by, again, endorsing China or Cuba.
I do remember when he was over in China and saying, oh my God, look, they got a Gucci store and a command economy. I love it. It's like, yeah, your propaganda tour with like they had like a attractive Chinese woman that took them around the town to show them their technology and their awesome phones. It's like, yeah, they're not gonna take you to those, what was it, the lithium mining facilities where they have hundreds of cranes lined up early in the morning so they can all try to mine desperately. They don't show you the people that are in abject poverty hiding behind their barbed wire electrified fence because they don't have enough social credits or points to get out of that small village. Like, obviously they didn't see that, but he's going to sit there and criticize America because we have trillionaires and poor people, but just gladly eats up all the Chinese propaganda possible.
Example, but the one thing that he will never do is compromise on Islamic terrorism, and that's because it is the one thing that is the center of all of his other beliefs.
Which is crazy to think of terrorism being your North Star, and I never thought of it this way, but it's true.
Every other belief works in service to manifest the increase in Islamic terrorism. This is what he does. So everything that he does is going to be in service of terrorism.
And I almost thought about like leaving a snarky comment saying, but even shocking his dog would be in service of terror. And sad to say, it kinda is. If he did it inappropriate. But the idea of him possibly electrocuting his dog. How is that in service of terror? But it's like, no, it's the sad fact that he used a dog to look cute, perfectly in frame of his live stream, so he can make his simping for terror seem more cuddly. And the idea that the dog got up after a long stream to quietly walk away, then he just randomly reaches over here saying, I'm getting a Zyn, and all of a sudden the dog yelps in pain, and he says, why are you being a baby, whatever, all these weird lies about it. But the thing is, no, he shot the dog so he can better simp and cover for terror, and it's like, that's how, not devoutly, but that's how low his evil goes. And it's sad to say, where it's like, I don't even think he likes what position he's been placed in now, because here he is trying to be in his fancy suit that Shoe on Head essentially bullied him into wearing. But he's out there trying to say, I do real stuff. I canvas. I talk to political leaders or aspiring political leaders. Like, he's out there in the real world. He's actually impacting, real politics. But it's like he can't escape the fact that he's cultivated such a vile and violent audience that he can't even just be out there and about without his chat going crazy.
There's an appetite for this kind of politics in this country, not necessarily just in, oh look, there's a Dan Goldman canvasser right there.
Oh,
yeah.
And wasn't he the guy that was just phone banking? I forgot what his phrase is called, but he's calling on behalf of a politician, and he's been in like politics for like over a decade, and it was the first time he's ever done it for a politician. I'm like, yeah, you're fake.
I don't even, I guess this is his district. This is
egg.
This is where
tomato.
Yeah, I guess this is like Lower
Beat
East
'em up.
Side, right? This is like this is where Brad Lander is gonna be cooking. Jump it. Okay, Chatters, you're fucking insane.
Kidnap,
dude.
get him.
As an old Asian unk, bro. Calm down.
Old Asian guy, and then the thing is, one person says, interview him. Perfectly fine. Let's talk to the other side and see what they have to say. That seems totally reasonable. If they don't want to be heard or they don't want to be recorded, let them be. But most of his audience have become extreme, angry, violent people, and it's like, well, maybe if you didn't cater to terrorists so much, you wouldn't have this problem.
Okay.
Jump, beat him, get him. And they think it's funny. They think it's funny. Easy. Get him. He's an old Asian unk, so you can beat him up now. If this is your audience, I don't want to say it's exactly your fault, but if this is the only surviving members of people that watch your content, because remember, after the whole dog shocking incident, he lost a huge percentage of his chatters, all those supporters he was crashing out on. He's been pretty much faltering further and further into obscurity in the last couple months. Oh my god, see, the screams of kids cry out in that canvasser's shadow. What is he even saying, for one? But two, it's actually kind of dangerous for him to have this audience, because at some point in time, they're going to turn on him next, and you don't want to have cultivated this heavy of a concentration of people that have a propensity for violence, and all of a sudden, you become the enemy.
People are crazy.
If that's your audience, quit. Exactly. And that's why I think that he had this with the suit on. And didn't he say, if this is your audience, quit? He wants to quit. Didn't he? I don't have the video pulled up, but he was talking about how he wants to leave Twitch streams so he can become a professor at some college and just, maybe teach a media literacy course or something. And I'm certain they'd give him a handsome salary. And since he has a large social media following, a liberal arts college would gladly hire him. But it's not going to make him a multi-millionaire like Twitch streaming. But it's sad to say he's willing to give up all this, not even fame, but all this attention, all this money, so he can have himself a smaller hug box. Because you gotta be some type of loser to spend all your time watching Hasan 8 hours a day every day. But if even those people don't shower him with praise and adoration, that he's got to go to even smaller hug box of only people that go to liberal arts colleges, of only people that are willing to sign up and pay for his college course. That's the small enough group that he can have that'll make him feel appreciated. One, he's never going to find that level of happiness. He's always going to find something to crash out on his supporters. But two, this was the wrong path. I think he, like many people, grow an audience that they later hate, they despise. His fans see him in real life. He is disgusted by them. Hasan's not selling courses now, but he once said he's thinking about stopping live streaming so he can become a college professor, which would be kind of awesome, like become a in-person meeting with people, like-minded people. That'd be cool, but I think he's doing it for different purposes than like a regular person would say. That'd be nice to have a in-person meet of like-minded people. It'd be nice to not be criticized ever again because I hate my chatters.
That's a joke, by the way. That's a joke. Fox News, they're joking. They're not being serious.
They're not, though. They're not. He's embarrassed and ashamed of this audience, and he would rather be iShowSpeed. Because remember, he saw iShowSpeed go to China, was loved in there. Obviously, I think iShowSpeed's China tour was China trip was a propaganda tour as well. But I don't think that iShowSpeed should be well versed in when a government's using you as a ignorance isn't a bad word, but someone ignorant to what's going on over there. iShowSpeed just making content. He's great at it. Good on him. But the idea that Hasan said, watching iShowSpeed, man, this is a tour. I wish I could do that. Man, that's the core I really wanted. He saw iShowSpeed going over there being adored, having fun, and then he decides to go over there and essentially just does a Chinese puff piece, which I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it was like just paid for Chinese propaganda from the Chinese billionaire, that the billionaire in China was giving them to do the Cuba tour. I wouldn't be surprised if he was willfully ignorant to that. But the idea is, he was so jealous of iShowSpeed, he tried to do it too. He wants to cultivate that audience. He wants to be at award shows. He wants to go to Knicks games and say, oh, it's an influencer, iShow Hasan here, not Hassani Somali, that guy that gets beat up on stream by every other streamer. Like, not beat up, figuratively, by Asmongold. But the idea is, he's never gonna get the amount of fame or stardom he wants, and he's only left with these psychos online.
And that's immoral and disgusting that they made such a joke, okay? Give him the finger. No, it's our district. This man is
it's not funny, it's bad, He's laughing. He's so giddy with the idea that he's cultivated this audience of weirdos. Because I'm telling you right now, regular people don't do this. I could see Hasan in real life, Karen Bass, Governor Gavin Newsom. I could be walking around somewhere. I could be at a Dodger game and be seated 2 hours away from them. Probably wouldn't say anything about him. Like, I wouldn't say anything to him. Why would I need to be confrontational when I'm trying to enjoy life? The internet isn't the real world. We don't even want to see. I wouldn't want my supporter to be out there seeing Governor Gavin Newsom out there and heckling him at a game in front of his family. No, you beat him politically. You make him look stupid with his own words online. You don't heckle his innocent family that just happens to be the son or daughter of a scumbag. They didn't choose that. So it's one of those things of, I wouldn't heckle Hasan in real life. I'm actually grateful for his stupidity. Gives everybody great content to do. Like Sean had said, gives you diabolical amounts of money to make fun of him. Hasan is legitimately like Hassani Somali's just the spiritual Johnny Somali. They are both feeding families with their stupidity. But the idea is, I'm not even mad at him. him existing, being the face of the Democrat Party, is just the best press tour for conservatism that we could ask for. If it was someone that actually was very, very reasonable, intelligent, actually handsome and good looking, like, that would be a general villain saying, hey, that guy's pulling a lot of people to the Democrats. He's making liberalism feel cool again. But no. You got this guy, the dog shocker in chief. He's the ideal villain to have. This is yeah.
Motherfucker. Okay. Listen, how about you carry this energy to fucking smiling and dialing, okay? I don't want to hear chirpers in the chat. I don't want to hear chirpers in the fucking chat. I want
to ban them. Tell your mods to ban them. I think I have one guy here. He's already overwhelmed. I don't expect him to be mass banning. But he's got people on the payroll, I believe. Why doesn't he tell his mods? Everybody advocating for violence, ban him. Or is he afraid that that's his bread and butter?
I want to hear chirpers chirping on the phone. Okay, that's what I want to hear.
How about, why isn't he doing it? I'm in a suit on camera. I can't be chirping on a phone. Unintended sabotage, that's exactly what it is. They think they're doing a good thing, but every single time, like, Karen Bass probably came back from Chicago to respond to the warehouse factory fire to solve the issue, but when she goes up on stage saying, one, we don't know what's inside the building, and two, why does this happen in, like, essentially, why does this happen in black neighborhoods? She's just making it worse.
Reading chat.
Here's the thing. When was the last time you knew you were wrong? Me knowing I'm wrong all the time. When I read the chat and I said 1773 instead of 1776, I'm wrong all the time. I'm a regular guy. I don't claim to say, oh, I went to political science college and I have a degree so I can talk politics and I've been in it and I know more about, overseas genocides and why certain terror groups are okay. It's like, no. When you try to speak from a point of superiority, like I know better than you so you need to listen to me, it just makes it easier to criticize when you're objectively wrong. If you say, hey, I'm a weird Asian guy with a pencil plastic baseball bat, sounds funny, and I don't know anything about politics, I just kind of go schizo on live stream, it's easier to, 1, find the truth, 2, connect with your audience, and 3, be wrong about stuff because nobody's perfect. When you say you're the most trusted name in news and you're basically propaganda, it's easy to dunk on you. When you say, I got a political science degree and I'm the most influential Democrat on Twitch, it's easy to dunk on you when you're an idiot.
Hassan Aegis, when it comes to jumping people, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's all bad. But what does the Giannis trade mean for Zohan's legacy? That's kind of funny, actually. Stupid. But yeah, no. The fact that Asmongold calls him out and says, your North Star, the only thing that you are willing to stand up for beyond everything else going on in life is Islamic terror, is actually sad because it really does define him as a person, and you can't ever really come back from that. It's just, oh yeah, everything he sees in life is through the lens of supporting terror groups. You can no longer take him serious ever again. Yeah, and Asmon is civil about it because Asmon is never trying to go after his father. He's never trying to go after his family that has nothing to do with it. He's not trying to denigrate him. He might just say, you look stupid in that popsicle-looking suit. That's all it is.
Too far away.
If Hassan lost everything and he got some strange case of illness that needed treatment, I would not be surprised if Asmongold said, you know what, I've made millions off of dunking on you. Let me pay for your health care. I could see that happening. I genuinely could. If it went the other way around, I think that Hassan would just be laughing about it. But again, this is just me making up stuff in my head. Here's the thing, it's like, Asmon's way nice about his criticism of Hassan, but the criticism should be nice and it should be good-natured. The moment we start going into, like, being angry and evil about it, like, attacking each other, you become no better than them, and you can no longer pick up the disaffected portion of their group. That's why I said, like, the original Decoy voice was all about... We knew that during, like, Reddit, you had the Donald Trump or the Donald subreddit. They banned it, or they shadow banned it, then they banned it, and then all the people left Reddit to make their own, the Donald website. But then that website got too unhinged, unmoderated, and it was crazy. So if you had regular people that were like, you know what, I don't like Biden. I think Donald Trump did a lot of good stuff for the country. Let me just leave Reddit, this liberal hellhole, and listen to what the people from the download have to say on their website. And the first thing that happens when you go over there is Ruth Bader Ginsburg death memes. You're going right back to the hut that is the Democrat hug box. You need to have somebody in the middle, and Asmongold just playing video games and being the Roach King is much more relatable than a guy wearing a suit and going to do propaganda press tours, essentially. You thought you were wrong once, but you were wrong. Good way of seeing it. The regular Democrats celebrated Charlie's murder, and it's terrible. You don't want that to happen, but at least it was an eye-opening moment for regular Democrats. You saw many social media videos of people saying, you know, I was a Democrat, I was a liberal, but now I can't support him anymore, because you watch a father lose his life horrendously on camera for debating, for talking to college students, and then all these people went out there and celebrated it. That was the last line. That was a line like, okay, I can't, you guys are a death cult. I can't be affiliated with you anymore. To be honest, most conservatives seem to respect RBG. Exactly. Donald Trump even said positive things about her when she passed away. We can disagree with you politically and just not want you in power. I don't want Biden in power. I don't want the brain cancer to do anything bad to him. I want him to recover and just retire like an old man. That's it. Like, why do you need to wish harm on anybody unless that's how concerned you are about them gaining power? It's sad. You've been watching Asmongold since before he took off, and that's the crazy part. It's like, you know, it's easy to get jealous of other people's successes, but it's crazy that I think about, like, Asmongold, Matt Morse, and all these people, like, they've been doing content and streaming online before I even had, like, an Xbox. Like, they've been around forever. I'm still very much a newcomer to the game. Probably 5 years in total to get the main channel to 1 million subscribers. And I think about how it's great. Like, I'm very grateful and fortunate to have the success I have. But, you know, not everybody can be a Brett Cooper and just ascend to great heights right off the bat, you know? Here's the thing. Asmongold's just entertaining to watch and listen to. I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but he makes me laugh. And I've heard that a lot about, like, my channel. People meet me in real life and say, I like most of what you say. I think I was at a Dodger game, and it was a guy with different ethnicities, but he's talking to me saying, I like your channel. I agree with a lot of what you say. And it's like, that's perfect. If me and you were mirror images of each other, that would be boring, because we're just reaffirming each other's opinions. That's not good. It should be me saying bad takes, saying things that I probably don't mean 1 month from now because I've learned and evolved. It's better off that there's some friction and also room to grow, as opposed to, I'm an authority figure, I know more than you, so get in line or I ban you. Look how fast Russell Brand built a following comedian, but I mean, being a movie star is a little bit easier to transfer over. I think of people like Justin Bieber and Jaylen Brown. They go to Twitch streaming, and right off the bat, they're in the thousands of viewers because they're somebody. If you're not a pretty girl, you're not a celebrity. It's an uphill battle, but it's good to have that uphill battle because I tell everybody that wants to be an influencer or whatever, like they'll say, you know, can you help me out with a YouTube channel? Like, you know, can you tell people to subscribe to me? But I'm like, look, until you've been doing it long enough that you naturally grow an audience, the worst thing you can get is for somebody bigger. Like if Asmongold in my first video came and said, subscribe to Decoy Voice. He's the greatest content creator of all time. And I suck. I'm forever not going to gain that audience they help you out with. You got to grow until you are good enough, and then you can actually play at that level. But if you get it too fast, it's the worst thing you can have for your career. Adversity builds character. It does. That's why I say, like, I think it was Abba and Preach, Abba from Abba and Preach goes in the No Jumper podcast with that Adam22 guy, and they both talked about how they felt lucky they found fame in their 30s, not their 20s, because otherwise they'd be like not that Justin Bieber's a bad example, but like, you know, a child star that all of a sudden becomes too popular, every girl wants them, and all of a sudden they become like scumbags. Like, you have to kind of struggle and then appreciate your success. And I think about the reason the channel is grounded is because I worked so many shitty jobs. It's because I was amongst so many people that were just janitors for life. Like, I knew what the struggle was, so it doesn't detach me from reality where I can go to somewhere like China and say, man, this is great. Like, look at all these people suffering, but I got a Gucci jacket on, so this is awesome. Voice and appearance makes a big difference. Exactly. I think that Arnold Schwarzenegger, maybe it was somebody else, said, one man's flaw is another man's calling card. Barbara Streisand's nose, Arnold Schwarzenegger's accent, a couple other things. The thing that makes you flawed in a lot of people's minds, like the big comment I see a lot is like, your voice is annoying to me, or you speak funny, or you're regarded, whatever it is. You know, it's like, what would normally hold you back sometimes becomes your calling card, and what makes you resonate with certain people. You found Asmongold through Decoy Voice, which is a cool, like a cool sharing of audience because it's a lot of like-minded people. Arnold is a Democrat. Being a janitor as a teen taught you you're not above anyone else. It humbled you, and you're thankful for that. One thing that really humbled me, not humbled me, but just made me change my entire perspective on things is being a young teenager working at a burger shop, and I was like the cleaner of the dining room, right? Like a fast food place. I'm like trying to be nice and tell this family, can I take off your tray for you guys? Look like you're done. And they said yes. So when I'm picking up their tray, there is you know those little ketchup containers? I picked up the tray and the ketchup container falls. I do it on accident and lands on this girl's white pants and just splatters all over it. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, I'm getting fired. Like, this is terrible. And the girl just like knows that I'm scared. And I'm like, oh, I fucked up. And she's like, oh no, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's cool. Now I got like, you know, a little trendy splatter on my pants. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And just went about her business. Didn't make a big deal about it. And I just think about how, yeah, one, you're not better than anybody. You're a janitor at a burger shop. But also, always treat the person that's down. Like, obviously, she could have made a stink about it. Got a free burger, got a gift card or whatever. Got me fired for offending her. But it's like, maybe it's not about flexing. Maybe it's just about being like a, don't take things personally. You know, if things are going to go wrong, just accept them and move on. And I don't think that impacted her day at all. And I was like, yeah, really changed my my view on things. Decoy's at least 60. I told you guys, I'm 75. Just look really good for 75. That's all. He's like, hey, you're 17. You already feel like America's lost, man. How do you keep hope? By knowing the internet isn't real life. Go outside. Go to a sports game. Go to a park. Go to school or whatever. People aren't obsessed with the politics. People aren't obsessed with this. Just because the news media and social media tell you the world is falling doesn't mean anything's wrong. Everything's going to be probably okay. The idea that my thumbnails have to be the world is falling is because, case in point, you got to look at actually I don't have the stats public anymore because YouTube takes a video down after it's live, but I had the video about how UFC 250 was amazing, probably had like 500 viewers that entire live stream. I have a video about massive fires in Los Angeles, like 2,000 live viewers at the same time. So it's like, the psychology of clicks is, did something wrong happen? The news media knows it, YouTubers know it, social media knows it, so it's just part of the game to get your attention. Go out there in the real world, the sky isn't falling, the country isn't failing, we're probably not going to war anytime soon, but if you think that, you'll click it. Decoy's lying. He's a Korean vampire that's centuries old. You can't prove that. If it bleeds, it leads, exactly. I had one thing, because we always dunk on him now, but Governor Gavin Newsom having more problems. He keeps on getting exposed. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he or his wife end up being at least criminally investigated for their issues.
Breaking news out of the Hill newspaper in Washington, D.C. It reports Democrat insiders are now worried the Justice Department probing California Governor Gavin Newsom's inner circle, including his wife's taxes and her nonprofits, that is going to hurt his run for the White House.
And again, he keeps on saying they don't want me to run for president. No, Governor Gavin Newsom, you're the easiest candidate to beat. I'm sorry to say. And the Democrats don't even have that deep of a bench, but the idea is we're not trying to dodge a popular president with such a long history of being successful. We're just trying to make sure fraudsters go to jail.
It was triggered by whistleblowers in California in 2022 under Joe Biden. Joining us now, Fox News My View with Lara Trump host Lara Trump. We're happy we got the technical difficulties figured out with Lara earlier, along with Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Thanks so much for coming on. Joe, first to you. What do you make of the Hill newspaper here?
I think that this is very serious for Gavin Newsom, Elizabeth and Laura, because you look at polling, for example. The last four that I've seen, it's Gavin Newsom trailing Kamala Harris, who isn't exactly, the Caitlin Clark of presidential candidates, by 22 points, 19 points, 17 points, 18 points. And then you hear about these investigations where, again, 300...
But again, the Democrats have nobody on their bench. They used to have good candidates that could be on there. I don't like them, but Bernie Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, I wouldn't count some of these other guys, but just the idea that they had candidates that would get more steam than a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. But since they've chased them all out, they're left with the scraps.
$40 million in donations from wealthy donors, special interests, some of which receive preferential treatment, and millions of dollars in state contracts, all in being propped up or propping up the political activities of...
And it's not that the Democrats don't plan on doing this shady stuff behind the scenes. They're just not going to install a guy that has already been accused of doing shady things behind the scenes.
Jennifer Newsom, this Daily Mail investigation, by the way, also another one, found that she was paying herself, Jennifer Newsom was, since 2012, $3.7 million to run this charity. So,
and now we know why Governor Gavin Newsom takes to television to say, investigate me, come after me, but leave my family out of it. Leave the wife of the mother of my children out of it, because honestly, I believe the money was going to be washed through her to pay him on the back end. That's just my theory, but for you to say, don't look into my wife's finances, means every single investigator needs to be scouring through her finances now.
This smells bad, it looks bad, and Gavin Newsom's certainly going in the wrong direction because, again, when you have the highest poverty, tax, unemployment rate in the country, and oh, by the way, you've only rebuilt 2 homes in the Malibu and Palisades areas, there's not a record to run on, and right now there's not a lot of integrity, it seems to be there either, as far as the way he's run his administration, and his wife for that matter.
What Joe just said, it's sort of like pulling the thread on a massive Democrat machine of... Lara, that where they think these...
And the crazy part is, Nick Shirley was the first part of that string to find, just in that small part of, Minnesota, but then he comes to California, so finds in that small part of the valley over in Los Angeles, and it's like, yeah, that was his undoing. Some kid with a camera saying, you're supposed to have 72 kids inside this daycare, and I find nothing.
The stuff that they do, the way the state is run, is normal. And to what Joe said, Gavin Newsom got special interest groups to donate over $340 million to Newsom's pet projects. More than $4.4 million went to his wife's nonprofit. This is California's controversial.
So wait. The accusation here, or the guess is, they gave them $4 million to the wife's nonprofit. She gave herself an insanely high salary, and then later on, they got favors from Newsom as he's the governor of California. It's not going to be a very difficult case to solve, and the idea is if they did it obviously it's going to be more elaborate than that if he's doing something wrong. But if it's that simple, they just thought they were always above the law. No one's going to catch us because you got, the people are so weak.
Behested payment system. What do you make of this? I mean, Steve Hilton calls it literally corruption in plain sight. He's running for governor, and as Joe pointed out, some of the donations came from corporations.
Yeah, corporations and everything, and that's why it's all going to his wife, and he's afraid of that because paid her own film company. So it's layered, but it all goes back to her.
Bill Newsom's nonprofit reportedly took cash from a Native American tribe that operates a casino in the state and was backed by her husband, while her other charity reportedly paid her own private film company directly.
I was thinking, is it the Babies to Babies thing that said, we're going to give all these people of color diapers but we're going to triple mark the diapers, pay insanely high rates, and pat ourselves in the back to say we gave babies diapers, but then skimmed off the top by like tenfold.
Exactly. But the Newsoms, well, they're pushing back.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming.
You're plagiarizing tweets from Trump that throw him back at him, but again, none of them land. Like if you would see people quoting Gavin Newscam and being like, "Oh my God, Newscom has got another banger." It's like, no, everybody just makes fun of you. I don't know where he's getting this delusion from.
Coming after me because I'm considering running for president.
We knew you were considering running for president back when you flew out to Florida, I believe it was, to debate Governor Ron DeSantis. This is like when Kamala and Trump were already selected. You just decided you're going to do a debate. We've known this for a very long time because you haven't cared about California in the last, 4 years.
Because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies.
And Trump has never been more popular and more loved. If this is what your offense is, I'd hate to see what your concession? Concession would be.
And deceit. One by one.
Yeah, like his stupid knee pad shtick. Ooh, everybody was so on top of Trump because you brought knee pads with his name and flew out to Europe with him. He still looks like he's just been crying.
Anyone who has challenged Donald Trump has ended up on his hit list. And today, I proudly join that list.
Why does he talk like that? But just last month, Newsom's former chief of staff, Dana Williamson, pled guilty to federal fraud charges. Joining us now for tonight's Bill Newsom's nonprofit.
It's already starting to crumble because they say, wife paying her own film company, but also, what is it? Here. No. Got so much stuff. His own... Wait, his former or chief of staff is walking away from him.
A lot here when you start digging into some of the nonprofits, some of Jennifer Siebel Newsom's extracurricular activities. What more can you tell us that we should be aware of?
Well, first of all, who knows? It could be politically motivated. John Bolton made that argument, and then he ended up pleading guilty. It doesn't change the facts. And it's been known for a long time that Gavin Newsom and his wife have been tied up in this very shady practice of what we call behested payments. Now, they're legal under California campaign finance law. Basically, politicians ask big money donors to give contributions to nonprofits of their choice. But in Newsom's case...
It's like lightly washing the money. They just break the rules. Don't apply to anybody. I'm talking about Republicans and Democrats, all scumbags.
He asked donors to give money to his wife's nonprofit organization, and sometimes these donors were, as you mentioned, the Native American tribe before, they were interests with business before the state, so it raises questions of conflict of interest. That was already out in the open. That's in the public domain, and it's very shady. What else might be going on in her tax returns, we've yet to find out, but we do know that Gavin Newsom's former chief of staff has pleaded guilty for fraud and corruption, and the rot is...
I wonder if he's singing like a bird and it's going up the top, and that's why this investigation's happening in the first place. He's pleading guilty. What else do they know? And they're not willing to say it quite yet.
Pretty thick in Sacramento.
Yeah, it's happening, all these things. Oh, they never commit fraud, they never commit fraud. Okay, it happens sometimes, but not that much. Or actually, it's rotten to the core. Possibly, because they say... In 2024, the Newsoms bought their house for $9.1 million, all cash, through an LLC that Jen Newsom created 1 week after the purchase. 3 months later, they refinanced the property to pull out $6.5 million. According to Jen Van Loor, Newsom's mortgage spend is $600,000 annually for all the real estate. Strange behavior to buy a property all cash through a makeshift LLC, then refinance to get the cash at a high interest rate. Something smells like corrupt. Now, tweet isn't fact. Who knows what sourcing this is from? But the idea that if they could just do this in plain sight and nobody looked into it makes me feel like what else is going on there that they did hide? It's probably not more elaborate. They think they're royalty and can do anything in California. For a long time they have. Remember the COVID lockdowns? You can't even go to church. You can't go to school anymore. But his kids can go to private school. You're not allowed to go to a restaurant. But Pelosi can reopen a closed down salon to get her hair done. You can't go to your job no more. But Governor Gavin Newsom can make in-person dining for him and his buddies at the French Laundry. You have to pay this insane amount for your workers, but my buddies from, was it Panera Bread? I forget the company. But his old campaign buddies, they can have these old minimum wage because they bake bread on property. Like, all these insane rules for you that they don't apply to them. They really do think they're royalty because I feel like they don't think that anyone was ever going to catch them. The crazy part about this is, even when the system's working correctly in California, they now have gay for pay. No. Pay for gay programs.
Public Utilities Commission reportedly awarding contracts to companies based on their sexuality. Businesses have to
super illegal
prove that they're gay enough to qualify for the.
So a business can prove they're LGBT, and there was a longer list, providing a letter from LGBT organization attesting to their preferences, proof that a newspaper identified them as LGBT, and then 3 attestation letters from personal contacts. So meaning to say, there's certain I don't know, grants? Like, there's money you can get from California government. Taxpayer funds from California. If you can get 3 people to write in a document to say that you are part of the LGBT movement. No voter ID, but gay ID. What is going on in California? Like, I'm angry enough at the idea that we have billion-dollar speed rail that doesn't get built, but they say, but it's a good jobs program. We can spend all this money and we're just creating jobs. Isn't that good enough? No high-speed rail, but we've made unemployment go down slightly. What? I'm not even kidding. Whoever made this needs to go to jail. You cannot defraud the American people this hard, saying, give me 3 letters and I'll give you the LGBT money. No, this is a civil rights violation for straight people.
LGBT contracts, for example, they can include 3 letters from personal contacts attesting to their sexual orientation. Now, the DOJ says they're going to look into that program. What's up with that? It looks like a lot of red tape. And how do you prove you're gay? The Public Utilities Commission's...
The thing is, we don't need to prove... I don't care if there's a Public Utilities Commission or whatever. There's a company out there. I don't care if the owner likes to be with other men, likes to be with women, has whatever preference they want. I don't care. I just want the best service at the best price. But the fact that now they get a regular American that doesn't want to apply for this LGBT, this, what is it, contract, now has to compete with someone that's going to get taxpayer assistance is just, it's wild to me. Yeah, 98% of Californians get certified as gay. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody that's, it's kind of weird phrasing, but down on their luck, their business is barely making it by, and they say, you know what, we really could use that extra taxpayer funds. Let's just go ahead and just get verified as LGBT. But nothing is worse than the actual fraud coming out of California.
2 really important ones. The first is, in the first quarter of last year, we revoked billing privileges for fraudsters of 1,006 providers.
And remember, he's finding 1,006 providers committing fraud, Medicare fraud. But when Dr. Oz followed Nick Shirley's lead and went also somewhere in the valley and found a whole bunch of fraud, remember, Governor Gavin Newsom rushed to the television to say it's a civil rights violation to call the mob a mob because they're committing fraud in his state. Because I'm telling you right now, you pull out all the fraud from the valley, at least in Los Angeles, that entire economy is going to topple. Oh, thank you, Arrow, for the 5 gifted.
Pretty good result, we thought, at the time. This same period this year, the first quarter, we made 1,400 revocations. That's a 40% increase over last year. So 40% more revocations. We also have payment suspensions where we just don't pay the bill because we don't think it's legitimate. This is impressive. The first half of this year, we made 1,000 Medicare payment suspensions. 1,000. That's a lot of people.
And how many of those?
Nearly 800, by the way, from one state.
Yeah. And all those 1,000 payments they stopped, did a single disabled person come out and say, hey, I rely on that money to survive? If 0 people poke their head out to say, hey, where'd my money go? I'm going to go ahead and say it was fraud.
California. For a similar period last year, we made 219 suspensions. So a 500% increase in payment suspensions because we're using tools now that historically had been used marginally. Now, these efforts brand all kinds of new tools for Medicare and Medicaid. The fraud war room that has been put together is a purpose-built tool to identify, track, and neutralize bad actors, often from foreign countries, much more effectively than the old system. The formula is straightforward. The DOJ brings prosecutorial firepower, law enforcement brings investigative tools, CMS brings data, the analytics, we use administrative muscle to push things through, and we are closing loopholes that fraudsters have avoided and been exploiting for years. Those days are over. Fraudsters.
For the simple fact that these Democrat politicians will cry and say, oh, why is Doge looking into this? Why is Dr. Oz looking into this? Why is the DOJ messing with our Medicare fraud? Closing loopholes makes me think they were using those loopholes themselves. They don't mind if another country defrauds us for a couple $1 billion, because they were going to defraud us for a couple $10 billion as well.
Your time is up. Now, speaking of fraudsters, I want to highlight an important case that drives home what everyone on the stage...
Yeah, they know what's happening. California is continuing to crumble, but like I said, there are so many economic zones in Los Angeles that are entirely propped up with all these fraudsters out there because... sad to say, large parts of the valley are just entirely blocks of rug stores, cell phone repair stores, adult daycares, like all these facilities that seemingly never get patronized, but they've been there for a long time. You always knew they were a front for money laundering, and now we know what they were laundering, and to think, not only are these fraudulent business fronts fraudulent, but then their purchases at the luxury designer mall in the valley. All the Maserati and Lexus and Acura and Audi stores. Those are all propped up by that. Even the grocery stores are propped up by the illegal SNAP spending. It's all going down the drain. And all of a sudden, it's not like, oh, we put some fraudsters out of business. No, we took out billions of dollars from their economy. I think that entire place topples overnight if they stop the fraud. Finally. Oh dang, so yes, Glendale. Even people from that community know it's all fraud. I worked in a company that was just high-end retail for a long time, and it was, sad to say, there was a large Chinese group of credit fraudsters and a large Armenian group of credit fraudsters, and it was just, you're not judging people, but once you saw the group come in, you're like, they walk in, blindly pick up 5 designer bags and say, I'd like to use this. Here's my credit card information. You're like, this is not genuine. This is not genuine shopping behavior. You know it's fraud, and sometimes it's even friendly fraud. You see all the U.S. conservative influence spreading in South America. The globalists, the BRICS, and the Democrats are mad. All their commie countries are losing power. And I wouldn't even say it's conservative influence. I'd say it's populist influence. The people actually want to live in socialism because the lie is socialism is going to bring the impoverished up to being rich. But we don't live in excess like that in the real world. It's going to make the middle class more like the homeless class. People, populists, want capitalism where they say, if you're a lazy bum, you'll stay a lazy bum. If you work really hard and try to pull yourself up by the bootstraps, you can make something of yourself. That's what populists want. I wouldn't call it conservatism, but everything right of insane liberal progressive values is now Republican or MAGA. Right of center populism. Yeah, like I'd say right of anything extreme left populism is where we're at right now. The good thing about the populist movement right now is how decentralized it is generally. And that's the thing is, we don't want globalism. And even if we make conservative-esque governments, we shouldn't be in like unison. Like, oh, we need to make globalism. All our countries are going to cooperate. It's like, no, we should kind of be each other's enemies and be acting on behalf of our country's best interests. None of this like, it's for the good of the world, so I'm going to make my people subservient to the needs of some other third world nation. It's like, no, we need to... It's okay to represent yourself. Some super chats over on YouTube is Ted Comment saying, they're checking IDs at Obama's library. Where can I get a pencil bat? I heard they're good for erasing problems. No, these are just It's a plastic wiffle ball bat. It's a pencil. It's pretty cool. Me and my nephew been playing with it. It's from this company called Victus. I'd have a affiliate link, but just go to Victus. It's on there. Also, Dick's Sporting Goods has this bat too. I mean, I would say it's fragile. Like if you're playing with the wiffle ball, like the plastic ball, it's pretty good. But we've been using like other, like the harder. I forgot what they're called. The crazy ball that like curves a lot. That will just tear the cover off this. So it's a very fragile bat, but still cool. What's up, Redonk? Saying I think Decoy's pretty okay. Appreciate that. Bite Deity, the moderator, saying, serious topic. I've been debating canceling memberships due to lack of benefits. No offense, but my Duck Eagle status doesn't work here. You know, that's true because on Decoy Voice or Decoy, there's really no benefit to having it over there because we don't live stream over there. We might start live streaming on that channel. I'm not certain how that should work. Actually, another YouTuber recommended I do. If I made like exclusive content on that channel, I almost don't feel like it'd be effective on anything. I'm still figuring things out, so my apologies for not giving you value on the Decoy Voice or Decoy channel membership. I'm still kind of like, there's no manual to being an influencer or a YouTuber. We're all just guessing here. Amazing Disgrace says, I can't believe I'm even seeing politicians saying this. You're probably talking about Ro Khanna, but I mean, they've gotten away with lies for so long. Why would they bother in being genuine on anything? They can get away with lying, and I would say their idiot voter base and all the harvested ballots will just lap it up. There is zero incentive for them to be decent people because the people that listen to them still are just idiots. Can you make a Decaf Clips channel? Use your main channel with viewership. The Decaf Decoy is the Clips channel. So when you come to this page, like the live streams will disappear afterwards, but this is all just clips of the videos so you guys can see the different segments without watching, like, you know, the conversation part if you weren't here live. I was trying to figure out if I can get a guy to do I'll never hire randomly off the internet. I was trying to get this guy that does shorts for another channel to see if they can do them on this, but still figuring that out, you know. Is Decoy the real Mark McGuire? I'm Mark McGuire without steroids. Got real skinny real fast. Get Asmund Gold's Clip Guy. I cannot afford Asmund Gold's Clip Guy. I'm to my understanding, like Tectone and Asmund Gold's Clip Guys, they just get a percentage of the earnings off the clips, which I agree that's a good way to incentivize an editor. But these channels out there make anywhere between like $200,000 to like $30,000 a month. If they were to do clips from my channel, they could get 90% of the take home and they would get nowhere near what their pre-established hourly rate is. So it's sad to say you need someone experienced but also willing to take a pay cut while the channel grows. He has great editors and probably pay them very well. And that's what I said on the other live stream. It's like, you know, I think Hassan's an idiot. Like, he is a solid idiot, but the person that does his YouTube edits is phenomenal. Like, they do a great job at his edits over there. A VIG, yeah, they do get a VIG. And that's a great thing because it's like, you pay somebody hourly, they mail it in, they don't care. But if their paycheck is contingent on how good their edit is, they're going to work really hard because it's like, hey man, they can buy a house. The difference of renting an apartment and buying a house if your edits are good. Be a banger if I stole Hassan's Clip Guy. Hassan's Clip Guy is probably rich beyond, like, very rich. One, that'd be hilarious if I stole his Clip Guy. But two, I wouldn't trust him to not splice in, like, inappropriate content for like half a second to get me banned off the platform. Jose Canseco was the only baseball player that looked like a bodybuilder. I don't know, man. I think Aroldis Chapman, that closing pitcher, that guy's built like a bodybuilder. What is he not doing playing football? He's just throwing like 105 as a lefty. It's nuts. Barry Bonds, yeah. Barry Bonds before the Rory. It's different guy. Yeah, the home run guys back in the day were jacked. I just think about like Mookie Betts being in the home run race, being like 5'9" and fairly thin. And it's like, yeah, I guess home runs is more technique than anything. Because Shohei Ohtani's a large individual, but I never really see him like swinging for the fences. It's just he's just got that technique. Yeah, Bo Jackson, Darryl Strawberry, a little bit before my time. But yeah, okay, so we will do another live stream later in the week, probably Friday, because Thursday would be a bit soon. But yeah, we'll do another live stream, but it won't be on YouTube. It'll just be on like twitch.tv/decoy. Probably do some body cam reactions. Just watch that because you can't do it on YouTube. But we'll see the clips from this, and if you can, over on Decaf Decoy, we're only 500 away from hitting 100,000 subscribers on the secondary channel. That'd be pretty awesome. So hopefully by next Monday, when we'll do the next live stream, we'll be at 100K. But for now, duck off.
Can I help you? See you later. Welcome to Between the Headlines. I'm Gary Franchi. Before we begin tonight's broadcast, I want to congratulate Alan Wilson for his decisive victory in the GOP gubernatorial runoff in South Carolina. And yes, the next move is November, and we'll see you in the governor's mansion. Congratulations, Alan. That was a very well-fought race. Not easy, no doubt. Now let's get into our White House news for the day. We've got lots of news we're going to be getting at tonight. It is currently 8:48 in Washington, D.C., 74 degrees. Good evening. I'm Gary Franchi, Next News Network Chief White House Correspondent, delivering the latest White House news from the past 24 hours in partnership with our streaming partner, Trump Daily Post. Tonight, the White House is driving a clear message across the board. President Trump is pushing America to the front of quantum technology, locking in momentum towards permanent peace with Iran and tying tough border enforcement to results Americans can feel at home, including lower rents. The White House message over the last 24 hours centered on continued implementation of the President's Quantum Initiative executive order that was signed yesterday. The administration framed those actions as a major push to secure American leadership in quantum technologies, strengthen national security, and protect the country against advanced cryptographic threats. The White House also kept a heavy focus on the Iran track, declaring that Iran's military complex has been destroyed, that the Strait of Hormuz has reopened, and that lower oil prices and a stronger market are flowing from the president's deal-making. The same White House guidance tied border enforcement to economic relief, saying that the end of the open borders era is helping drive rents down nationwide. On the social platforms, the administration promoted quantum leadership, Iran progress, and a health initiative from Senator Kennedy built around the message that the future of medicine should be built in America. The White House also highlighted that President Trump used Truth Social to reinforce support for the Iran agreement, political endorsements, and America First wins. In addition, the White House included a South Carolina political note pointing to Attorney General Alan Wilson's decisive Republican primary runoff win for governor on Tuesday night. And from the pool reports in Pennsylvania, President Trump sharpened the administration's Iran message during a 7-minute press gaggle under the wing of the aircraft after landing. He said Iran was wrong to claim there is no scheduled visit from International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors and made clear that inspectors will be on the ground at the appropriate time. The White House statement on the broader Iran effort said Vice President Vance and the U.S. negotiating team secured a foundational deal in Switzerland with mechanisms for an open Strait of Hormuz, a regional ceasefire channel, and renewed IAEA access inside Iran. The White House added that technical teams from multiple agencies, including the Department of Energy, are now working the next phase, while President Trump remains firm that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. From the in-town pool reports, President Trump departed the White House at 11:52 this morning for Pennsylvania. Didn't take questions on the way out. We also have the note that the travel pool tracked the trip in stages. The motorcade rolled to Joint Base Andrews in rainy conditions. Pool noted the dismantling of the UFC claw on the South Lawn along the route. A White House official said several guests traveled with the president, including Senator Dave McCormick, Congressman John Joyce, and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who is back from her maternity leave, along with senior aides. One pool email contained an obvious error and referred to President Biden boarding the aircraft, but the surrounding travel reports make clear that President Trump was on today's Pennsylvania trip. The aircraft landed at Reading Regional Airport at 12:58 p.m. with no visitors to the back of the plane during the short flight. The motorcade reached Mack Trucks Lehigh Valley operations at 2:05 p.m. The venue placed the president on a factory floor stage beneath the large America Workers First banner, framed by two red and white trucks with workers in fluorescent safety vests behind him. President Trump took the stage at 2:48 to cheers and chants of USA, toured the factory beforehand, and delivered remarks that continued through the afternoon. A heckler was quickly removed early in the speech, while the crowd answered with applause, cheers, and plenty of MAGA gear in view. The speech wrapped at 4:13 p.m. with YMCA playing as the pool exited, and the president even paused to compliment a supporter wearing a brick wall patterned suit before the motorcade pulled out for the airport at 4:20. From there, the pool returned to Reading Airport at 4:57 p.m. and President Trump left Pennsylvania at 5 p.m. after making brief remarks that the pool could not clearly hear. Air Force One touched down at Joint Base Andrews at 5:40. The president re-entered the motorcade just after 5:50, and the motorcade arrived back at the White House shortly after 6:15. The in-town pool confirmed the president returned at 6:17 and did not take questions. At 6:26, the White House called the travel and photo lid for the rest of the day. Now, earlier in the day, according to the daily guidance relayed through the in-town pool, there were initially no changes to the White House schedule and no in-town events were expected before the president's Pennsylvania trip was added to the day's movement reports. Separately, the vice president's overnight Switzerland travel officially closed out just after midnight on Eastern time when Air Force Two landed at Joint Base Andrews at 12:39 a.m. The Vice President and Second Lady stayed on board and continued on to San Diego, and the travel report noted that Atlas, the second family's German Shepherd, was seen being brought onto the plane. Taken together, the last 24 hours show an administration pressing its advantage, driving implementation on quantum technology, reinforcing a hardline peace-through-string approach on Iran, and keeping the president active on the road with an America Workers First message. That's the White House file tonight. Now let's move ahead to the rest of the day's top stories across the country. And thank you for joining us on this edition of Between the Headlines. I'm Gary Franchi, your chief White House correspondent for the Next News Network. And of course, we are streaming on X at Next News and in coordination with Trump Daily Post, where you should be following them as well. Also, our flagship YouTube channel and on Rumble and on Kick. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get started with the news of the day. We're going to start off. We got a couple stories. We got about 6 stories tonight. We need to talk about what's going on with Dr. Fauci. I've been tracking that story with Senator Rand Paul following Tulsi Gabbard's bombshell last week. And now I specifically reached out to Rand Paul to find out if there was going to be a new effort to drag him before Congress, and right on cue, we're finding out that Fauci will be dragged before Congress. So I've got all the details on that. We'll have more details on the Iran situation, some remarks from Pelosi. We've also got, we're tracking this ridiculous activity at the reflecting pool. The mainstream media continues to melt down. Lots of remarks and video from that. We've also got new news on Ilhan Omar that you're going to really want to hear. She's making some headlines, not in the best way. Yeah. Also, we've got more news on Cuba, big moves on Cuba. As you know, I've been talking about how Cuba is going to be the next domino to fall following Iran. And as Iran is getting buttoned up, we're starting to see the movement towards and the refocus now back onto Cuba. And of course, the latest with respect to Tulsi Gabbard's exit as the ODNI chief, now moving on to Bill Pulte. And the actions he took today, draining the swamp and making the swamp very nervous. Lots of people fired today. So we're going to get to all that news. But first, let's jump into the latest with Dr. Fauci. Anthony Fauci played games with the Senate for 6 months, agreed to testify, then bolted. And now Rand Paul has him cornered with a subpoena and a date he can't spin away. July 29th, 10 a.m., Dirksen. That detail matters. Not next year, not behind closed doors, not another lawyer letter. Dirksen, public, on the record. The same man who barked orders at the entire country from a microphone now wants to dodge questions from one senator who never folded. Fauci thought a vague Biden-era auto-pen pardon and a wall of media flattery would keep him untouchable. Well, Rand Paul just blew that fantasy up. And this matters because Anthony Fauci did not operate like some cautious lab researcher caught in a paperwork spat. Anthony Fauci operated like an unelected ruler. He pushed the claims that fueled lockdowns, censorship, mandates, school closures, wrecked businesses, and years of attacks on basic American liberty. Now Rand Paul says U.S. taxpayer money funneled through USAID and NIH funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Research Paul says likely caused the pandemic that killed millions and cost trillions. And then came the cover-up. Rand Paul asked 3 brutal questions. Did Fauci fund gain of research while telling Congress he did not? Why were records destroyed? And why did he need a presidential pardon? Add Paul's charge that Biden's pardon was unconstitutionally vague, covered 10 years of potential crimes, and got signed by AutoPen without Biden's direct authorization, and you see the machine clearly. Democrat fixers, media propagandists, and Washington elites protected the man whose commands crushed normal American life. July 29th in Dirksen is about whether Americans still have the strength to reject bureaucratic decay. And that same fight pushed me to C60 Evo. See, I've tried hundreds of supplements. Nothing hit like C60 Evo. This Nobel Prize-winning molecule is not just another antioxidant. It works at the cellular level where aging actually happens. My brain fog gone, joint pain virtually eliminated. My wife's skin looks 10 years younger, and my energy feels 20 years younger. The Paris study called it the longest life extension in history. Lab animals live 90% longer. It's 172 times more powerful than vitamin C, and it's worth more than gold per ounce. And it made in a Houston lab that's been doing it since 1991. Get exclusive savings, more energy, clearer thinking, better skin, and feel young again at c60evo.com/NNN. Use code NNN at checkout. Reject the frauds and pick results. And now, the detail that Fauci can't hide from. Rand Paul did not say Fauci never agreed. He said Fauci finally agreed to appear this month and backed out. That's not caution, that's panic. A man who spent years commanding your church, your business, your child's classroom, and your family gathering suddenly turns timid when the witness chair comes with a microphone he does not control. We're going to pull up all of the reaction because the audience is about to see what this looks like, and the fury is justified. So let's take a look here. We got this from Senator Rand Paul. He said last week Anthony Fauci notified us he will not voluntarily testify before the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, even though he'd previously agreed to do so. Therefore, today we have issued a subpoena for him to publicly testify. And here is the picture of Rand Paul signing that subpoena. So he makes it official. Fauci doesn't get to duck the hearing. Now, Catherine Herridge zeroes in on the date and location with the subpoena pointing to July 29th, 10 a.m. in Dirksen. Now, you can take a look. She zoomed in and she was able to break it down. And you can see right there, there is the date, July 29th at 10 o'clock a.m. at Dirksen Senate office. And that is D-Day for Fauci. So the clock is set. He's got a date with the committee. Next, Young Americans for Liberty sums up what Rand Paul keeps being the one that Fauci just can't shake. Senator Rand Paul is the thorn in Dr. Fauci's side that will not go away, and neither will I. So Paul's allies are cheering because he refused to let Fauci slither away. House Republicans want more than applause. Nancy Mace is calling for an investigation, saying Fauci belongs behind bars. It's something we've been saying for a long time. Dr. Fauci should be behind bars, but at the very least, he needs to be investigated. He lied to Congress. According to new reports, he funded the Wuhan lab with your tax dollars. He tortured puppies. He mishandled the entire COVID-19 pandemic and watched Americans lose everything while he faced zero accountability. This man is not a doctor. He's a fraudster who scammed the American people for years and walked away without a single consequence. It's time he faced some accountability. Investigate Fauci is the image that she shared from her office. So she's raising the heat on accountability, accusing Fauci of lying and walking free. Now, Rand Paul lays out how 6 months of talks with Fauci's lawyers ended up with one thing, a subpoena. For 6 months, I've been negotiating with Fauci's lawyers over a date to testify. He finally agreed to appear this month. Then he backed out, so I subpoenaed him. He will testify in July. So after months of negotiation, Paul says Fauci agreed and backed out. Next, he sharpens the case, asking the question, did Dr. Fauci fund gain-of-function research while telling Congress he didn't? Why were records destroyed? Why did he need a presidential pardon? The American people deserve answers, and I'm going to make sure they get them during our hearing next month. Amen, Rand Paul. God bless you. So those aren't small questions. They go straight to what Fauci knew and what he hid. And now Paul taking aim at Biden's pardon himself, calling it vague, overbroad, and signed by AutoPen. And this is the question that we've all wanted to know. Biden's pardon of Fauci is unconstitutionally vague. It covers 10 years of potential crimes, was signed by AutoPen without Biden's direct authorization. That is a direct message from Senator Paul, who is about to drag Fauci before the Senate yet again. And we're going to see Fauci squirm. You see, those pardons are all for everything that Fauci has done previous, not what he is about to do. So if he lies under oath again, then it's over for Dr. Fauci. So if the pardon is shaky, Fauci's legal cover may be weaker than the media wants you to think. Even CNBC's Joe Kernan presses the issue as Rand Paul calls Fauci the face of Big Brother medicine. The mask is finally off.
He's got pardon going forward, pardon going backwards. I don't know whether those stand up, but 2 years ago, David Sachs, I'm sure you know him, he said this explains exactly how he orchestrated the pandemic, or at least knew about gain-of-function research, and then changed the story. And I tweeted at the time, can someone explain to me why Dems line up to defend this guy? Can you explain why Democrats have lined up to defend Fauci when it was clear as the nose on your face what had happened?
I think he represents Big Brother in public health, the Big Brother that tells you what to do, doesn't give you advice, but commands you and tells you what to do. And the left really is fine with an authoritarian approach to medicine. But to give
So the CNN exchange blows up the Democrats' favorite defense of Fauci. Now James Comer takes it further on Fox Business, saying Fauci ignored warnings, funded dangerous research, and left criminal referrals sitting at the DOJ.
Saying Fauci misused taxpayer money for gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab and then lied about it. Joining me now is Kentucky Congressman James Comer. He's the chairman of the House Oversight Committee. Mr. Chairman, thanks very much for being here. You led a multi-year investigation into Fauci and the origins of COVID. You've also questioned Fauci in a congressional hearing. What is your reaction to this? Would you bring him back in now for more testimony?
Well, this is more evidence of what we already knew. Dr. Fauci lied. He caused a great deal of pain for every American and most people around the world. The decisions that were made by the leadership at the time in America were based solely on what Dr. Fauci was saying, and now we know what we've always suspected, that he completely lied. He lied about funding gain-of-function research. He lied about the origins of COVID. He just continued to lie throughout the entire COVID debacle. The decisions were made about the vaccines. If we had known at the time that this didn't come from a wet market, this was man-made, would that have had an impact on the type of vaccine that Americans were given that we now know probably has caused a lot of health problems as a result of the COVID vaccine? So we already did the investigation, and we already have criminal referrals sitting on the desk at the Department of Justice. The Senate did the same. The Senate Homeland Security also has criminal referrals dating back a year and a half on Dr. Fauci. We also, my committee, the Oversight Committee, did an investigation of the pardon that Joe Biden gave, all the pardons. And we concluded that Joe Biden wasn't at the table. There were no meetings with Joe Biden. The Constitution's clear. The president has sole authority to grant pardons, but there's no evidence that at the time that President Biden was even involved in the pardon process. They were signed by the auto pen, but there's no evidence. And that was based on all the depositions we had with all the key people in the White House during the Biden administration. There's no evidence Joe Biden participated in the decision-making of the pardon process. So there's more than enough evidence, and what Tulsi did is outstanding. It provides even more evidence for the Department of Justice to begin taking steps to hold Dr. Fauci accountable.
Yes. Let's go. So the evidence is already there. DOJ is dragging its feet. Next, Dr. Peter McCullough connects Wuhan research to vaccine development. Says officials covered their tracks from the start.
Pushing the unproven theory that the COVID pandemic came out of a wet market in China, but then that was EcoHealth Alliance chief Dr. Peter Daszak, a friend of Dr. Fauci, admitting that the Wuhan lab in China was genetically creating, quote, killer super coronaviruses. This is gain-of-function research so as to sell vaccines. EcoHealth Alliance did get U.S. taxpayer money to do this dangerous research. And now former DNI Tulsi Gabbard declassified documents showing the CIA warned Dr. Fauci about a Wuhan lab accident where lab workers did get infected in late 2019. Let's bring in Dr. Peter McCullough. Doctor, what's your take on them talking about this? The documents show a government official under Joe Biden said they saw this video of Daszak talking about inserting spike proteins into viruses to make them superviruses more infectious to bind to human cells. What's your take?
Fauci, when he was
talking about the wet lab, he was lying through his teeth. He knew all the while that SARS-CoV-2 was created in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And his influence was enormous through the intelligence community, the academic community.
So McCullough argues it wasn't confusion, deliberate cover-up. Now Rand Paul brings it back to the money trail, saying taxpayer dollars through USAID and NIH funded the Wuhan work. Fauci later denied. Rand Paul on a tear today on X. U.S. taxpayer money funneled through USAID and NIH funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. That research likely caused the COVID pandemic that killed millions and cost trillions. Dr. Fauci personally signed off on these experiments, then lied to Congress about it. So Paul is putting Fauci's own approval and the Wuhan funding front and center. Next, Vigilant Fox revisits a warning from 2014 when hundreds of scientists said this kind of gain-of-function research could trigger a global pandemic. Here is RFK Jr.
We're going to take a wild virus and we're going to make it more pathogenic, more virulent, more deadly, and then we're going to develop a vaccine for that. And that's classic gain-of-function research. Why are they doing that? You know, why? What is the rationale for them doing that? The only real rationale, if you think about it, is to develop bioweapons and then develop a defense to those bioweapons. So that's what they were doing. And Anthony Fauci, bugs escaped or were found in unsafe circumstances. And 300 scientists sent a letter to President Obama asking him to shut down Anthony Fauci's research on gain-of-function, saying that it was highly likely that he would start a global pandemic with this kind of very dangerous research. And President Obama issued a moratorium and shut down 18 of the worst projects by Anthony Fauci, or ordered them shut. In the end, he really didn't shut them. He instead moved the research offshore, where he would be out of the oversight of these troublesome scientists, the 300 scientists, a group that called itself the Cambridge Working Group, and of White House officials. And the major lab offshore that they moved this research, there were other ones too. They moved research to Ukraine, to the former Soviet state of Georgia. But some of the worst research they moved to a Chinese lab that was run by the Chinese military, the Wuhan lab in Wuhan, the Wuhan Institute of Virology in Wuhan, China.
So the early warnings make Fauci's now look even worse in hindsight. Now Rand Paul closes the loop, saying the media treated Fauci as untouchable for years, but the subpoena is here and the answers are overdue. For years, the media and Washington elites treated Fauci as untouchable, but if you lie to Congress, destroy records, and mislead the public about the origins of a pandemic that killed millions, you shouldn't be above scrutiny. I've issued a subpoena for Dr. Fauci. It's time for answers. And here is Rand Paul on CNBC today.
Switch to Fauci, because I can remember seeing emails that were out. It had to be 3 or 4 years ago, where he was trying to convince other scientists to go with the story. We can get by with the natural origin story. It certainly looks unlikely. And they switched their position on what was staring them right in the face. It was like a walking, quacking duck, more or less, that it came from this lab. He convinced them because he knew he had funded gain-of-function research. And he told you was that under oath, under testimony, that had never happened?
Absolutely, and that's a felony to lie to Congress. And we've gotten more evidence over the last year. From the Biden administration, they revealed nothing. From the Trump administration, particularly with Secretary Kennedy, we've gotten a lot of information. That information has revealed that not only did he lie to Congress, he knew that he was lying to Congress. He knew he was making several continuous and contiguous lies to begin with, but he also, from the very beginning, was destroying records, sending letters and notes to Francis Collins, the head of NIH, saying, read this and destroy this. That sounds more like the CIA talking to each other, but not the executive branch. That's against the law and also a felony. So we've been negotiating with him for material and for a testimony. This has gone on for some time. He slow-walked us, finally agreed to come in voluntarily. That would have been this month, and then this week, or last week perhaps, rather, he says he's not coming in. And so we've issued a subpoena. I was able to get subpoena power for our committee last year, and so with the subpoena power, we will bring him in unless he decides to fight it in court. So we'll see what happens, but I think he does need to come in and testify. Look, 15 million people died worldwide, and it was from dangerous research that he funded. What a judgment error. Probably no judgment error equal to this in modern medical history.
And it became
So the moral center of the story sits in one humiliating fact. Anthony Fauci commanded America in public, but when Rand Paul locked in a public hearing, Anthony Fauci ran. He ran after 6 months of lawyer games. He ran after agreeing to testify. He ran even with a Biden-era pardon floating over him like a political shield. Then Rand Paul snapped the trap shut with a subpoena. That's why July 29th at 10 a.m. at the Dirksen building matters so much. It strips away the costume. The sainted TV doctor turns back into what he always was, a regime bureaucrat who loved power, hid the paper trail, and expected the Democrat machine to smother consequences forever. Rand Paul just ripped that protection away in broad daylight. So here is the line in the sand. If Anthony Fauci walks into Dirksen on July 29th and gets treated like some fragile elder statesman, then Washington learned nothing from the wreckage it helped cause. But if Rand Paul presses the questions he already put on the table, gain of function, destroyed records, taxpayer cash to Wuhan, and that grotesque 10-year auto pen pardon, then the country finally starts clawing back a little justice from the administrative state. President Trump's return already broke the regime's spell in this town. Now conservatives in Congress have a chance to finish a piece of unfinished business the Biden years buried under protection, propaganda, and arrogance. So share this with people who still think Fauci was just following the science. And put July 29th, 10 a.m. right on your calendar. Put it in front of them. Make them look at it. Fauci agreed. Fauci backed out. Rand Paul subpoenaed him. Now let's see if the man who ordered America around can handle one morning under oath. And I want to make sure you get the news that you rely on. I understand your pain. You don't get the notifications that you've asked for from YouTube, so I set up this number just for you, 844-840-4963. Text raw feed, and I'll make sure you get the notifications direct from me. And let's celebrate America 250, shall we? Go to the Next News merch shelf below this video or go to shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Well, I can certainly tell you I am excited. I am excited for July 29th. Mark your calendars, folks. That is going to be a date to remember when Fauci is dragged before the Senate yet again. And speaking of accountability, we're going to move on into the latest from Iran and President Trump on the trail today in Pennsylvania. We have all the details. At Mack Trucks in Lehigh Valley, with American workers first blazing above the crowd, Donald Trump dropped the line that sent the whole regime press into a panic. Iran agreed to the highest level nuclear inspections long into the future, infinity. Think about that. Not 6 months, not a wink and a nod side letter, infinity. And while Nancy Pelosi and the fake news scrambled to shrink it, Trump kept the Strait of Hormuz open, kept the ships in place, and routed any released money into U.S.-controlled escrow for food and medicine bought from American farmers. Corn, wheat, soybeans. That's not diplomacy school much. That's dominance. And the people screaming loudest right now just gave away exactly why this really matters. It matters because Donald Trump just flipped the old Middle East scam on its head. For 47 years, we presidents let Iran build leverage through terror, oil choke points, and nuclear blackmail. Barack Obama shipped weakness. Joe Biden inherited that rot and fed chaos across the region when he was president. Trump broke it. He said Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. He said their Navy's wrecked, their Air Force is wrecked, their radar is wrecked, their missile capacity is wrecked, and their nuclear capacity is done. He tied any released money to U.S.-controlled escrow for food and medicine purchased exclusively from the United States, including corn, wheat, and soybean from our farmers. And that gives your wallet and your safety at the same time. Open Hormuz means energy lanes move. 19 million barrels flowed through the strait in a single day. American agriculture wins instead of Iranian terror networks. Nancy Pelosi still called Obama's old surrender package masterful. That tells you everything. Pelosi and her Bloomberg-style doubt merchants and Tehran's propagandists would rather protect their narrative than celebrate an American victory staring them right in the face. And Trump can turn a Hormuz showdown into leverage for American farmers. You should think the same way about your own future. That's why Noble Gold Investments grabs my attention right now. Silver, as the next oil, is not hype. It's a critical resource tied to solar panels, electric vehicles, defense systems, AI infrastructure, and massive data centers. Growing demand keeps building, and it is still affordable. So the average American can start accumulating plenty of silver now and protect against inflation while owning strategic resources. Noble Gold understands this is the metal that the future depends on. Go to nextnewsgold.com, and when you mention me and open a new qualified account, you can get a 1/10 ounce gold coin. Noble Gold sees what the regime never does. Strength belongs to people who move early. And here's the detail the regime chorus can't wash away with spin. Trump did not just brag about pressure, he spelled out the enforcement trigger in public. If Iran did not agree to inspections, there would be no further negotiations. And if Tehran games the deal now, America can snap the blockade right back into place because the ships never left. And that's the part I want you watching as I pull up the receipts, because the crowd at Mack Truck, they understood something the pundits still do not. Trump opened the strait without surrendering leverage. Caroline Levitt, she's back from her maternity leave. She's following the president around and doing her press secretary thing. And she had this post today. Back on the road with President Trump. A lively crowd and a packed house at Mack Trucks in Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. There's a shot there. American workers first. So the packed Mack Trucks crowd shows exactly where Trump's strength comes from. American workers. And from that same stage, he turns to Iran with a blunt warning. Be smart, or the job gets finished fast.
Venezuela's been great and Iran's been great. I mean, you know, if Iran's reasonable, if they're smart, otherwise we'll have to finish the job, which will take about maybe less than a week. But they're going to be okay, I think. They're going to do what they have to do because we want to have it done.
So you heard the warning, Trump laying out what he says comes next. Peace, a peace agreement, a crush Iranian military position, and a guarantee Tehran never gets a nuclear weapon.
As you know, we just achieved a historic peace agreement with Iran to end the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. And by the way, yesterday, 19 million barrels of oil flowed out of the Strait of Hormuz, a very beautiful place. That's the most oil in the history of the Strait. No, it's never been any, you've never seen anything like that. It's called an oil gusher, and most importantly, we are ensuring one thing very importantly, because this is why I did it. I did it for this reason, 99% for this. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. But remember, this wasn't easy. We had 47 years worth of presidents and other people, other countries too. We're not the only one that never did anything. They were the bully of the Middle East. And now we're leaving Iran with no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft, no missile capability, no nuclear program. We're leaving them without any nuclear capacity, and they've agreed to that. And we're getting along quite well, although if you read the fake news, you never know. Think of it. The fake news, they have no Army, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft. We can fly over Tehran just at will. Nobody going to do anything to us. And then I read the fake news that they're doing quite well. They're not doing quite well. These people right there, look at all of them. Whoa. 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 That's a lot of press. That's almost as much press as Bo had at the White House last week when he knocked out his opponent in the first round. Right? I think you had more. Bo had more press. But the Iran economy has been crushed and their defense industrial base has been damaged so severely that it'll take them many years to rebuild, many, many years. And now we're trying to work out a deal that's fair.
So while the press tries to downplay it, voters are moving in the other direction. President Trump gets into poll numbers as Trump's approval climbs on Iran and our economy. Rapid response reveals that Trump's approval rating has surged as voters deliver their verdict on Iran and the economy. So the numbers matter because Trump says the leverage is real. Next, he explains how Iran is cornered and why U.S.-controlled money would go to American farmers supplying food aid.
We have Iran in a position that nobody's ever had. This should have been done for 47 years by other presidents. And we have Iran in a position where their military has been totally wiped out, their leadership has been wiped out, their radar has been wiped out, everything's been wiped out. They have not a good negotiating position. But despite that, and money that will be taken out of Iran is going to go to our farmers to give corn, soybeans, wheat to Iran because they have a hunger problem, they have a food problem, they have a medicine problem, they got a lot of problems. And they have an inflation. Their inflation now just hit 300%. So they have a lot of problems.
So Trump says Iran is in no position to dictate terms and American farmers would benefit. Now Pelosi jumps in with the old Obama playbook, attacking the deal, repeating the usual Democrat talking points.
And for this president to have torn it up and now coming back with even what the Republicans said is a failure. It's a failure if we're giving $300 billion to reconstruction, to lift the sanctions on their sale of oil, to so many things that, again, unfreezing money in banks that they have wanted to have unfrozen. Just a ridiculous giveaway and not addressing the one complaint that people had about the Obama nuclear agreement with Iran was that it didn't address the ballistic missiles, and neither does this. So we tore up a good agreement. We went to war. We lost American lives, sadly, but we have something that is costing taxpayers enormous amounts of money to give to Iran and paying individually at the pump. At the pump. And this is really something that has hit home hard for people.
That was the Democrat spin machine in full force. Now we get Trump's direct answer to the media noise, insisting Iran agreed to 100% inspections and saying, without that, there is no deal.
Iranians are saying there's no scheduled visit for the IAEA inspectors. Is that part of your agreement?
They're wrong. They're wrong. They know they're wrong. They told us inside, and we have it down, 100% inspections. And if they were right, I'd cancel the meetings right now.
And Iran says there's no
When will those, from your view, Mr. President, when will those inspectors actually be on the ground?
At the appropriate time. At the appropriate time. There's no rush, but they'll be on the ground at the appropriate time.
So Trump just flat out rejected the press narrative on inspections. Next comes his two social posts where he raises the stakes and says Iran accepted the highest level of nuclear inspections long into the future, infinity. This is Trump Daily Post. President Trump posted that Iran has surrendered to the toughest long-term nuclear inspections in history, allowing the Strait of Hormuz to stay open. America controls all aid money for food and medicine from U.S. farmers. Despite their protestations and false statements to the contrary, coupled with a drumbeat of fake news, which is doing everything possible to make the U.S. victory as small and insignificant as possible, Iran has fully and completely agreed to the highest level nuclear inspections long into the future, infinity. This will ensure nuclear honesty. If they do not agree to this, there will be no further negotiations. Based on this and other major concessions being made by Iran, I have agreed to allow the Strait of Hormuz to remain open, no further naval blockade. However, all ships are remaining in place. Should it be necessary to reinstitute the blockade, which seems at this point highly unlikely, the money and or sanctions that the U.S. Treasury is releasing goes into escrow, controlled by the USA, and will be used for the purchase of food and medical supplies exclusively from the United States, including corn, wheat, and soybeans from our great American farmers. These are things that are desperately needed by Iran. This is a humanitarian crisis, and I feel it is necessary to help now before it's too late. Talks are going well. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. There is the Truth Social post. And that's the post going over the heads of the corporate media and putting the terms right on the table. Now Fox shows the backlash from Tehran, the inspection fight, and Trump's warning that negotiations end without oversight.
Vice President J.D. Vance announced that Iran has agreed to allow international atomic energy inspectors into their country. President Trump posted on Truth Social this morning saying, in part, if they did not agree to this, there would be no further negotiations. Well, the Iranians today are going on the record saying they did not agree to this point. Take a listen.
We neither had a meeting with the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, nor do we have any plan for the agency to inspect Iran's nuclear facilities damaged as a result of the U.S. military aggression and the Zionist regime. Fundamentally, there is no procedure in this regard.
Now, President Trump spoke from the Oval Office on Monday, saying that if Iran doesn't live up to their end of the agreement, he'll do what he has to do. The focus over the next 60 days will be resolving issues surrounding Iran's nuclear program and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. With the initial agreement in place, millions of barrels of crude oil are leaving the Persian Gulf each day.
We took in more oil yesterday than has ever gone through the strait. You probably see that we have an oil gusher. The strait is totally open, you know that, and we're negotiating. We'll see how that all goes, but we have two things. We have an open strait, and we have a country that will never have a nuclear weapon. Will never, ever have a nuclear weapon.
On Monday, the U.S. Treasury authorized Iranian oil sales, temporarily waiving long-placed sanctions against the Iranian regime. The sanctions relief will be controlled by the United States, and unfrozen money Iran receives in the future would be used to purchase food and medical supplies for the Iranian people, according to President Trump. Now, there is this other broad issue of Lebanon and the exchange of fire between Israel and Hezbollah. The Israelis today targeted a cell of Hezbollah gunmen in the southern part of Lebanon. They say they had intelligence that these militants were planning an attack against their forces.
So the moral test here is brutally simple. Donald Trump stood in an industrial plant under the words "American workers first" and said any humanitarian money goes through U.S.-controlled escrow to buy American corn, American wheat, and American soybeans, while Iran accepts inspections long into the future. Infinity. Nancy Pelosi heard that and still rushed to praise Barack Obama's old Iran deal as masterful. Masterful? Obama handed the mullahs breathing room. Trump stripped them down, kept the blockade threat alive, and forced Tehran to choose between compliance and pain. Then, Michael Bloomberg's style of press room sneering kicked in on cue, and Tehran's own mouthpieces piled on because they all need the same lie to survive, that Trump did not win. Well, he did. He cornered a regime that spent decades bullying presidents who folded. So here is the line that's going forward. Enforce every inch, verify every site. Tehran stalls, lies, or blocks inspectors. President Trump should hammer the switch and restore maximum pressure immediately. No slippage, no cocktail party excuses from the permanent foreign policy class. No Nancy Pelosi sermons about how surrender was somehow sophistication. The scoreboard already tells the story. The Strait of Hormuz is open. Oil is flowing. Iran's leverage is shattered. American farmers stand first in line for any lawful humanitarian sales, and the whole thing unfolded not in some velvet rope summit lounge, but at Mack Trucks in Lehigh Valley under that perfect banner, American Workers First. That image says more than 1,000 think tank papers ever will. So drop your take in the comments if you want total inspections and zero games from Tehran. And share this clip with anyone still parroting the regime's spin. We're going to keep the scoreboard up where everyone can see it. And I want to make sure you see it. And that's why I set up this telephone number just for you, 844-840-4963. Thousands and thousands of patriots have already texted the words raw feed to that number. So you're getting the inside scoop when the YouTube notifications never arrive, because I'm sending them direct to you now. And let's celebrate these wins by going to the merch shelf below this video. Pick up some America 250 merch. It is upon us now, or just go to shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Moving right along, that is the Iran story. So we got our White House briefing earlier, and checking with our other things. Okay, so the auto pen horror. I cannot wait to see what happens on July 29th. That was your Iran report. Now we're going from the Iran report to this ridiculous reflecting pool story that just continues to permeate. President Trump doing all he can to restore beauty in our nation's capital, restore American pride, and the left, whether it's activists or the media, continue to try to tear it down, and literally tearing it down. Six arrested, 7 cited, 17 police reports, and the corporate press still planted Ed O'Keefe at the Lincoln reflecting pool to announce with a straight face that he still can't find the 350-foot gash President Trump described. That's the story. Not ducks, not algae, not CBS doing laps around the water like some cable news lifeguard drill. President Trump says the damage was purposefully and criminally done. Now ABC, CBS, and CNN are running interference for the vandals, while Trump threatens to sue ABC and send their money straight to the U.S. Treasury. Good. Make the liars pay. Because what these people are protecting, it tells you everything. The fight matters because the Lincoln Memorial is not a prop for Democrat activists or a punchline for regime reporters. It's a national symbol. President Trump's restoring it ahead of America 250, while the same media machine that covered for disorder under the former Biden administration now sneers at enforcement, mocks repairs, and gaslights the country in real time. Caroline Leavitt laid it out. 17 police reports in just a few days, 6 arrests and suspects tied to the Democrat Party, Barack Obama, and Act Blue. That's not random mischief. That's a political culture that treats desecration, as activism and accountability as the scandal. Then you get Scott McFarlane joking that if prosecutors took this to a D.C. grand jury, you might hear laughter outside the room. Laughter at vandalism of the Lincoln reflecting pool. CNN sent crews to sniff algae. CBS hunted for a slit. ABC pushed false reporting. President Trump fixed the city, cleared the tents, beautified the monuments, and made Washington safer. The press answered by becoming defense lawyers for chaos. When Ed O'Keefe and CNN are out there playing pool detective, I pay more attention to things that actually help real people. You see, I saw that Joe Rogan and Mel Gibson clip on red light therapy, and when Gibson said this stuff works, it hit home. Jonathan Otto first turned me onto it after I watched my own family push through serious health struggles, constant discomfort and anxiety. Then finally, it all got real. Restful sleep, better energy, improved recovery. Light-based therapies deliver cellular-level support with red and near-infrared wavelengths for deeper penetration. NASA-backed research shaped this field. FDA-cleared devices can support circulation and reduce inflammation. At myredlight.com, you'll find PEMF mats, full-body coverage, infrared heat, and at-home use instead of paid sessions. Go to myredlight.com, use NNN25 for individual items or NNN30 for bundles. Build health and ignore the media circus. And here's the detail the corporate press wants buried under all that algae theater. Trump's contractor is coming back under warranty. No new funds. Read that again. No new funds. So while CNN chirps that its team spotted more signs of algae and CBS keeps pretending the only story is that their cameras can't find on one morning walk, the actual work keeps moving. The monument keeps getting repaired and the vandals keep getting tracked. Now I'm going to show you the receipts because the audience in America, we see the scam more clearly than the people paid to hide it. President Trump has threatened to sue ABC News over its coverage of the chaos engulfing the reflecting pool.
We have I think 290, 300-foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. Or we had people lifting up the basic, it's not a lot of damage, but we'll probably have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife. I was just told by the people over at Parks, they have 5 people are arrested and 5 people are under investigation right now.
National Guard and police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that? Do you have any proof of
I mean, we didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
But do you have proof of that? That they
Yeah,
used
yeah,
the
we
knife?
have
You have
proof.
photos or videos?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof? You think that's
The
proof?
reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and
Well,
there's no evidence
just,
of
all
it.
you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. They put, somebody said fertilizer in the water. If you put fertilizer in the water, you get algae. But somebody said they might have put fertilizer. They did something to create the algae, but that doesn't matter because that's been purified. It's dead. Laying at the bottom, they're taking it out. They vacuum it out. They vacuum it very carefully out. And it'll be back to health pretty soon.
So Trump says ABC pushed falsehoods about the reflecting pool mess. Now, here's the president himself laying out the alleged knife damage and saying arrests are already underway.
They've arrested, I think, 6 people on the reflecting pool. So the reflecting pool looks fantastic. I just got pictures of it. It's beautiful. But somebody went in with a knife and cut it. They cut it up good. And then they cut a 200, 350-foot slip in the form of lots of little slips, real horrible stuff, and they destroyed the grass. We put a brand new big load of grass out there, and they destroyed it. So it's all being fixed, but it's a shame. So I understand 5 or 6 people are arrested. The Interior Department can refer to you on that. And I hear they have 6 people under investigation.
So Trump is doubling down. It wasn't wear and tear, it was sabotage. Next, CBS Scott McFarlane tries to downplay the arrest and mocks the entire case on air.
A botched redecorating of a monument that means, as Amanda said, means something to everyone. It doesn't belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to any president that's in office. He's the steward of it for 4 years, and he ruined it. Tell me how the arrests around the reflecting pool are changing D.C. right now.
Let me tell you about the 5 arrests first, Nicole. They're not major cases. They are U.S. Park Police or federal law enforcement citations. If the Department of Justice wants to make this a major case and charge these people with felonies, they have to go to a grand jury. And though grand jury deliberations are secretive in a closed room, you might hear the laughter outside the grand jury room if they try to bring this case to a D.C. grand jury. It's not going to fly. The U.S. attorney, Nicole, has until July 9th, at 18 days from now, to decide whether and how to charge these cases. The citation on the former Olympians, Mark, has a July 9th court date. So they have until then to figure out how they're going to paper or charge this case, if they charge the case. At the reflecting pool, you have a smell that's emanating now that is reminiscent of a high school locker room. You have a police force and National Guard presence that is profound. It's never bad to have federal law enforcement near a gathering place, and a lot of people are gathering there to rubberneck at the damage. But it's like a jewel heist from the Muppet Caper is going to happen. You have so many police hanging out there, and it seems to be a misappropriation of resources. I'll tell you, Nicole, people in D.C. like the restored fountains that populate the rest of the city. Trump takes credit for that. But I know a week ago tomorrow, D.C. voters unanimously, no, I shouldn't say unanimously, overwhelmingly nominated Democrats for office from D.C. who were emphatically opposed to Donald Trump and all his projects.
So you heard the media sneer at citations and security like it's a joke. Now Trump puts it in writing, spelling out the 350-foot damage, the arrests, and the citations tied to it. Posting this, Truth Social, 6 people have been arrested, 7 people cited for the damage they did to our country's now beautiful reflecting pool. The 350-foot gash made by a very sharp knife or razors is actually numerous slashes over a very long 350-foot length. Purposely and criminally done. Somebody had to work very hard, probably in the dark of night, to create such a condition. Likewise, a small area at the bottom of the pool was cut and powerfully lifted off the surface, leaving a very jagged, uneven edges. Large areas of grass are being replaced. In any event, even prior to fixing those areas, the reflecting pool is as beautiful as it can be. We will drain some of the water, either immediately before or after the 4th of July, to do the permanent repair. So the Post makes the White House case plain, deliberate vandalism, not some mystery malfunction. Next, MSNBC gives the mic to one of the men arrested, who says he was cuffed after touching the water.
Just out on about a 50-mile bike ride, and I decided to swing back over by the reflecting pool on my way back as a concerned, curious citizen.
And you checked out the pool. You told the AP that you just put your hand in the water. And then what happened? You had, I've seen like National Guardsmen came up to you and then park police. How did that all go down?
As soon as I left the side of the reflecting pool and went back to my bike that was laid down on its side on the edge of the grass, 3 National Guard troops sort of materialized and started talking to me about, after I greeted them, they were talking to me about the park police wanting to talk to me.
And they arrested you? They put some sort of cuffs or zip ties on you behind your back?
Yeah, I didn't think I'd done anything wrong, so I had no reason to think I was going to be arrested, but I suggested we walk over toward the park police rather than waiting for them to come to us, and went over and furnished my ID, and kind of before I knew it, I was being handcuffed and realized I was being arrested.
Yeah, maybe you should have thought twice. So while one detainee plays the confused bystander, press keeps circling the pool. CNN reports they found more algae and more security equipment on site. They spotted the algae. CNN on the case.
CNN's team spotted more signs of algae at the pool this morning. We also saw at least 6 new trailers in the surrounding area hooked up with security cameras.
Yeah. So CNN can spot algae in trailers just fine. What they can't do is admit the vandalism angle gets stronger. Caroline Levitt about to bring receipts with 17 police reports.
All right, Caroline, any more details on the 5 people that have been arrested regarding vandalism here?
The vandalism is very real, despite what Tim Walz wants to say it's an imaginary problem. No, it is not. It's a very real problem. In fact, I spoke with the National Park Service just before joining the show. They now have 17 police reports that have been filed in just the matter of a few days. There's actually been 6 arrests at the reflecting pool where, again, these deranged individuals, many of them longtime donors to the Democrat Party, to Barack Obama, to Act Blue, that have been vandalizing and desecrating our federal monument, one of the most beautiful monuments in the world, the reflecting pool. And that's why President Trump is not going to stop with this effort. We're going to not only hold those people accountable, but we're going to fix the pool, continue to make it beautiful from this despicable vandalism just in time to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday next week.
So she says the damage is real, suspects are real, and Democrats are tied to the chaos. Next, Sean Hannity reminds viewers the media somehow forgot Obama's own costly reflecting pool renovation disaster.
About Barack Obama. Take a look.
But he is claiming that vandals are to blame. He says they illegally placed chemicals in the water and left a 300-foot gash in the pool. Now, 5 people are said to have been arrested. He says a 10-year prison sentence will be strictly enforced. Oh. Well, if he's saying he's going to jail for 10 years, I'm going to let him go. It seems to me that had he not messed with the pool, you know, it would still be a reflecting pool instead of a liquid jungle.
All right, we're getting to the best part. Now, of course, there's been never-ending coverage from the legacy media mob about the state of water in the pool. Camera crews on site from nearly every network. Water samples, expert interviews, in-depth coverage every second of every day. So-called journalists, Democrats have whined in unison about the cost of this project, seemingly forgetting this very one important part. We had a president. His name was Barack Hussein Obama. He conducted a renovation of that reflecting pool. He did it in 2012 at roughly double the cost. And the result of Obama's $34 million 2-year project, a reflecting pool that continued to leak and a massive algae problem that he had.
So Hannity's point is simple. The same press corps that covered for Obama is now going wall-to-wall against Trump. Next, CBS presses Trump again, and he fires back that he personally saw the cuts.
Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
Did you have proof of that?
Yeah,
we
have
have
proof.
photos or videos?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof? You think that's
The
proof?
reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and
Well,
there's no evidence of
all
it.
you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you.
So Trump says he saw the slashes with his own eyes, points the reporters back to Parks Department. Then CBS's Ed O'Keefe, who you just saw in the Oval, interrogating Trump about it, goes to hunt for that 350-foot gash and claims he still can't find it.
I just did a lap around the pool here. We walked the full length of it. It is mostly algae-free. You can see that American flag blue reflecting up. The ducks are out swimming this morning and look just fine. There are a lot more cops, National Guard, even some U.S. Marshals out here keeping tabs on things. But one thing we still can't find is any evidence of a gash along the floor of the pool. Despite that, the Interior Department is taking steps to drain the pool again and fix it again. As chips of American flag blue lining float amid algae in the reflecting pool, President Trump is blaming vandals, but still not offering evidence, promising a decade in prison for anyone found guilty.
They went in there with a knife.
The president previously claimed the pool was impenetrable with a blade.
If you had a knife, you can't even cut it. So strong, so powerful.
But Monday, he said that's exactly what happened, claiming someone cut a long gash in the pool's lining and pulled at its edges.
Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
But do you have proof of that they used a knife? Do you have photos or video?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof?
But the reporters have been down.
So after all that, CBS still selling doubt instead of answers. Next, Emily Miller reports the original contractor is coming back under warranty with no new taxpayer money as crews deal with the algae coming through the pipes.
President Trump said tonight that they are going to have to redo the surface of the reflecting pool just weeks after they finished it. And I can confirm exclusively that the same contractor, Atlantic Industrial Coatings, is coming back under warranty, no new funds, to redo the surface. They will have to drain the pool. Also tonight, there is some weird influx of algae coming through the pipes. Not seen this before, and it is covered the reflecting pool in green.
And then under warranty, they're coming back. So the moral collapse sits right there in Scott McFarlane's own words, not at the pool. In the coverage, he cracked jokes about hearing laughter outside a grand jury room if prosecutors try to treat the threat seriously. That line tells you exactly who the legacy press serves. ABC News, CBS News, CNN did not rush to defend the Lincoln Memorial. They rushed to downgrade the crime, ridicule security, and chip away at a patriotic win before America's 250th birthday. Meanwhile, President Donald J. Trump spelled it out in plain English. 6 arrested, 7 cited, a 350-foot gash, jagged lifted edges, grass destroyed, repairs underway. One side restores beauty, the other sneers at beauty, excuses the wreckers, and calls the cleanup the scandal. So here's the line in the sand. If you still trust ABC, CBS, and CNN after this, then you are choosing propaganda over your own eyes. They heard about 6 arrests, 7 citations, 17 police reports, and physical damage to an American monument. And they still decided that the hero of the story was the guy doing laps around the pool saying he still can't find something. Pathetic. President Trump is doing exactly what a president should do. Protect the monument, repair the damage, track the vandals, and hammer the lying networks that tried to flip the script. And if ABC did push false reporting, then yes, Trump should sue them and route the money to the U.S. Treasury. Let their smear budget fund the country for once. Drop your take in the comments. Should the vandals face the full 10 years Trump floated? And should the networks pay too? Share this segment with one person still trapped inside the media fog. They need the water cleared. And make sure that you get the notifications that YouTube never sends. Thousands of patriots have already texted the words raw feed to 844-840-4963. They are now on the inside track, getting the news that they can make decisions on for their friends and their family. I want you on that list too. And celebrate the wins of America 250. Go to the merch shelf below this video or shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. All right. We will continue to track the lunacy of the reflecting pool drama. But there's other drama we have to get at right now. Ilhan Omar making headlines again. And she is revising her paperwork now, getting confronted on Capitol Hill. And I've got all the details. Rose Lake Capital pulled in up to $1 million, but Ilhan Omar wants you to believe her husband personally made $200 for the year. $200. Not a typo, not satire. And the bankrupt wine outfit in the middle of this circus carried the name The Devil's Lie, which sounds less like a business and more like a confession. Well, President Trump launches a national war on fraud. One of the left's most protected untouchables just filed a financial story so absurd it insults every taxpayer in this country. Then a reporter pressed Omar and she snapped. Do I look concerned? You should be. See, this matters because fraud is not a game for cable chatter or Capitol Hill spin doctors. Fraud is your paycheck. Fraud is Medicare money ripped away from seniors. Fraud is Medicaid cash stolen from families who already stretch every dollar. Right now, the Trump administration is finally treating it like the theft that it is. Todd Blanche just announced charges against 455 defendants across 45 states and territories, tied to more than $6.5 billion in false claims. Kash Patel drove the point home. Fraud is no longer being tolerated. President Trump put J.D. Vance in charge of the war on fraud for a reason. He wants the looters cornered. So when Ilhan Omar, a congresswoman from a state hammered by fraud, waves off basic questions and blames an accountant for a money trail that jumped to millions, cratered to zero, now magically lands between $200 and $1,000, she's not just dodging embarrassment. Ilhan Omar is spitting in the face of every American who played by the rules while politically connected Democrats treated disclosure laws like a joke. You see, Rose Lake says up to $1 million in revenue, while Omar's Circle pushes a $200 fairy tale. That's why I pay attention to what actually works. After trying hundreds of supplements, only C60 Evo hit like this. Brain fog gone. Joint pain virtually eliminated. More energy, clearer thinking. My wife's skin looks 10 years younger and my energy feels 20 years younger as well. C60 Evo is a Nobel Prize winning molecule, not just another antioxidant. The Paris study, it showed lab animals live 90% longer, the longest life extension in history, and it works at the cellular level where aging actually happens. It's 172 times more powerful than vitamin C. They've been making this since 1991 in a Houston lab. Get exclusive savings at c60evo.com/NNN. Use code NNN at checkout. Results matter and excuses don't. Feel young again. Now here's a detail that turns this from sleazy to ridiculous.
You need something?
The bankrupt wine company tied to Tim Minette was called the Devil's Lie.
See you later.
You can't invent that. And after scrutiny hit, the story didn't tighten up. It blew apart. Assets once listed as worth up to $30 million got wiped down to zero. Then Omar filed a new disclosure, claiming her husband earned as little as $200 in 2025. I'm going to show you the receipts right here on this screen because when you see the timeline side by side, the whole scammy pattern hits at once. Omar's new claim that her husband made next to nothing from companies is contradicted by his own accountants. Omar claims her husband made between $200 and $1,000 in all of 2025 in a new filing. So she says her husband made next to nothing. Now Comer steps in and says the story falls apart fast, and he's raising the question of whether this was incompetence or just a straight-up lie. Omar blamed her accountant for a multi-million-dollar reporting error on her financial disclosure. Either her accountant went to the Quality Leering Center or she lied about it.
Well, the walls may be closing in on Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She faces allegations of steering taxpayer money toward fraudulent schemes in her state. Boy, that state's a mess. Great people, though. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer detailing the next steps of the investigation.
I do think Ilhan Omar is in a lot of trouble. She's got that big question mark on how her net worth jumped up to, at least $6 million and then went back down to zero over a one-year period.
So are you saying that Ilhan Omar, the congresswoman from Minnesota, that she was getting federal money and feeding it into these corrupt Somali networks, her cronies?
I think one of the projects she requested was proved to be a fraudulent Somali scheme.
Now, we have reached out to Congresswoman Omar's team for comment. We've yet to hear back. We'll let you know if that changes. Meanwhile, a former state employee who was placed on administrative leave is now accusing the Walz administration of ignoring fraud and intimidating whistleblowers. Watch this.
The smear campaign starts where you are told that you are racist, and then your job duties are lessened and lessened until you basically have no job duties. There is just a continuous effort to stifle you, to shut you up. And it is impossible to overcome. So to say that leadership was not aware or the governor was not aware I can tell you that is absolutely false.
So Comer says the numbers don't add up. Walls are closing in. Next, the filings get uglier. Assets once listed as high as $30 million suddenly dropped to zero, while a firm still pulls in up to $1 million. In 2024, Omar's husband, Tim Manette, reported assets worth $30 million from his venture capital firm, Wine Empire. After a congressional investigation was launched into her finances, she filed an amended disclosure claiming it was all an accounting error and the business were worth zero. Now, her 2025 disclosure shows Manette earned as little as $200 for the entire year from a wine company called The Devil's Lie that's since gone bankrupt. His venture capital firm, Rose Lake, still generated $1 million in revenue, but somehow he personally made $200. The woman who built her career screaming about the wealthy hiding their money just filed the most suspicious financial disclosure in congressional history. The Devil's Lie indeed. So that's the core problem. Big money on paper, almost no personal income claimed, and now even President Trump is weighing in, blasting Omar as Democrats keep treating her like rising star material. Here's President Trump in the Oval Office.
A very smart guy, did a great job. When I look at the Democrats, I call them the Democrats. They're dumb, the Democrats. When I watched that, where one of them thought it was World War XI. She said World War XI. She read World War II. You know about that, right? This is one of their potential leaders, Ilhan Omar, who married her brother to get into the country, by the way, illegally. But when I watch AOC, have no idea on a simple question, what happened when she was over in Switzerland, which she probably never went there before, but she was. And then I watch somebody like JD or Marco. I said, what a difference. What a difference. What a difference a brain makes. Mr. President.
So Trump's point is simple. This is who the left keeps putting out front. And when Omar finally gets pressed on fraud and deportation questions, her answer isn't denial, it's total contempt.
So when Republicans have repeatedly stated that you committed immigration fraud, are you at all worried about a formal investigation that could perhaps lead to your deportation?
Are you one of those people?
I don't know what that means, but are you at all concerned?
Do I look concerned?
I guess not. Okay. All right. What about the Minnesota fraud hearing? You didn't show up for that. Do you think you should have?
Why should I have?
Well, it happened in your state. Don't you want to defend your position?
There were people from my state that were there.
Okay, but why not you? I mean, there's allegations that you're complicit in the fraud. Wouldn't you want to show up?
Why would there be an allegation that I'm complicit? How would I be complicit?
Well, what about Tim
Do
Walz?
you just ask stupid questions? Is this your thing?
I'm curious to get your thoughts.
No,
I mean, there's a lot of controversy around the issue. $9 billion in fraud in the state of Minnesota.
$9 billion?
You don't think so?
Really?
Yeah, and counting. Probably more, honestly. You think that's fake news or what?
That is more than half of the resources that are allocated.
Okay.
So you genuinely, like, your brain has told you that it is possible for half of the resources.
I'm just going off of what
for
the
our public service to, like, half disappear, is what you're saying.
countless Minnesota state representatives, whistleblowers have come
listen
forward.
to yourself, though.
I'm
Like,
trying
just think about that for a second.
Maybe if you showed up at the hearing, you would
Just-
know that
just think
whistleblowers
about
are
that
being
for a second.
retaliated against for exposing the fraud. Why is that? Why are they being
But
tracked and
just
traced?
think about what you're asking. Who is tracing whistleblowers?
Minnesota state officials, Tim Walz, anyone who dares to speak out against the government.
Tim Walz is doing something to
Yeah,
whistleblowers?
why is Tim Walz stepping down if he's, innocent? Why isn't he running for re-election?
Because he's had 8 years to serve as our great governor.
He was going to be vice president of the United States if Kamala won.
Yes, and he would have been excellent vice
But
president.
now he's stepping
much
down.
better than the person we have right now.
And now he's stepping down as governor. Any comment on that? You don't think he's maybe complicit?
He is focusing on trying to make sure our state remains great.
Okay.
All right, have a nice day.
Thank you, you too.
Please read.
Allison Steinberg from Lindell TV for the win there. You just saw Omar melt down when Allison asked direct questions. Next, we shift to another bizarre moment from her orbit, the incident where someone sprayed her at a town hall. The story just seemed to vanish overnight. Whatever happened to the guy that sprayed Ilhan Omar? Curious. The story just faded. It's almost like it was staged. Remember this?
Must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God, he sprayed
I need a
something
napkin.
on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
So the town hall chaos raised plenty of questions and never got answered. Meanwhile, the White House Fraud Task Force is signaling something very different. Now fraudsters are on notice. Good night, fraudsters. Tomorrow's wake-up call, courtesy of the White House Fraud Task Force. From the Mean Post, real action. The crackdown is already hitting. DOJ says 455 defendants across 45 states and territories charged in a massive $6.5 billion healthcare fraud sweep. Todd
We
Blanche.
are announcing federal and state charges, all of which were charged or unsealed at some point over the past 2 weeks, the past 14 days. Coordinated nationwide action. Since June 8th, we've charged 455 defendants across 56, like I said a minute ago, U.S. attorneys' offices, and 45 U.S. states and territories. As alleged in the various indictments, these individuals participated in healthcare fraud schemes involving over $6.5 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. The team around me will get into more specifics, but here are a few points that stand out. In one indictment, we're bringing charges against a corporate executive in Arizona in connection to over a $1 billion fraud involving unnecessary wound grafts. This alleged scheme costs Medicare over $1 million per patient. In total, our indictment charges 11 defendants for over $2 billion in fraudulent claims in connection to alleged wound care schemes. The indictment also alleges that these individuals then used the taxpayer money to bankroll multi-million-dollar homes, luxury vehicles like a $135,000 Maserati, jewelry like an $865,000 Bulgari necklace, and to top it all off, to fund the construction of a $4.6 million hotel at a beach resort in the Philippines. We're taking back the money, the luxury cars, the jewelry, and these alleged fraudsters will face justice. The coordinated actions of the past 2 weeks have resulted in over $182 million in cash and other assets seized, making clear our healthcare fraud enforcement efforts generate a significant return on investment for our taxpayers.
So those are real numbers and real arrests, not the usual swamp press release. Leader and ex-FBI Director Kash Patel spells out what Trump-era leadership on the fraud actually looks like.
America, you should take a look. You should take a look at what leadership from the White House and the President Trump's prioritization to go after and combat fraud looks like. America should take a look at the Vice President's task force and the initiative by the Justice Department here under AG Todd Blanche and AAG Colin McDonald. Fraud is no longer being tolerated, it is not being put up with, and you've seen the staggering numbers that in just the last 2 weeks, that's all we're here to talk about today, is just the last 2 weeks of fraud, of perpetrators and criminals who have been arrested and apprehended from around the world, totaling over $6 and $7 billion in fraud, in money stolen from the American people. Our precious taxpayer dollars that are supposed to service our seniors and our kids were being stolen outright by individuals who thought they could get away with it. But thanks to the Trump administration and the Vice President's task force and the White House task force and the Department of Justice's courageous prosecutors, we have now been able to charge a record number of individuals.
So Kash Patel says the message is clear. Fraud is no longer being tolerated. President Trump taking it a step further, naming the man leading the war on fraud, Vice President J.D. Vance.
To stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, including millions of illegals, we've launched the war on fraud led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. Doing a great job. Smart guy.
Doing a great job. So the peak of the story is not Ilhan Omar's attitude, it's the number. Up to $30 million and then zero. Then $200 to $1,000. And in the middle of that mess sits Rose Lake Capital, still generating up to $1 million in revenue, while Tim Minette supposedly scraped together lunch money. Ilhan Omar did not get cornered by a trick question. Ilhan Omar got cornered by arithmetic. Then she barked at a reporter, "Did you just ask a stupid question?" No, Congresswoman. Americans ask the questions you and your protectors in the press spent years trying to smother. James Comer has it exactly right. Either the accountant learned the math at the Quality Leering Center, or Ilhan Omar lied. Pick one. And then subpoena the records. See, President Trump put grown-ups back in charge. And this is exactly what that looks like when the cameras are rolling and the protected class starts sweating. J.D. Vance leads a real war on fraud. Kash Patel backs it with muscle. Todd Blanche backs it with indictments. Good. Keep going. If the Trump administration can hammer 455 defendants across 45 states and territories, over $6.5 billion in false claims, then Washington can stop treating Ilhan Omar like left-wing royalty and start treating her like every other person who files numbers with the federal government. No immunity, no magic accountant, no escape hatch labeled amended disclosure. And if legacy media wants to keep babysitting Omar while she snarls at voters and stonewalls questions, let them expose themselves too. And drop your take below after you watch that meltdown again. Share this with somebody who still thinks the ruling class plays by the rules. Keep your eyes on Minnesota. The cleanup started. Now it's time to finish it. And I want to make sure you get the news that you depend on. I've seen your comments. I've seen you guys say, "Hey, I don't get notifications anymore." And that's why I set up this special number just for you. Thousands of patriots have already texted the words "raw feed" to 844-840-4963. I do not want you to be left out. I want to make sure you are on the inside track with Next News, and you get the notifications direct from me to your phone once a night. And make sure you're celebrating all the wins with us here at Next News. America 250 is here. Go to the merch shelf below this video or go to shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Let's go, Gary. Copo 801. What's up? Thank you for that 20 over there on Rumble. And Dave the Patriot and Salty Nationalist, Donald Strickland, Ruby Hoove, and Clifford Johnson. All you guys chipping in tonight. Much appreciated. We're going to move along now. We got to talk about what's going on in Cuba. As I've stated, I've just felt it in my gut after taking the temperature. I can see it. Cuba's next, and they are now just setting up the dominoes. President Trump just said the words Havana feared most. Cuba has collapsed. Then he twisted the knife. We'll make a little brief stop, not Sunday, Not after another decade of State Department chatter, a brief stop. Deadline hit because the communist racket in Cuba already started running for cover. Reuters just admitted Cuban lawmakers rammed through more than 175 privatization measures to survive U.S. sanctions. Survive. That's panic language. Trump crushed the old foreign policy scam in Iran, reopened American leverage, and now the Havana dictatorship knows the clock is ticking. And waiting to hear what Marco Rubio and the Supreme Court just dropped on the regime from two different directions. See, this matters because Cuba sits 90 miles from Florida. For decades, the Havana dictatorship looted an island, starved families, jailed dissidents, and mocked exiles while weak men in Washington played footsie with tyrants. President Trump ended that nonsense. He said Cuban Americans will go back to their land and invest in Cuba. And that cuts straight to the core of the crime. Fidel Castro, Raul Castro, and the cartel that still feeds off that machine did not just steal wages. They stole homes, farms, businesses, coastlines, family futures, entire bloodlines of opportunity. Now Marco Rubio is choking the cash arteries that kept the mob alive. He blasted GAESA, the military conglomerate that diverted resources into repression and anti-American subversion, and he sanctioned CUPET after charging that regime. Elites burned fuel on Castro's private jet, security forces, empty tourist hotels, and fake protests, while ordinary Cubans sat through blackouts and waited weeks for gas. That's not governance. That is organized theft with a flag. See, Marco Rubio is choking communist cash pipelines in Cuba. And that should remind every American how fast strategic resources turn into leverage. And that's why I want you looking at Noble Gold Investments and silver as the next oil. Before the world depended on oil, it was cheap. Silver sits in that same zone now, a critical resource in solar panels, electric vehicles, but also defense systems, AI infrastructure, and massive data centers. Growing demand keeps building. And it's still affordable enough that the average American can start accumulating physical silver to protect against inflation. Go to nextnewsgold.com and see how Noble Gold frames the metal the future depends on. Mention my name, and with a new qualified account, you can receive a 1/10 ounce gold coin. Don't let communist thieves corner tomorrow's strategic resources. Now here's the part Havana can't spin away. Reuters didn't say the regime embraced freedom because it found religion. Reuters said those 175 measures passed in a bid to survive punishing U.S. sanctions. Survive. That one word blows up the whole fake reform show. And while the communist machine scrambles to privatize pieces of the wreckage it stole, the Supreme Court just opened the door for ExxonMobil to sue over confiscated assets. So I'm going to pull up the receipts. And while I do, keep one question in your head. Who exactly does Havana think gets to keep the loot? President Trump dropping a bombshell on Cuba from the Oval Office. Next stop, Cuba.
Of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And as soon as that's done on our way back, we'll just make a little brief stop off.
Mr. President.
We'll take care of it. We want to help them out. Look, we have a lot of people that voted for Trump. Whether they did or not, it didn't matter. But I had 95% of the Cubans voted for me. They're unbelievable people. They're energetic. They're entrepreneurial. You know, some of the richest people in Miami are Cuban. They're unbelievable. And I'm going to take good care of them. I'm going to let them go back to their land. They want to be back with family. You know, they have a lot of family over there. They've been treated very badly by Cuba. But we're going to treat Cuba well, and we're going to let our people go back and let them invest in Cuba if they'd like. So we have some very good plans for Cuba. I think, you know, we have to get rid of the regime was very tough, very nasty. The difference is now they don't have money coming in. They had a lot of money coming in from Venezuela. They don't have any money coming. They had oil coming in. They had money coming in. But we're going to take care of Cuba.
Mr. President, sir. Mr. President.
And they, you know what? They want us to. The people want us there so bad.
Mr. President, sir.
So Trump didn't just say Cuba's collapsing. He said his team already has plans. Next, he gets pressed on timing and reveals Marco Rubio is deeply involved. Trump said that it is Cuba's turn and revealed that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is deeply involved and Cuba desperately wants to talk.
I did want to talk about Cuba and AI.
We'll do it, and we have to do it fast because they're waiting for me at a very important meeting.
So you had said if Cuba is, or better said, if Iran is finished, then it's time for Cuba.
Right.
Is there a clock, a countdown clock on Cuba? What does
It's
that
a
look like?
flexible line, but Marco is involved very much. Marco's doing a great job, by the way. All my people are doing a very good job. But Marco's parents, it's such a great story. His parents were from Cuba. So you do agree I defeated Venezuela? Incredible.
100%.
How do you
make the operation in Cuba look more like the Venezuela operation?
Well, the difference is Venezuela has oil, Cuba doesn't. Cuba has nice property and they have nice shoreline.
Right. How do you make it look more like the Venezuela operation than the Iran operation? Iran operation took longer. Venezuela
No,
was
I
done
think
quick.
the Iran operation, in a certain way, is much bigger, much more powerful from the standpoint of weaponry than Venezuela. But Venezuela is a very military state. They have a lot of soldiers. We went into that fort, and they had thousands of soldiers in, and we went in with 201 people. And that was the pilot was very brave. He had his leg shot from underneath, the machine gunner who got who escaped a bad.
So now you got Trump tying Rubio directly to the Cuba playbook. Next, watch the old Rubio warning that the world is changing fast and suddenly looks a lot less theoretical. That Marco Rubio clip is hitting different now. He said the world's changing fast, the old world is gone, and people laughed.
The world is changing very fast right in front of us. The old world is gone, frankly, the world I grew up in, and we live in a new era in geopolitics, and it's going to require all of us to sort of re-examine what that looks like and what our role is going to be. And we've had many of these conversations in private with many of our allies. We are our allies. And we need to continue to have those conversations. And I think Saturday, hopefully, and the meetings we'll have there when Lucas and them.
So Rubio said the old world was gone. And now that message is getting a second look over on Fox. Jesse Waters takes the same theme and argues Trump is moving from Iran straight to Cuba. That's what I've been saying for weeks.
How was the Strait of Hormuz over the weekend? Yeah, Iran lost the war. They surrendered, and now they're letting the United States and the UN in to look at their sites and their uranium, and then they're going to destroy it. Do I need to keep talking? I mean, that sounds pretty good. Very funny. But Dana's right. If they do say at the end of 60 days, go F yourself, all the uranium's buried. They can't touch it. So does it even really matter? And so now you have people coming out like, what, Booker and Rice? We don't take them seriously. They're buffoons. We only put their sound bites in the segment for friction. The nuke program is destroyed. The military, 85% destroyed, and the Strait's open. Greg's gone out there peacefully.
Yes.
He hasn't been attacked. Iran's bluffed their way the last 10 days. There's been no tankers that have been attacked. We're actually going to wrap this up hopefully pretty soon, and we can move on to Cuba. My banking buddy told me that after we topple Castro, we're going to be able to buy 100 acres of pristine Cuban coastline for like 50 G's.
Is that insider trading or
not insider trading? That's just word on the street.
How does this contribute to this segment?
What I'm saying is Donald Trump is crushing it on the world stage. We now have Latin America and the Middle East under our thumb. We are now OPEC. And the Chinese economy is struggling, and Putin's losing this war in Ukraine. J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio are looking really good. Trump's delegated beautifully. They've gotten experience, respect, stature. Meanwhile, Harris and Newsom, what are they, cackling and selling knee pads? Forget about that. But Dana is right.
So Waters is calling it strength on the world stage, but behind the TV talk, there's tougher questions. What is Washington doing quietly? Next, a former Intel hand lays out why CIA Director Ratcliffe's Cuba trip matters. He says there's only one reason to make that trip. The pitch straightforward: cooperate and you get American legal protection. Refuse and we sanction you, your wife, your children, and your extended family anywhere on earth. We freeze every asset you have.
I think John Ratcliffe was doing that. Do you think he was bidding for the Cuban intelligence archives? Here's a preliminary, here's an offer, initial offer. I want you guys to think about it, and think about it, what good it would be, how it would help you out of some jams that you're clearly in, and how it's good for your much more powerful neighbor to the north.
Yeah.
I would like to think it. I just don't know. It could be. I mean, Biden's CIA director also went to on these types of trips, so I wouldn't put a whole lot of stock in this. But really, why else would CIA Director Ratcliffe go there except to take over this intelligence service? He really has no other reason to go down to a country like Cuba except for that purpose. And there are deals you can cut. You know, we can, if you become our intelligence asset, you are under certain American legal protections. You can say the chief of the Cuban intelligence service. We can either sanction you and haul you off to jail in the United States.
Guantanamo. Yeah, well,
we can sanction your wife and your children and your nieces and nephews and your mother and everybody else and seize your property and freeze it anywhere on earth and dog you and your family to every end of the earth, or you can help us out.
Yeah. And we'll get your daughter into the University of Miami. She can be on the cheerleading squad.
Yeah.
So that clip lays out the hardball version. Cooperate, get crushed by sanctions. Next, Rubio makes it official, targeting the military money machine that props up the regime. Rubio posting this: the situation in Cuba is devolving as the island's corrupt, brutal, and anti-American communist regime continues to prioritize its own total control over the freedom, opportunity, and basic well-being of the Cuban people. The Cuban military-controlled conglomerate GAISA has persistently served as the main vector for regime elites to steal the island's few resources, diverting them for repression, anti-American subversion, and spying instead of schools, power plants, and basic necessities for the Cuban people. Today, I designated additional GAISA network entities associated with moving both its money and physical assets, as well as entities responsible for exploiting Cuba's mineral and metal reserves for ill-gotten profit. Anyone providing services to these sanctioned actors is at risk of being sanctioned themselves. Foreign banks and other companies that provide services to these entities should freeze those activities immediately. So Rubio's pressure campaign is aimed right at the regime cash pipeline. Now comes the reaction. Cuba's Communist Party suddenly approves free market reforms. Cuba's Communist Party approves sweeping free market reforms in an unprecedented move to open the economy. Polymarket boasting that. So after years of control, Havana now pretending it discovered markets overnight. Reuters breaks down just how sweeping the reforms are and why the regime says it has to move now. They report Cuban lawmakers unanimously approved sweeping reforms backed by the Communist Party and former leader Raul Castro that would privatize a vast swath of the country's socialist economy in a bid to survive punishing U.S. sanctions.
Cuban lawmakers on Thursday unanimously approved sweeping reforms that would privatize a vast swath of the country's socialist economy. The list of more than 175 measures includes opening the door to private real estate development and proposals to transform state-owned businesses into private commercial ventures. It would also allow private banks to enter Cuba, as well as the sale of state-owned properties to national and foreign entities, including Cubans residing abroad. Here's Cuban Prime Minister Manuel Marrero.
These are proposals to confront the crisis, opening a transformative window that, if not implemented now, could bring irreversible political and social consequences. But I want to reiterate that these transformations do not represent a departure from the socialist project. On the contrary, they follow the logic of its own development.
If implemented, the measures would represent the single largest change to the Caribbean island socialist model since former leader Fidel Castro's 1959 revolution. They are backed by the Communist Party and his brother, former leader Raul Castro. In a written letter to lawmakers, he called them, quote, beneficial and urged their speedy implementation. The move comes amid punishing U.S. sanctions, including a months-long oil blockade. But Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel told lawmakers it was not related to negotiations between the two countries. He also urged them to keep faith in the country's socialist past.
What we are defending here, above all, is the question of how to continue the process of building socialism. How to build socialism in a country which has suffered the longest, most criminal blockade in history by the most powerful country in the world.
So they can call socialism all they want, but when communists start privatizing, they're cornered. Next, Fox has the Latest on fresh U.S. sanctions hitting Cuban entities and Castro family member. U.S. sanctions 5 Cuban entities, Castro family member in latest pressure campaign, Rubio says. Squeeze is tightening, more sanctions, more names, more pressure. Now Rubio zeroes in on energy, accusing Cuba's elite of hoarding fuel while ordinary people sit in the dark. Today I'm sanctioning Cuba's state-owned energy company, Union Cuba Petroleo, CUPET, under President Trump's EO 14404. Cuba's communist elites have weaponized energy as a tool of social control and kleptocratic profit. For decades, the regime has stolen and hoarded available fuel, using it for Castro's private jet, the security services forces used to repress the Cuban people, to keep empty tourist hotels lit up, and to bust people in for fake protests and political stunts, all while the Cuban people have suffered blackouts and waited weeks to fill their cars. President Trump wants a new future for the Cuban people with greater economic and political freedom and opportunity. Until then, we will continue to target the communist regime's ability to leverage its energy trade to further its corrupt agenda and violently repress the Cuban people. So Rubio says the regime turned fuel into a weapon against its own people. Next, the Supreme Court opens another front, letting ExxonMobil sue communist Cuba over seized assets. Daily Signal reports the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that oil giant ExxonMobil was able to sue communist Cuba over seized oil and gas assets, overriding sovereign immunity. So the moral verdict here, it lands. Miguel Diaz-Canel, Raul Castro holdovers, and Gaisa Cupet kleptocrats are not reformers, they are cornered thieves. Trump said Cuba has collapsed. Rubio hammered the regime for using fuel on the Castro's private jet and fake protests while Cuban families sweated through blackouts. Then Reuters dropped the confession. More than 175 privatization measures passed to survive U.S. sanctions. Not to free the people, to save the racket. And on the same board, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that ExxonMobil can sue communist Cuba over confiscated property. Financial pressure, legal pressure, intelligence pressure. Trump's brief stop line was not a joke. It was a warning shot, and Havana heard every single word of it. So here's where this goes next. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have the communist regime on defense. Patriots should demand they keep the pressure on until the criminals lose control of the stolen machinery they hid behind for generations. No soft landing for Gaisa. No face-saving fake reform package for Cupet. No diplomatic fairy tale that lets the same Castro-era parasites shuffle assets into new shells and call it freedom. Trump already laid down the promise that matters most. Cuban exiles should be able to go back to their land, reunite with their family, and invest in a country that dictatorship gutted. That is justice, it's not charity. If you agree that Havana's rulers deserve accountability instead of oxygen, put it in the comments and share this broadcast, because the propaganda press will bury the story if we let them. Trump closed in on Iran. Now Cuba heard the engine overhead. I want to make sure you get the news you depend on. I've seen your comments, I've heard your cries, and that's why I set up this number just for you, 844-840-4963. Thousands and thousands of patriots are already getting the inside track direct from me when the YouTube notifications never arrive. All they got to do, and all you have to do, and should do, is text those words raw feed to that number on the screen. Stay on the inside track from me direct to your phone. And make sure you celebrate the wins of America 250 by going to the merch shelf below this video or going to shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Cuba is next. Mark my words. Okay, speaking of bold moves, we went from Omar to Cuba. Now we are going in head-on into the deep state. In this next story, I think you're going to like. President Trump talks about draining the swamp, and the swamp is panicking right now. They're terrified because of what comes next after Tulsi Gabbard. The deep state firings have already begun. Yeah, I did see it, yes. CNN said the quiet part out loud. Not us. CNN. A source inside the intelligence apparatus told them, quote, "The deep state firings have begun." There it is. The confession, the panic, the whole protected racket caught in one line. And why are ABC, CNN, Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren, and even Tom Tillis melting down? Because President Trump just dropped Bill Pulte into ODNI as acting chief. And Trump built the move for speed. Trump said that Pulte is less shackled in the acting role. Less shackled means fewer excuses, fewer Senate games, fewer bureaucrats hiding behind badges and acronyms, and now the fortress is taking hits. See, this matters because ODNI does not sit off to the side handing out paper clips. That office oversees the intelligence machinery that career operatives use for years to leak, stall, manipulate, and smother elected leadership. The fight here is not over office seating charts. The fight is over who commands the apparatus. President Donald Trump, chosen by voters, or the cartel in Washington that turned national security into a protected jobs program for regime loyalists. CNN handed us the proof with that line. The deep state firings have begun. And then pretended the tragedy was the firings, not the deep state. ABC pushed the same panic and even broadcast Trump's point that Pulte can move because he's temporary, because he's less shackled. Exactly. That is the win. And Tom Tillis exposed himself even further, screaming that Pulte is an incompetent sycophant. No, Senator. He's the wrecking ball. You are defending the building. And the people inside that building know their taxpayer-funded fortress just stopped being permanent. You see, CNN blurting out the deep state firings have begun reminded me how often the regime sneers at anything that actually helps people. Then I saw Joe Rogan and Mel Gibson talking serious health struggles, light-based therapies, and Gibson says the stuff works. And that hit home after Jonathan Otto introduced our family to red light therapy. My wife went from constant discomfort and anxiety to real restful sleep, improved recovery, and better energy. We saw support for recovery and sleep without chasing expensive outside appointments. There's NASA-backed research behind the cellular-level impact and FDA-cleared devices that support circulation and reduce inflammation at myredlight.com. You get red and near-infrared wavelengths, deeper penetration, PEMF mats, full-body coverage, infrared heat, and at-home use instead of paid sessions. Go to myredlight.com, use NNN25 for individual items or NNN30 for bundles. You can break the cartel everywhere. See, one detail makes this even sweeter. Tom Tillis did not just gripe. He detonated on camera and called Bill Pulte an incompetent sycophant while warning the cuts would be a hot, steamy pile of Doge shit. That's what he said. That kind of language from a Republican senator tells you the knives are already out inside Washington. Good. Because when Senate meddlers start sounding more hysterical than CNN, you know Trump found the nerve. Now I'm going to show you the receipts, and I want to get to the part that should terrify every protected leaker in that building. This is not just about firings. It's about the files. Good Morning America. They even did a story on this. They said he has begun the firings at the agency.
The acting director of national intelligence had promised to make hundreds of cuts, and this morning sources tell us those firings are now underway. Now, it is not clear how many jobs are going to be affected, but sources say the National Counterterrorism Center is likely to be hit hard. Pulte, who just took over the role last week, today's actually his second full day on the job, is a Trump loyalist with zero intelligence experience. But the president has made clear he wants him to slash jobs at the agency, and Trump says he thinks Pulte is actually better able to make these cuts because he's in the role temporarily. Trump saying he's less shackled to do this. Now, Democrats and many Republicans have strongly opposed Pulte being in this role, even for the short term, and they've tried to prevent this. All of this and these cuts are sure to be a topic of conversation when the president meets tomorrow with Senate Republicans, Michael.
Yeah, the whole thing makes you shake your head, Mary. And we're also learning the Pentagon, they're asking for nearly $80 billion for the Iran war.
Yeah, Michael, the Pentagon is at.
So, we're now learning from CBS News just over 50 people have lost their job at ODNI since Plute became acting director of national intelligence. ODNI terminated 6 career and political intelligence officials. 45 have been sent back to their home agencies. Plute had been asking deputies and other directors for suggestions. One source said the cuts had been pretty thoughtful and methodical. They didn't move out anyone from the counterintelligence group, as you just heard from Good Morning America. No further firings are planned for now. But ABC confirming the cuts are underway. The usual D.C. crowd is panicking. Now here's Bannon with the blunt test. If Schumer, Warner, and Lindsey all hate Bill Plute, there's a pretty good sign he's hitting the right targets.
Why Bill Pulte's so important. The reason he's so important is the meltdown by the system. If Mark Warner and Tom Cotton and Lady Lindsey and this entire crowd, Schumer, Pocahontas, all of them, if they all hate Pulte, we love him. If they all hate Pulte, we love him, just by definition.
So he says the system's meltdown tells you everything. Now, one Republican Senator, Tom Tillis, goes completely unglued, calling Pulte an incompetent sycophant over the firings. Check this out.
If Pulte does a reduction in force the way that I've been engaged to do it before, where you do the analysis, you make sure you retain the most capable people, and you only eliminate the people whose jobs can be either automated or never should have been there, good. My guess is, based on his past experience, it's just going to be another hot, steamy pile of Doge shit. I think he's an incompetent sycophant and not the right person to lead DNI.
Tom Tillis unleashed. He is warning that the acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte, is undermining the agency by firing staff en masse. The large-scale cuts are underway right now after Pulte showed up a day early to the job last week and demanded a list of every employee in the office.
So Tillis gave the game away with that tantrum. Next, CNN itself confirms what Trump allies have been saying out loud. The deep state firings have begun. Kristen Holmes says, firings of the office of DNI started today. The deep state firings have begun, the source said, declining to give details on how many jobs have been cut. So CNN using the phrase everyone in Washington hates to hear, deep state firings. Next row coverage shows just how rattled they are by Pulte moving fast and Democrats crying about who's getting cut.
Trump's controversial pick as acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte, has been slashing jobs. One source tells CNN, quote, the deep state firings have begun, end quote. That source did not elaborate on what exactly they mean by deep state. Pulte has no known background in intelligence or national security, but he is temporarily leading the office of the DNI, which oversees 18 intelligence agencies. Democrats are voicing alarm over his large-scale cuts in the intelligence community.
Bill Pulte is somebody who has zero experience when it comes to national security and intelligence matters. His sort of defining mission in the Trump administration has been as a political hitman for Donald Trump to go after his political adversaries. And now this is the guy who's going to be firing people with experience and expertise when it comes to our national security intelligence matters. So what could go wrong?
CNN's Kevin Liptak joins us now live from the...
So CNN trying to sell panic over the cleaning house, but Trump has a different view. Here explains why he picked Pulte for the acting role. And being temporary makes him harder for the Senate swamp to stop.
Pulte is the acting director of national intelligence. There's been a little bit of a pushback from some Senate Republicans. Why do you think, Mr. President, he's the best person for the job?
Well, he's very smart. He's a person who's got high integrity. He's done a phenomenal job at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You probably have $1 trillion in value there. When he took over, it was much less. And I guess I'm responsible for that, too, because everybody wanted me to sell it in my first term for 10% of what it's worth right now. If I would have sold it, we would have lost $900 billion. We would have lost, think of it, it's probably worth $1 trillion. And I was offered, people want me to sell it at $100 billion, a very small percentage of what it's worth now. So, and he built it up a lot, did a great job. And it's an acting position, it's not a permanent. He's not going to be permanent because, I don't think he'd want to be permanent. but he's a very smart guy, and he may find out some things about the rigged elections, et cetera, et cetera. I think he'd like to do it. I think he wants to do it very much. Got a lot of energy, but he'll be very good. Again, it's not a permanent position. We're interviewing people right now, but it's somebody just to take it over for a little while.
Does he have the necessary, in your view, Mr. President, the necessary national security experience to take on that position?
Well, I do, and I think he does actually, because he's smart. Because a lot of national security, I wasn't greatly experienced in national security, and I think I've done a really great job with it. A lot of people would say that I've ended 8 wars, and soon to be a 9th. I hope that works out too. You know, frankly, but.
So Trump makes the case that he's there to do a job, not win over Capitol Hill. Next to see why MAGA is lining up behind him. While Letitia James and the establishment crowd would clearly rather have anyone else in the seat. My White House correspondent colleague, Kara Castronova at Lindell TV, had this report to file today.
New York Attorney General Letitia James is in self-preservation mode. One of President Trump's fiercest enemies, a confused James, went on MS Now and praised what appeared to be Trump's nominee for Director of National Intelligence, Jay Clayton, saying she hopes that the Senate confirms him.
Though he doesn't have all of the credentials, he is someone who has been professional and someone who knows the law.
Letitia James' praise for President Trump's pick has many in MAGA concerned, and it's obvious James wants anyone but Bill Pulte in the job, to the point where she couldn't even get basic facts straight. She referred to Clayton as the, quote, Attorney General of the Eastern District of New York.
The candidate who was once the Attorney General for the Eastern District here in the state of New York.
A position that doesn't even exist. And Bill Pulte, the acting head of DNI until Clayton is confirmed, is the man who has hit James with criminal referrals over alleged mortgage and insurance fraud. No wonder she's desperate. While Democrats like Letitia James appear comfortable with Clayton, populist MAGA world is showing something rare in the past year. Broad unity. After close to a year of MAGA infighting over Middle East foreign policy, the coalition is unified in wanting Bill Pulte to stay at DNI. Steve Bannon and Roger Stone have publicly feuded for years. Laura Loomer and Marjorie Taylor Greene have traded plenty of public barbs. Alex Jones generally has his own unique theories. Yet right now, they're all in uniform agreements. Keep Bill Pulte as the acting director of national intelligence. Roger Stone said, quote, Bill Pulte will be a great director of national intelligence. Smart, tough, and deeply loyal to President Donald J. Trump. Bannon called the Pulte move a middle finger to the Senate, an FU to the deep state. He suggested giving Pulte time, saying, give Pulte a couple of weeks. Let him just rummage around and see what's going on. Marjorie Taylor Greene has called Pulte a fighter. Anna Paulina Luna posted, Bill Pulte will be a great ODNI. Go, Bill, go. Laura Loomer has labeled Clayton as a deep state plant, and Alex Jones has called Clayton part of a, quote, Epstein file cover-up. Loomer is one of Pulte's strongest supporters, rooting for him to carry out mass firings of entrenched officials and calling his aggressive, drain the swamp approach exactly what the MAGA base wants. Since taking office on June 19th, Pulte has wasted zero time. He showed up a day early, demanded a full list of ODNI employees, and declared he's there to drain the swamp, openly planning major firings and pushing declassifications. Many in MAGA hope he'll follow in the footsteps of former DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard in releasing information on the 2020 election, COVID crimes, and more. Many speculate that's why rhinos and Democrats want Pulte out, and why the intelligence community and the establishment Republicans are so eager to rush Jay Clayton through. Senators like Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, Tom Cotton, John Thune, and others have been pushing hard for quick confirmation, viewing Clayton as a safe, experienced choice with Democrat support. Clayton, a former Sullivan and Cromwell partner and current U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, is Trump's official nominee. But President Trump is strategically holding the confirmation hostage. He is demanding that the Senate first confirm his pick for Southern District U.S. Attorney James McDonald, along with movement on the Save America Act. FISA Section 702 reauthorization is also stuck in the leverage play. For now, Bill Pulte remains acting DNI, and for MAGA, he has become a powerful unifier. If he does what he says and fires entrenched officials and releases long-hidden documents, the stronger that unity grows, which is exactly what Trump's base wants and needs heading into the crucial 2026 midterms. Reporting for Lindell TV at the White House, I'm Kara Castronova.
What an amazing report, Kara. At the White House, so MAGA is uniting around Pulte because they see a fighter taking a wrecking ball to the intel bureaucracy. Mike Davis takes it a step further, saying Trump should give Pulte time to rip that place apart before handing the job to anyone else.
I love that President Trump put Bill Pulte in charge of the DNI, Director of National Intelligence. Bill Pulte is, as I always say, a bold and fearless warrior for the Constitution. He's a businessman. He's not a politician. He's not a creature of Washington, not a creature of the swamp. And he'll go in there and he'll rip apart that place. For as long as President Trump needs Bill Pulte to rip apart that place. I would just say this as someone who used to confirm judges and Justice Department officials and others when I worked in the Senate. Even if the Senate confirms Jay Clayton as the next DNI, President Trump does not have to sign his commission and swear him in until President Trump is ready. So they should feel. I don't think President Trump should wait to have Jay Clayton confirmed. Have him confirmed, and then he can just hang out until Bill Pulte has gone through and broken every piece of China in DNI. And then when Bill Pulte's done breaking China, then Jay Clayton can get his commission handed to him, delivered, and then sworn in, and then he can start.
Genius. Absolutely genius. So the moral verdict lands right on that CNN sentence. The deep state firings have begun. A source inside ODNI used the phrase deep state because even the insiders know what that building became. Then Tom Tillis ripped off the mask and called Bill Pulte an incompetent sycophant. For who? For Donald Trump, the elected president? Tillis did not defend voters, he defended process, bureaucracy, and the same insulated class that sabotaged the America First movement for years. Steve Bannon framed it perfectly. If Mark Warner, Tom Cotton, Lady Lindsay, Chuck Schumer, and Pocahontas all hate Bill Pulte, we love him. See, that's not tribalism. That is target confirmation. Pulte is hitting the cartel where it lives. Payroll, access, and protection. You see, President Trump just outmaneuvered the Senate crowd with one clean move. He put Bill Pulte in as acting chief, gave him room to move fast, and told the country exactly why, because he's smart, he has integrity, and is acting as in an acting role, he's less shackled. See, that wasn't a throwaway line. That was the whole strategy. Less shackled means fewer choke points for Mark Warner, Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren, Tom Tillis, and every media clerk at ABC and CNN who wants the intelligence bureaucracy to stay untouchable. The backlash will get uglier from here because the swamp protects itself. Expect more leaks, expect more smears, expect more Republican cowardice dressed up as prudence. But do not miss the score. Tulsi Gabbard opened the files. Bill Pulte is cleaning out the building. If you want that to continue, send this segment to one person still pretending the deep state's a myth and tell them to read CNN's own words out loud. I want to make sure you get the news you depend on. I put this number on the screen at the end of every segment because it's important. Our news is important. You're important. And I want you to be informed, and I want you on the inside track like thousands and thousands of patriots already are. Just text the words raw feed to 844-840-4963 and get notifications, the ones that YouTube never sends, get them direct from me to your phone. That's my promise to you. And celebrate the wins with the Next News Network by going to the merch shelf below this video. Celebrate America 250 with us, or just go to shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. The deep state firings have begun. CNN reporting. I love it. That's the show tonight, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for trusting me and inviting me into your home, inviting me onto your mobile device, on your computer, into your X feed, into your YouTube feed, your Rumble feed, wherever you're watching. I really appreciate the trust you put in Next News and my team here to bring you the news every single day. And we couldn't do it without you guys. So make sure you keep your eyes open for when these segments drop on X and share them out with your friends. Make sure you see the YouTube links when they're published. Text them to a friend, to a loved one. Introduce them to the Next News Network. You guys are the secret weapon in this war for truth in our great republic. And we couldn't do it without you. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful and blessed evening.